It is day 2 of stage 2 here at the Blast TV Austin Major. And honestly, we are truly in the Wild West, especially with how things went down just yesterday. But this is the magic of the Major. There's heartbreak, there's cheers, there's success, and there's a lot going on right now, and there's a lot for us to unpack across this. But guys, it's early morning. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling great, James. I was at Rainy Street last night with Mike. We were next to a whole hog being roasted. There was live music. Austin's fun, I'll say
Austin's a good time, yeah. A nice, a good pig roast, you know, is a great thing to have.
Can't go wrong with that.
I'm doing great, James.
What were you up to last night?
I played Counter-Strike. Played about 5 games of matchmaking with the boys.
5 games?
Yeah, about 5 games.
That's a grind.
Yeah.
Nice.
We hit a cheater in game 1.
Oh, no.
But it was smooth sailing from there.
Did you win the rest?
Yeah.
So 4 for 1?
Yeah.
Oof.
That's a good day.
And maybe
that's
even
brilliant.
4-0. You know, the technicality of the cheater, I think.
That doesn't count. Yeah. We ignore that always. All right, let's get into some of the madness that happened just yesterday. I'm going to take a look at how things have panned out right now. Now, let's start with just looking at, I guess, some of the positives in here and maybe some of the surprises. The 2-0 side of things in here. Legacy, your boys, Moses.
Hell yeah. They've made it happen. I don't even really know how, but it's been great. I mean, Dumal and Lotto, finally the prophecy is being fulfilled, and with them playing well, I think you also have some of the other guys stepping up, but I mean, really just a great accomplishment for that team and that organization to be in this situation, considering how their major kind of began in a way. Yeah.
It's a fairy tale run, right?
Truly, I mean, they were just blessed with this spot all of a sudden, and they're making the absolute most of it. So really happy for the Legacy guys, because you don't get chances like this often.
No. Did you feel like, because they're in this position, and with the level they're playing at, and how hyped they are, and how much better they seem to be playing as a team, do they actually have a legitimate chance now? Or do you think this is still a team that could fumble?
I'm not going to sit there and say they have like a crazy good chance to go through. Obviously, sitting at 2-0 is the best possible place to be in, but I mean, now you have FaZe, and now you're in the best of 3 series.
Yeah.
And now the teams you play against are going to be much, much better than the teams you beat to get to the 2-0 position. So I mean, they have a huge test ahead of them, but the good news is they're riding this trajectory upward, and you can see from these clips, like they're all into it.
Yeah.
You know? And again, no pressure for this team either. They're not supposed to be here.
I could see it. I see Dumal lifting the major
God, here we go.
trophy, major MVP.
Does look good.
Handed to ZywOo despite him losing.
He's passed.
Oh, that'd actually be such a BM play. I actually really like that all of a sudden. I need that world to come true.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
This is lovely imagination comes out, guys. I'll get us back on track, though. We've got to talk about FaZe, because a lot of people are thinking, okay, how are they going to come into this? Right now, the vibes look really good. The team looks really good.
I can't complain about anything about FaZe.
Oh.
It is pure cinema. It's blockbuster stuff.
Sirens?
It's sirens. It's the Wambulance coming out of Kerrigan. I mean, and it's not for him. You know, he's calling that for every single one of his opponents.
Yeah.
FaZe are looking like they're clicking on so many levels. I just love that finally Simple is matched up with a team that's also going to trash talk to the level that he does too. And thankfully, it's not between each other.
Yeah, and I think what's really cool about it is, I mean, I think for the first time with
every time.
right there,
Sorry.
that was actually perfect timing from Kerrigan. No, but it's really sick seeing Simple at this level, as well as considering the last year and a half we've seen out of him, would be like questioning if he's going to be able to get back, questioning if he has it in him, if he even wants to come back. And now you give him this like 3 week boot camp after Dallas and steps into Austin, and you're like, oh God, this is not. The crazy thing is, like, him coming into this team and playing this well has activated all the rest of the skill on the rest of the team, which for the rest of the year we've been scratching our heads like, how are guys like Elige, Frozen, and Rain struggling this much to produce? Did
you expect him to elevate the players around him? Because obviously a lot of conversation was actually maybe his toxicity will be a problem, but it
Well, I think if you boot camp and you're in this as a stand-in situation just for the major at the moment, at the very least, I think you can hold that at bay. If it's a long-term thing, I think that's a conversation. But at the moment, I think Simple is just loving his life.
As much as I want to praise Simple, I mean, I feel like I have to look at the other side of the coin here, which is that it's a stark contrast from Brokey, who at times would just run into a Molotov and die. Like, I can't really understate the fact that Brokey was griefing rounds for them on a consistent basis. Simple is willing them into rounds on a consistent basis. Stark contrast.
Yeah, I think Brokey was one of those operas who struggled with the transition to CS2 a little bit and find his place and his style and how it's going to work within this new game. And obviously, Simple had a little bit of the luxury of having kind of be able to build into it without a whole lot of eyes and attention on his performances.
Now, on the other side of this bracket as well, looking at some of the other teams will be facing off in here, Pain, a team who had obviously struggled with not having their full roster, not being able to show their potential, finally got some time to go back to Brazil of all things in boot camp, and they've come in a much better team.
Ever since they signed DGT, which unanimously was heralded as a great move for Cowes. It felt like Pain was just going to be on the bad end of bad luck consistently. 2 of the 3 events that they played after getting DGT didn't even really have their full 5-man lineup. Like, their coach was playing in, they had an academy player playing in. Like, they were really having to tough out some really bad losses. And now that they've got a month off, now they're playing with their 5-man lineup, you can see that this is one of the best Brazilian cores out there.
Well, I think they're even a little bit surprised that they're playing this well as well. When you see these like celebrations, I think they're kind of like getting caught up and swept up in the moment. Because I think actually Pain is like the biggest trap team that there was, especially for like the pick'em situation because of the roster situations, the stand-in situations. But even before that, even with their rosters, they never looked great this year. Like, it's not been a beautiful year for them. So you add that onto like the stand-ins coming into this, and it was perfect storm to be like, yeah, this team's not going to do anything. And I fell into the trap as well. And now, I mean, it's just super impressive watching them win these games so far.
And NQZ is a man who's been kind of fluctuating in performance. He has been looking good, at least so far in this stage. But how important is he as like the key figure for them to have this kind of success?
I feel like we have been having this conversation for way too long about who is the next Brazilian opper up. And for the first 3-4 months of this year, it felt like that was NQZ. He had a slight dip in performance, especially when they were going through all the roster changes. But now if he's going to be playing back at the level he was for the beginning of this year, they stand a real chance to actually create some serious upsets in stage 3.
Also, I think it's pretty telling of like what Pain has been doing this year, because that conversation has also been focused on Snow for so long, considering the potential that he was talked about in the contract that, or I mean, the kind of battle to sign him to an organization a couple of years back, and he hasn't really reached that potential that we all expected. So I think going down that line, there's a couple of players that we've looked at on this team and had the very same question for, which is probably indicative of the struggles they've had.
And the last team over here in the 2-0 point who have a chance of going 3-0 is a Virtus Pro that is making me believe again.
No,
but is this a bait or is this real? Or like, what is going on, guys?
It's because just a whiplash.
I know.
It's like one event, I'm like, oh, they're trash. Next event, oh my God, they're back.
It is the most polarizing team in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. I mean, actually, you know what? For this year, they've been almost unanimously hated. But because you know that there's so much potential on the roster, that they have 3 major winners, and they, in many ways, just gimped Flamus. Like, he looks like a shell of himself. Icy looks like the scapegoat in rounds when Electronics is just yelling at him. But I don't think that a team like this is going to go and take it lying down. Like, they're going to be the ones that improve with the time off. They have a will to win. Electronic has so much to prove. Like, Egotronic is true in the sense that he's actually going to, with his ego, realize, I can't keep losing. I need to find a way to start winning. And that's what they're doing all of a sudden.
Yeah, but I'm not bought in yet. I'm not buying on this train. I'm not doing it again. You know, we had the Katowice to start the year, make the playoffs. Then they had to have the stand-in for the playoffs. That was depressing. That was like, great, thank you for this.
I know.
And then it was garbage. After that. And now we're back. And I just can't. I'm not ready yet. Qualify for the next stage, I'll get on board.
They only get excited for the super elite events.
I want to see what happens when they lose a game. If they get upset, if Pain beats them. I want to see what the response is, because that's going to be the next question. It's like, it's all good right now when you come in and you play hot in your first day and your first 2 best of ones, but when you hit some struggles, is Egotronic going to come back? Is that ego going to get a little bit too high? Is people going to start shouting? What happens there?
Very, very good point. We know what he can do. We know how he can be a distraction for his other team members.
I don't want to.
Nice way to put it, James.
I also don't want to make. I may want to make sure I'm not trying to dump like all their issues on Electronics' ego, but it has certainly been a problem in the past.
Yeah. I'm not saying you're wrong at all here, Moses. We're going to look at some of the 1-1 teams we've got in play at the same time here, and the first one I want to look at, 3D Max. These are the team that had rises. And it looked good when Body first came in, but then it felt to me like they stagnated a bit.
They stagnated, but in my eyes, they stagnated in a top 15 position, one where they should be qualifying through stage 2 here, making it to the top 16 in stage 3. And the first game versus BetBoom, it went according to plan. But the second game versus Legacy is probably why we're singing the praises of Legacy, but also why we're questioning what is going on with 3D Max. Why aren't they able to handily defeat teams that should be ranked beneath them?
I think part of the rise that 3D Max had was due to, I mean, not purely, but I think they're like kind of they feel like a very gimmicky team to me. Like the way they approach situations is very different to other teams. Like if you think back to when we started talking about them, Dust 2, they had that round, they had like 3 of them sat in the smoke on the long cross and just like jumped through to attack CT spawn. That's very unusual. So you're catching a lot of teams off guard on the rise, but now that people know that, it feels more than anything like they're one-dimensional. Like I haven't seen them been able to break out and actually play a style of Counter-Strike that can compete with the entire field. Outside of those gimmicks, I feel like they're falling a little flat.
It's like people are now aware of what's going on, right? And yeah, less surprising factor in there. For M80 was a good surprise. I personally had them down and out for this tournament. Okay, things didn't start off so well, but that comeback they showed in game 2, okay, we're cooking a bit.
Thank God. Okay, I was like, 'cause North America needed it, all right?
Spoke like a true American man.
I mean, the way that they were able to come back versus OG was, to me, unprecedented. I was watching that game, and I was just like, okay, this was the most predictable 0-2 for them after a really rocky season, but they choked away their lead versus TYLOO. It's funny that the shoe was on the other foot for a European team in OG who couldn't get it done, and you could see how much that means for the M80 guys, because really, they have absolutely nothing to smile about other than qualification for this major this season. So for them to already get a win versus an OG team that looked like it was powering up through stage 1, that is, I mean, yeah, they got to be pretty happy.
Yeah, and I would say also too, like I think if that's a more experienced European team other than OG, they probably get closed out on. But I mean, still very impressive comeback, and you have to be happy that at least that one win comes out, because now after like a devastating first map loss, you get a little bit of energy. You get something positive to talk about when you go to sleep last night.
Now, some very positive things came from the way of Bait, at least in the opening game. They were managing to take down Falcons, who everyone had as a 3-0. Obviously, we know what's happened to Falcons from here, but this was a Bait where I started to say, okay, that's a big scalp to take, and then you get absolutely rolled over doing nothing like you were doing in the first stage, going up against VP.
I mean, VP's defense in that second game was just too strong for me. I mean,
everything was too strong.
They couldn't get anything done. They were taking practically no good space across the map. This was a Bait team that unfortunately reminded me of what I saw back at the Shanghai RMR, where they're finally against the big dogs in the server and they become shells of themselves. This is not what you want from a team that looked like they had already proven themselves in stage 1, and then they regressed so badly in that second match yesterday.
If I'm the Bait coach, I'm telling the guys forget about that match, that it doesn't matter, just because I think an inexperienced team, and they've already shown great things going 3-0 in stage 1. You mentioned the online team, the online success, being able to convert that to LAN is great, but I think there's another lesson that inexperienced players have to go through, which is you have that huge win in game 1 yesterday against Falcons. There's going to be a big drop off of energy.
Hyped up, right?
Yeah, and you're probably going to feel way more confident than you should after a win like that going into it. And on some extent, when you win a huge upset in that fashion as the underdog, you feel like you've kind of already accomplished your goal for the day, right? You feel like, okay, sick. We didn't expect it. We did it. Like, that's it. That was the goal we had. And then you got VP later on the day and you're not ready for it.
And on the other side of things, when we start to look at our 0-2s, well, the big one in here is Falcons, who did lose to Bait, and then they went on to lose to Lynn Vision. My question is, they haven't taken flight so far in Austin. Is all hope lost? They're not flying other than home?
I wouldn't say that all hope is lost.
No, it's not.
But this is disastrous for them, because now they're playing with playoff pressure from day 2 of their major. That is not how they envisioned themselves going through on the first one. And also, to lose in the fashion they did to a Lynn Vision team that, yeah, I didn't think they were going to go 0-3, but they weren't going to find an upset like this. I never had that in the cards.
I think it's an extension of some of the struggles we saw from them at Dallas, that the whole plan is not coming together quite yet. That 4-on-2 they lost yesterday, the retake in the lower bomb site against Lynn Vision, that was ugly. That was one of the ugliest coordinated retakes that I've seen out of players of this caliber in a long time. So I mean, they're just a little bit shocked yesterday. I think they still have a great chance to go through. If I was a betting man, I'd say they're going to go through. I think they're going to win the 3 best-of-3s and qualify for the next stage. But here's the cool thing. A lot of pressure from day 2, but that pressure can also make this team really strong moving forward. If they are able to survive through this pressure and this kind of a situation they've put themselves in, that's going to be a really, really dangerous team in stage 3.
I can't imagine that m0NESY is going to have yet another 0.7 rating. Like, that was unbelievable. And if he does that again, like, goodbye to your conversation of being one of the world's top 3 players.
Also, I mean, I think for me, when I heard his pregame interview yesterday, and that was like the one disappointing thing for me, because it gave off like alarm bells heading into the match, where I think Frey asked him, like, have you looked into Lynn Vision? Do you know what's going to come? And he gave a kind of an answer that was like, yeah, the team sort of looked into things. I haven't really looked into much, and we'll see if they can surprise us or if they bring in. It's like, well, they did. They surprised you in a big way and in a horrible way. And now you have this devastating loss that you have to swallow and move on into the rest of the event.
Now, from Falcons, we're going to look at OG as well, because OG, obviously, we were quite hyped up around what they were able to do. I think they achieved better than what most people thought. They had that incredible first game in stage 1, but now it's a bit of a smack to reality.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know how to characterize the loss to M80. Like, they were sometimes just overlooking corners. They sometimes were just running into bomb sites. And it feels like even though utility was down, they like didn't trust their own utility. That was an OG team that just didn't look like they had the coordination that they had from stage 1. And of all the teams to do it to you, M80, like, come on. Like, I don't really think that that's the team where I'm going to be like, whoa, guys, watch out. Like, there's a lot of pressure on us here. Yeah, this was a stark contrast from what we got from OG in the first stage.
I think in some sense they've already exceeded my expectations, at least for OG in this tournament. So, you know, yeah, the M80 loss is rough, but again, like, let's see what the response is going to be. That'll be the next test for this squad, is can you actually bounce back from it?
But look who they got to face.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is no. Maybe. Maybe no.
Bye-bye.
I don't know. It is Falcons
Yeah.
at this major for whatever reason. I don't know.
Nikodas will humble Monacy? No, that's actually, I can't even say that with
He won't AWP.
I can't get that one out.
He won't AWP against Monacy?
That's true.
That might just be the winning formula.
Yeah, so Nikodas will humble Nico.
And Monacy with
Yeah.
a rifle.
No, Nico does, but Nico does not. That's what he's got to tell himself tonight.
That's pretty good.
That was quick thinking, Mario. I like that.
Exactly.
I like that. For our other team that we're going to look at here in the 0-2s is MIBR, because this is a team, like, when I look at, you got Insani, you got Lukowski now, I'm expecting more from these guys in so many situations.
I think these Brazilian teams have languished too long in mediocrity.
Yeah.
That they don't truly believe they can actually get better anymore.
No, don't say that.
I mean, it's weird because they just made it to the playoffs of Astana, where they beat Virtus Pro in a BO3. They beat G2 in a BO3. Like, they had some good wins under their belt, and then they just flounder here in the first day. And yeah, I can't really fully believe in this MIBR team. I didn't really see them as going through, but to be down 0-2, like, versus Legacy and Nemiga, those are teams at your level. Those are teams that you actually should get the better of. And the problem about all of this, huge wasted effort from Insani. The dude was still popping off on both of those games, and nobody was there to help.
And especially the Legacy losses got to really hurt. Like, the regional pride matchup that you have as well. Like, that one's rough.
And they're beginning facing BetBoom. Now, BetBoom being in the 0-2 was not on my bingo card at all. I know in stage 1, Siren obviously had this performance that was like better than he averagely did, but there's still, I'm like, you have Boomich, you have Magnajess, you have...
You were going to say Exile, weren't you?
I wanted to say Exile, but I can't say it anymore.
You just did the whole death segment for us. The little hesitation on Exile, that was everything we needed.
It really is.
Move on.
That's it. Done. BetBoom
Exile's
finished.
got to show up. He's got to wake up. I don't even know what he's doing right now.
Well, they gave me the excuse in the interview that it's like, he's not really in these roles, not in the position. Like, we don't need him to do that, but when it comes his way, he can handle it.
You know,
but it's coming his way, and he's not handling it.
I'm not buying this role crap anymore. Like, that's a scapegoat. That's like the
It's Cope
boilerplate.
because he played the same roles. It's Cope because he was a lurker and he would be a bomb site anchor before. So
also, he's been like a top 5 player in the world before. Like,
while playing bad roles.
Yeah, you're
While playing bad roles.
you're telling me he can't do it now. I don't know. Whatever.
Whatever. We'll find out if they go 0-3, and then there'll be a whatever to be explained by one member of BetBoom. Let's have a look at our schedule for today. Let's understand how things are going to be going down. TYLOO versus Lynn Vision is the opening game, into FURIA versus M80. FaZe Legacy for that qualifying spot, and then Falcons OG for elimination. It's so weird saying this. I still can't get through it.
It feels like on the other side of Falcons OG, if it's for elimination, it'd be like vitality, spirit. Yeah, no, that one definitely sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, that one, it really does. I'm obviously very pumped for the FaZe Legacy game. I want to see if Legacy can keep this going. I like the Legacy team.
And looking at our first game that we're covering here on the desk, it's Lynn Vision taking on TYLOO. Just look at this, by the way. It's like people say TYLOO's the best team because they've been winning the events, but Lynn Vision is the team that can beat them, that can take a series from them, and has successfully done it other than the last one they played against each other.
It is, for 2025, 9 maps to the 6, where Lynn Vision has the lead. They have been winning the majority of the matchups here. And yeah, you're right, James. I mean, despite the fact that TYLOO has, in like ESL Pro League, for example, shown that they can beat international opposition, in the domestic matchup, Lynn Vision actually has a leg up.
Yeah, domestic matchups always get a little bit weird, especially because the players have bounced around from different lineups and all play with each other at some point. Everyone kind of knows everything. And look, it's going to be this is another best of 1 that I wish was a best of 3, just because most of their series this year have gone to 3 maps. Like you said, 9 maps to 6. So even though the fact TYLOO's lost a ton of them, they're going deep. They're going 3 maps. They're contesting them. But another pride regional matchup between these 2 squads. What I kind of like about it, there's like a certain poetic element to it, where you know they obviously want to win, not only to win win the regional matchup and move on, of course. But when you hear like G giving interviews, you remember he's been saying this whole time, like his goal, he wants Chinese Counter-Strike to get better. He wants these teams to play well, and that's why you see Amelia, shaking their hands when they qualify for this stage as well. All these Chinese players, they want to beat each other and move on, but they also have this bigger goal of making sure that Chinese Counter-Strike is on the map.
Wow, America could learn a thing or two about that.
Yeah, I would love to see some of that pride here. I would love to see someone step up with that kind of a goal.
You guys are the pride. That's it. That's all there
I know,
is
but
for
we
North
ain't
America.
playing, James.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not on the server.
You were fragging out yesterday.
I know.
Maui still plays.
It's true.
There we go. It's possible. We can form a good team for North America using talent alone, potentially. But you picked out a round for us, Murray, right? So have a look from Amelia.
Yeah, the thing is that when you're looking at Lynn Vision games, you're not always getting the most clear-cut meta Counter-Strike. And Amelia is such a great disruptor. I've really keyed into him and how he upsets the structure of other teams. In this round versus Falcons, where they're on match point, they do a lobby crunch, and what Amelia does, unbeknownst to Falcons, is that they've done some good blocking here, but look at what Amelia does. He goes up on the roof and just shoots them right in the back. Like, there could have been a lurker on that roof. There could have been a lurker down on the floor that could have caught him or anything like that, but he's playing for the win. That's what Lynn Vision always do. They play to the win at points where it almost feels like this is a mistake. This is an objective mistake. This is too risky. You shouldn't be doing this, Amelia, but he does. And then they get wins like this versus Falcons.
Yeah, they had a really cool style against Falcons yesterday. Even their T-side nuke, like, it was very like fast-paced timings to like get a certain piece of map control and then pause it from there. And like it kind of lured Falcons into trying to get information and get plays. I don't know if it's the same style they'll bring out, obviously, with the regional matchup teams that have played against each other so much. But Lynn Vision has a really cool style of play.
They do have a really cool style of play, and they got some cool players who the Americans here actually take as some of their own. It's Call Me Sue. Call Me Sue, 39 over Falcons, the biggest win of your careers. What has the reaction been like from just the Chinese community and just the success you guys had here?
They're surprised, obviously, and then the Falcons fans were not happy about it. Yeah.
So wait a second, even though you got a Chinese team, right, and they should be supporting you, they've still got too much love for maybe Nico Monesi, I'm guessing?
Yeah, they got like much more followers, I guess.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
But there's a meme that for Nico that he just played not well in the major, like, although in the past few majors, yeah.
What has it done for your confidence, though? Does it change the way you guys are feeling coming into today?
Yeah, of course. Like, yesterday when TYLOO won against M80, we were like, God damn, we're gonna play against Falcons. It's over. It's like a horrible start. But anyways, we took the win. Now we're like more confident.
Okay. Now you have to face TYLOO. Now this is where it gets hard because you do have an impressive record against them in 2025, and you only lost the recent best of 3 to them. What gives you the advantage, maybe the edge in this matchup in particular?
So according to videos, like Dust 2 is like the map they don't play, and our strongest map is Dust 2. But it's better for us because it's BO1, so we can ban their best map as well. Yeah.
And I know you guys have friendship, but does it hurt that you have to play them? Does it make it more fun, more exciting, especially because it's on a major?
Personally, I don't want to play against them because like the team that's gonna lose, obviously, is kind of like bad for the community or the like environment, you know. Yeah. But anyways, we're still confident of like beating them again.
All right. I just want to explain this for people out there as well. I use the Chinese social media, and it is wild how even though it is their teams, the support is so hugely for Monesi and Nico as like absolute fandom that they're getting hate because they beat Falcons.
They prefer celebrities. They're just like us.
True. Funnily enough, Call Me Sue told me that meme that Chinese people have about Nico, they actually call him the shrimp because in majors, he always chokes. He always just becomes small. So it's a weird nickname because they obviously love
hardcore.
him. They love him, but then
really
they also
detailed.
recognize that he's just not the same player in majors, and we might be seeing it happen once again, unfortunately.
Shrimp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Yeah, he's had some rough ones. I usually think he does good in majors, but like the big games is when he like something.
It's usually choking in a big
right.
event, really. More.
I don't know. Like maybe it comes true today. Maybe it comes true today. I just Chinese fans. Come on, like root for your teams.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
please,
the craziest
please.
part. That I feel like if it was NRG beating Falcons, I think Jason and I would probably be pretty happy about it.
Yeah.
Like,
I'd be like, yeah, Nico is a shrimp. Like, it's fine.
yeah. Wouldn't throw it back at our team, our American team, and be like, "What are you guys doing, messing up the major?"
Yeah.
You know, we don't. We'll still root for them.
Root for your boys, China.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
Exactly.
And looking at TYLOO now, switching things over a little bit. For TYLOO, obviously, G is our fun guy to go to for everything, but it's Jam Young, actually, who has been this player that's had lights out moments, has had moments to save them through it all. He's one to get excited about, even if maybe the stats don't show it directly.
Jam Young, as Call Me Sue has also told me, is the most popular player now in China. I mean, he's so explosive. His just time to kill on entry attempts is ridiculous. Like, I actually can understand how Jam Young can get the better of somebody like Nico in a head-to-head because I actually, in terms of just moving the crosshair, like literally the speed at which he can do it, it's faster than some of the best players in the world, but it's always about the setup. It's always about, are they throwing the proper utility? Are they trading off of him well? Because he can be the biggest can opener, but they need to make sure that they finish behind it.
And I feel like in today's Counter-Strike, you need a star rifler. Like, you have to have like a really strong star rifler. They've got it in Jam Young. And then you go down the list and you saw Mozio was their top-rated player in Stage 1. You know, like you have a lot of really strong riflers on this team. And Chinese Counter-Strike is obviously upgraded tactically. So everything's looking good. Everything's looking great.
When we say how good it's looking, though, obviously one Chinese team will have to lose here. It's going to be hard, but is there a favorite in this when you've now seen the veto and you see how it goes down? Is it TYLOO because they won the last one? Is this still just going to be some crazy battle?
Okay, man.
Yeah.
Asking for a favorite in this one's so tough because the data from the series or the year so far has shown that it is slightly Lynn Vision favored. On Anubis, I feel like both of these teams haven't shown a lot. Neither team has actually beaten international or European or North American opposition on Anubis this entire year. It's basically just, they're only good at this map regionally. I'm gonna slightly favor TYLOO because I've just seen more wacky plays out of Lynn Vision on this map. Like, sometimes they get onto a bomb site and they choose not to plant and then they just push into CT spawn and I'm like, you guys know you should plant the bomb, right? And I feel like TYLOO is slightly more in the European meta, so I can just wrap my brain around it a little bit more.
Yeah, but I'm with you. I agree with everything you just said, except that in regional matchups, that all just gets thrown out the window, which is why it makes it so hard. I would edge it towards TYLOO as well for the same exact reasons that Maui has, but like this, just call it a 50-50. Call it a coin toss. Seriously.
It's a coin toss, but out of both these two teams, do you think one's more favored to make it from what you've seen, from what you're saying about playing against international opposition as well?
TYLOO's shown more over the season so far, and for that reason, to represent China, I would in some ways want TYLOO to win because I think they got the better chance to make it through to Stage 3.
All right, we'll have to see how it goes for all of it. Thank you very much for your thoughts, guys. We're moving into our opening game of the day. It's TYLOO taking on Lynn Vision after this break with Hugo and Harry.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final, and then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to plant the bomb!
Thank you
That's
very
the
much.
bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs, America.
America is losing their minds in this moment. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural
And
impact
that's why-
comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, you know, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Well, it's time for the clash of Fine China. Hugo, we're ready for this one. It's TYLOO taking on Lynn Vision in a 1-1 game. That means one of these Chinese squads going to have 2 chances to try and move in to that next stage.
In the BO3s, that is smashing indeed, Harry. And we have Anubis in this BO1, right? And that's a map we haven't seen these teams take each other on this year. 6 series between the squads going back and forth, more to the favor of Lynn Vision. But Anubis now enters the fray, and anything could happen. TYLOO may be odds favorites, but domestic derbies, Harry, they're always a delight.
Most definitely. You know, and I think both these squads as well getting a good chunk of fanfare for various reasons, right? Whether it's some of the kind of wild interviews you've had from G on the side of TYLOO. For Lynn Vision, I've seen a lot of Amelia appreciation for some of the interviews he's given as of late. Great to see everyone getting to grips with the Chinese scene a little bit more as time goes on. They've certainly made an impression here in Austin.
Yeah, you can't ignore that result yesterday from Lynn Vision, can you? Bit of an awkward stuck in the door. Attacker pays the price with his life. Blocked by his teammate, they'll hate that. Su gets picked in mid at least. 4v4 as TYLOO go back to B. But look at that bomb.
Yeah, it looked like this was going to be a bit of a ruse, but that bomb's actually coming back. Hoping to join up with Jamyoung down in dark.
Good read from Lynn Vision, 3 strong, unwavering.
And so TYLOO going to be going right into this stack. Jamyoung falls first. And G dead on that wide swing. They learn about the 3rd player now. Messiah is fully surrounded, but battles back with 2. Westmelon just charges him down. And they're getting animated early. This is going to be a very interesting head-to-head.
Yeah, there's going to be some talk back and forth, no doubt about it. A lot of familiarity across these players. Obviously, G used to play in this lineup for a while, and he is the vocal guy on the TYLOO side. But Amelia lets him know as Lynn Vision read him like a book and had that nice B stack. Window block, very awkward for TYLOO.
Yeah, right. Considering that's how the round, like, you know, that's how the round starts, with a block in the drop down. Certainly awkward. And yeah, these guys have been typing to each other for the last like 5-10 minutes. The whole time we were getting ready for this game.
Ooh. TYLOO time wasting. They got a deagle out, but not trying to force anything. A map that domestically has been successful for both teams, but internationally, different story. And a Lynn Vision who arguably found upset of the tournament yesterday. No way they get the bomb, right? No way.
They've gained a lot of ground.
Ooh,
good swing there right at the close just to stop it. That would have been a great result for TYLOO.
Yeah.
And so good awareness to deny that bomb plant, recognize what was happening, that everyone else is just kind of causing chaos while that plant's going in. And so the Glocks won't make any extra money, but this was all to serve the purpose of bringing out these guns a little bit quicker for TYLOO. As it's a bonus round now for Lynn Vision. Into the stairs smoke lobbed in, so maybe a chance for a bit of aggression here from Lynn Vision early.
Might just be setting the precedent, setting some conditioning early, so TYLOO don't get scared of the water crunch. TYLOO come right through it, and that's kind of what Lynn Vision want to a degree, because they know if they are going to play an aggressive round later in the half, TYLOO will come through that smoke and meet them right there. Oh, good block timing. TYLOO, do they want to go through? We saw FaZe just flashing through this round after round yesterday, and they're going to do the same. Starry pushed back into the bomb site. TYLOO getting closer and closer on the proximity of this B site, and we need a rotation here for Lynn Vision. Now we definitely do.
Yeah, they're feeling a lot of pressure. They've dumped all their util, dumped all their nades. Westmelon going to get out with a double. Full blind on that first. Can't take it any further, but he's kept Lynn Vision in this. They lose Call Me Sue on the smoke push. He just tries barreling in to defend this side of the map. Zaka does much the same, but far more successfully. Mercury trapped down here in dark, tries to thread the needle on this 1v2. Can't quite deal with Zaka. Lynn Vision gonna pick that one up. That's as, you know, TYLOO knocking on the door. They're breaking it down, man. They've naded open the main smoke. There's util coming in. They're splitting through dark. It's an instant pick for TYLOO. That had all the makings of it being their round.
Yeah, there was only one guy in the bomb site. It was just Westmelon. That's a kind of round you wouldn't get done with an M4, but the MP9 is perfect for the job. Stalls them out with a flashbang on con side. And Zaka coming through the smoke as well as Sue. Lynn Vision keep the pressure on. They keep the game flawless. CT Anubis round's hard to come by, but Lynn Vision starting very strong right now. Eager to fight, but they see a deagle. They won't overpeak. TYLOO realize even if they do want to go for A, they kind of have to push something back on this B bomb side. Mercury fakes some steps in the water, and then they go back for what must be an A execute. Well defended by Lynn Vision. 2 in the bomb side right now, and even that third rotation feeling like this one's a little bit too quiet.
I mean, now the rest of Lynn Vision starts spilling in. They've got more than enough bodies here to stop this. Util takes even more space off of TYLOO. And G might have done a lot of damage, but it's not going to help him. The CT side is off to a great start for Lynn Vision. I mean, 4 rounds already on this CT half. That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, TYLOO going to have to dig pretty deep with this first gun round. Still haven't had an AWP for G. Lynn Vision just playing some really standard rounds, not focusing too much on mid control or doing setups there just yet. They've been 3 in the correct bomb site near about every time. These A main nades are harassing TYLOO. TYLOO need to take mid control in one of these gun rounds because it's right now completely open. Just Sue spotting. Mid molly comes in. Defaults are cautiously slow for TYLOO, but we hit them in at market.
Yeah, but
Lynn
Vision are in a position where they're about to go for aggression over here on A, right? They've been 3 strong on this side of the map for a while. You can see them starting to make moves now. And so this play in towards B gets torn through, and this isn't even the bulk of the play for Lynn Vision. Messiah dead in the back line, and TYLOO, this round crumbles away from them. They won't even make a dent. Just Jam Young left, 4 players to find, and he can't find anything.
Loving the hype as well for Amelia, right? They know this opportunity. It's how you set the stakes coming into the game, Harry, talking about how, you know, one Chinese team will just be a match from that next stage of the major. With 2 BO3 chances to progress. And yeah, it's going to cost your friend, your foe in your domestic team. But that's a huge milestone for the Chinese scene to imagine one of these rosters could make a deep run here at the major, maybe even both. Right now, Lynn Vision making a compelling case for it. 5-0, and these rounds haven't been necessarily close for TYLOO. Nice! They've had the reads, they've had the stacks, the aggression not even needed there, but nice to see Lynn Vision showing it. TYLOO just by eco, yet to get on the board.
It's looking like another good read from Lynn Vision as well, right? 3 strong over towards this B site. Feels like wherever TYLOO have gone, they're running into numbers. And this round is no exception. It's another quick cleanup from Lynn Vision.
Super clean, man, and yeah, I don't think TYLOO are making a lot of noise on the map right in these gun rounds. That seems to be a bit of a problem, right? Even puffing up your chest in middle and feigning some mid control can keep 2 players temple camera side, keep them occupied, allow a pack on your team, 3 players to go and take space elsewhere. The whole map is quiet, and TYLOO just walk into bomb sites with execute or contact plays. So no surprise Lynn Vision are ready. We need more chaos from TYLOO if they're going to catch Lynn Vision sleeping, who are now getting very confident, pushing into B main. Westmelon not been spotted, just going to hide out here. Attacker aware of the possibility, but he doesn't know for sure. And so this is a huge amount of real estate to free up players to play A again. And look at TYLOO on that mini-map. You could split it in 2. They're all water side. This is, again, TYLOO going into the stack.
Even though Mercury's kind of posturing like he wants to try and take Dark, it's not a position where TYLOO would ever look to go B from, right? They just don't have any control there.
And he's done this a couple times where he runs close con and then walks all the way back. But as I've been saying, there's no one playing middle.
Yeah.
There's no one getting this info. You're not lying to anyone. You may believe you've sold Lynn Vision a lie. They haven't even heard you. No trade here. Amelia, easy kill for him. TYLOO getting squeezed.
They've gone back and taken some room over towards B, which does now give them the option to change their mind. But there's only 20 seconds left here. They're leaving it down to the wire.
They won't
as
be
that
ready
bomb
for
tries to regroup over in Dark. Mercury just selling the A play. Gonna fall immediately. Westmelon can hear the last few footsteps, but he can't do anything about it. So that's an important opener from Attacker to bring TYLOO in with a plant.
Really awkward timing for Westmelon to leave main as they get there at 10 seconds. So he's out of position and just gets clotheslined. This has given TYLOO a chance now. 3-on-4 in the post plant. They've got to remain aware of the flank at all times. Amelia taking a long time to get in position. Jam Young is considering this, but he's going back and forth. He's uncertain, and as players enter the site, this one's coming crumbling down. G has no idea what's behind him. He can hit all the shots he wants, but Amelia backstab secures the round for Lynn Vision.
Yeah, I mean, Amelia being there on such a slow timing just gave Lynn Vision the ultimate safe blanket, right? As soon as G's fired his first shots, they know they're going to win this round. There's no way he's ready for someone that late on the long route. And so even in these rounds now for TYLOO, this is where it starts to feel really problematic. Even in the rounds where you do successfully dodge the stack, where you do pull the resources away, and you hit the under-defended site, you haven't been able to close it out. You haven't made a dent on this T half yet. Already 7 rounds behind. And this is on the tougher half here on Anubis.
Yeah, this is brutal right now. It's getting concerning for TYLOO. With how well read this game has been from Lynn Vision. And at round number 8, the TYLOO finally take the mid-doors control, a position they haven't even looked at in this game so far. This is about the furthest they've gone in middle. Su spotting from A, triple B for Lynn Vision, bit of room getting taken, and this is the chaos that TYLOO need to make Lynn Vision concerned. Look at their reaction. They pull a player back to CT spawn. Zaka picks it up from the temple with a camera smoke. He knows they're coming his way. Gets caught on the stairs, still gets a kill and a half. Lots of damage done, but TYLOO are in the back line.
They are super wounded. G gonna knock out one of these A players. Amelia dead. Call Me Su was just walking back through the spawn, so for now he's kind of locked out of this A site. TYLOO gonna have themselves a plant, but as mentioned, low HP on Mercury and Messiah. He's tried to take this one real slow, knowing he's low on health. Means he's got to use everything he can at his advantage, and it's through out-positioning Starry that he picks up that one. Mercury gonna catch another out through the heavens, and Westmelon arriving just far too late here in this 1v3. There's no way for it to go. And so finally, in round 8 of play, TYLOO get their first on the board.
Yeah, they just get some actual 1v1s, right? Some actual, normal fights, and aren't just going into full stacked bomb sites with crossfires, with multiple positions at play. TYLOO able to isolate Lynn Vision players. Get in the game. It's not too late. 5 is best case scenario.
It's just nice because, like, kind of exactly like you're saying, right? Like, they didn't have a lot of these very important map control areas. They were 5-manning bomb sites a hell of a lot, and that becomes, like, frustratingly easy for Lynn Vision then to maneuver around the map. They're never scared of lurkers. The whole change of tide in this round was actually caused by the slowdown from TYLOO and catching those Lynn Vision guys as they start moving around the map to try and react. That was how Messiah got his kill waiting over towards A. That was also how G was able to kind of turn around and open up that A play in the first place once they get in a temple. And so that was a far better looking round from TYLOO. It's just come very late in this game.
Yeah, and now you wonder, like, can you keep doing that? Can you just walk out mid, or will Lynn Vision play a flash setup in the doors? That could be an easy answer here for Lynn Vision. They have an AWP with a spawn, so that might be even better. Zaka heads towards B instead, changes his mind. And Lynn Vision not concerned about mid and don't need to be. It's TYLOO dropping into water early.
Oh, there's a good bit of tempo on this round, isn't there? Playing through, Messiah needs the transfer. Not able to get it, and so this B site withstands the TYLOO hit. A change of tempo doesn't set Lynn Vision off. Backstab for Starry. Fantastic read of the situation. He plays through their own lurk smoke. Just Jamyoung remains from this up-tempo round.
Could nade him, but lost his timing.
TYLOO run real fast into the brick wall of Lynn Vision.
Can't blame them for wanting to try something different. Speeding up. A decisive call, dropping quick into con. But that's an insane sequence from Starry. The fact that he goes out and clears the bomb the second time around by walking through their own lurk smoke. Lynn Vision playing lights out right now, and Jamyoung is just waiting for nothing. The door is closing. Amelia is coming in on another flank. He should have this one dead to rights. 8-1 for Lynn Vision. It's not even a contest right now. Now TYLOO have to kind of buy the screams fast play. Boost up in middle, perhaps someone could walk up while the cover is there. Jamyoung moves in, anti-flash. And Su's got his eyes on the prize. Last time got smoked up on camera. This time gets the info. Trying to block. TYLOO going up and over. Okay, they're walking back. That means they have to hit a bomb site quick. While resources are dedicated to middle, TYLOO have got to make a play. They've got a 3-on-2 at this B bomb site. They like those odds. Then Vision re-clearing mid right now. Now's your chance, TYLOO. Now you got to go.
Yeah, window's starting to close on this B play. Zaka with a missed shot to open. Now Pinsid just looked for one more before they strike him from the tally. That's nice for Westmelon. Beautiful little transfer there to find the double and keep Lynn Vision in this. Plant found in the downtime. Amelia gonna have to slow down a little bit because Call Me Sue's on a big wrap all the way through middle. That kill just gets given over for free. G on a swing out. Leaves this now solely on the shoulders of Jamyoung.
They're still really slow.
Both of them Vision players, yeah, kind of playing on the extremities here. This is wasting precious time. This is no longer an impossible clutch for Jamyoung. Molly on the bomb. There is a smoke deployed, and Jamyoung's covered. It's going to be real close, but Lynn Vision stick the landing on that retake, and they lock Jamyoung out of the clutch.
Yeah, no luck about it.
No.
All skill. These retakes are super clean right now for Lynn Vision. The slow creep behind B main. I thought that was too late, but they got a smoke for the bomb. His molly negated, and the cover is excellent. Lynn Vision playing fantastic right now, playing off each other really well. Even in the couple of times where TYLOO have caught them out of position in this map, Lynn Vision have still known when to slow the round down and play late. They're not letting TYLOO make this game chaotic.
Yeah, not at all. Lynn Vision have been super active. They're constantly making moves. They're always piecing these rounds together. For TYLOO, it's felt a little flat. Something's turned a little sour on TYLOO's Anubis, right? You think back to like when we saw this team internationally earlier in the year, and this was one of their go-tos. They had some super legit results on this map, but here at the Major, it's not been a nice time for TYLOO on Anubis. If you remember, their stage 1 run opened with NRG dominating them on this map. Then they faced a near repeat loss to FaZe just yesterday.
Yeah, Lynn Vision definitely seem to know what they're up against. That much is clear. Oh, what an angle. And he gets a dink on the third. You can't really ask for more. Every player of Lynn Vision, when asked to perform, puts up high impact.
Dude, Westmelon's been a beast. Constantly getting away with like these 2.5 kills, essentially, right? Jamyoung is so injured, so wounded. A nade can knock him out of the round here. That's an important punish on Astari. A lot of util went into getting that kill, but here's another one of these flying, something that has been a constant threat that Lynn Vision have always had. Courtney Sue misses that opportunity, though, and G gets out. Now that's him and Jamyoung both wounded, but still in the fight.
Winnable.
Zach is not going to be afforded a peek here out through dark. He's going to have to bring the fight to them. And Amelia dead on the cross out from the spawn. It's all eyes on this AWP. And with so much time having ticked off this bomb, it's not a world for Zaka to win this. Second player down in dark will seal the deal on that round.
Wow, that's a crazy round for TYLOO to win, considering how it starts. The double kill and the dink on the third player. And still TYLOO managed to squeeze it out. Whiffed flank for Sue, doesn't do any favors, and great util for TYLOO to flush out Starry from his position. Okay, they weren't heavy B at the start of the round, but still felt like Lynn Vision could have slowly closed that one out, as they so often have in these retakes. TYLOO, a chance for a third. They'll take what they can get right now. Again, Westmelon in this position. He's got it so early. Oh, he's going to clear it with a flash. Perfect play.
I mean, attacker's seen that one before, right? So this time the flash to help him clear it. Amelia wins the fight out though on the extremities. Sire fed to him. That's an important trade for G on the AWP.
They don't want to jump the gun, right? They don't want to. They're so split right now. They have to slow group. That being said, Lynn Vision aren't panicking either. They are still staying 3B, trying to believe in this setup. At some point, they're going to have to go for info. And Mercury is banking on it. Lynn Vision, you got the rounds to risk it. So I like this freeze, but TYLOO are walking into a main. Mercury finally selling this with more than just footsteps. We're on.
Yeah, it's a good reaction, right? Just to keep two players there to deal with Mercury. You get this 3-on-3. You don't have a player in the back line to worry about. But they are going to be slow to arrive here. And with camera just getting re-smoked, that's going to waste even more time off the clock. Alternatively, it's going to force a bit of a weird grouping for Lynn Vision. All three players coming out through heaven. Thankfully, TYLOO haven't really played for this space, so they will be allowed to close the distance here. But a lot of time ticked off this bomb already. They've got to move swiftly, and Jam Young up close. Support from the G Orb. TYLOO looking to chain together 2 rounds to close out this half. They'll scrape by with 3 rounds on their T side, but right now it's Lynn Vision in full control over Anubis. Eyes open and looking towards Lynn Vision because they are storming the board right now. 9 rounds found on their CT half of Anubis. It wasn't right till the end of that first half. TYLOO really got much done in that T side. It was on the back of some mid control, taking the pace out of it a little and finally throwing some fakes the way of Lynn Vision. They were able to get anything accomplished in that T half. Well, now they're going to switch things over to the CT side. The pistol round here is a requirement for TYLOO. If they don't pick it up, Lynn Vision are sprinting towards the finish line.
It's been a beautiful game from Lynn Vision. Undeniable result so far on that CT side. Perfect stacks, lots of individual highlights, some really well-founded retakes as well. TYLOO in a world of hurt, and it might get worse if Lynn Vision just strut their stuff into this empty A bomb site. There is not a kit in this round. And Lynn Vision seem to have the read. Doing their due diligence, making sure no flank is coming out. And this smoke will block TYLOO. The question they have to answer is, do we want to go through?
This is already such a strong post plant for Lynn Vision to have. I'm struggling to see a world where TYLOO can break through here. They've taken so much space, but fighting out towards the spawn, giving away a kill would have been a tantalizing prospect for TYLOO on this retake. Instead, they're not able to punish Starry, who gets out. He lives to tell the tale, tries to hang around and keep fighting for this control and will get knocked out. This is the Wild West on this retake, and TYLOO pulling up with more guns, get the job done. It's just Zaka left to beat. No one on that defuse yet. They finally hop on it. It's the 10-second stick, and the rest of the gang chase down that lone player over in main.
Yeah, it's close. They get it, though. No kit, no problem. TYLOO flood that A-bomb site. And at least they get given the chance to compete in this game after that pistol. It felt like it was about to be ripped out of their hands with no one controlling that site. But all part of the plan for TYLOO. And a chance in this BO1 now handed over. No surprise to see Lynn Vision forcing here, feeling very confident after that CT side. Bank of rounds to play with. Two Khalils. And already interested in this B-bomb site, so it looks going towards that con smoke. Mercury in a dangerous position, re-smoking, but they are already through that. He's going to find out the hard way. Ooh, that's not pretty. Backing up his attacker, they're flooding the bomb site right now. Everybody here for Lynn Vision. They break in with a statement. 2 entry kills. How do TYLOO save this? They don't.
The aggression out of Westmelon really drives it home. And even though guns have been picked up here, 2 on 4, you're going for this retake out of desperation. Messiah keeps them interested, keeps them believing that TYLOO can turn this one around. Jam Young the next to play, but a lot of time ticked off this bomb already. Swing out onto Jam Young. Messiah discovered, known about, and spammed to death. That is a huge win from Lynn Vision on the force buy.
Yeah, it's something that TYLOO could never do, right? Could never replicate in that T side. A quick B approach surrounding the bomb site and getting the entries cleanly. Lynn Vision do it on their first force, and they make it look so easy. You get a 5-on-3 like that. How are TYLOO supposed to recover it?
Let's fucking go!
Job's not done. TYLOO very broke right now. But winning this round all but wins you the game.
I mean, TYLOO are feeling a lot of pressure here, right? Kind of feels like gambling is your best bet. They're going to bring 4 players in towards this A site, leaving B to the one-man hold. And Lynn Vision are leaning back towards this A site right now. The best chance TYLOO have is if Lynn Vision commit into this 4-man hold.
Dirty setup as well. The high-low and then the scout in heaven to draw him in. Those pistols and MP9s up close could be lethal here for TYLOO. They're going to force the play though. Flash in. It's 4 blind on 3 players, but they get the cubby in time. And then the kills expire for TYLOO. They had their chance and now it's gone. 10 means 11. As attackers not winning this. And TYLOO might just be forcing down for the rest of the game. Either decision is a horrible one to have to make.
I mean, Lynn Vision have come into this matchup with a point to prove. This is a familiar match for both of these squads. Good degree of familiarity in a head-to-head in which, even though it's been split historically, Lynn Vision have looked good in as of late. TYLOO, I mean, you don't even really know what the right choice to make is here. I guess they're just going to play for the 1 rifle round they're going to get to have in this CT half.
I respect it.
There's just, you know, worlds between them and Lynn Vision in this match. Not even close to having entertained the idea of a comeback. There's just not been a lot of fight in TYLOO here. It took them too long on that T side to kind of figure out the ebb and flow of this game. Constantly walking into stacks with just set-piece eggs. And so Lynn Vision looking to have 8 chances to get this game over and done with.
Just been an utter dismantling from Lynn Vision today. They looked good against Falcons, but TYLOO were never in this game. TYLOO have never had a chance. Can't point to 1 round and say that's the reason this is 11-4. No, it's all the rounds. Lynn Vision look to finish what they start on this B-bomb side into the stack. I have no fear for them. And they actually spotted out, maybe deciding to bail completely. Seeing a couple more players in this position. But the kills are just going to keep coming. Oh, getting a little scared.
The hold's gone surprisingly well. Jam Young able to get armed, but tries to fight them over in main. And the patience is a virtue there for Lynn Vision.
Here we go. 8 chances, 1 round. That's all it's going to take. It doesn't feel like there's a hope in hell for TYLOO in this game. And that will put Lynn Vision a single BO3 away from the top 16 of a major.
Oh, it looks like it might just end with one of these B hits. Lurk smoke lobbed in. Everyone from Lynn Vision playing on the other side of it. because of how many chances you have and just how much you're playing from the front right now, you can get away with any type of call. You want to try a couple of rush rounds. You want to try and get this over the line and just a dominant brawl in at the B site. Well, you've got the room to do so. They open, lined up over in main. And Jamyoung on this rotate gonna thin the herd even further. It's just Zaka left up. 1 versus 3 though, he will be on his way to a bomb plant. Not impossible here, has that bomb to play around. And it looks like he wants to try and knock out some TYLOO players on their build up into this retake, but that smoke spam has brought him down low. Zaka now makes a play. Going through his own smoke in at Temple, he's traded places. Messiah keeps his wits about him and considers that the entire time. For now, TYLOO will live to fight another day. Still more rounds to be played. They'll deal with that B hit, but that was a very stripped back round from Lynn Vision. That comes with the freedom of having 8 chances to close this out. That's now down to 7.
Yeah, no celebration for TYLOO after that one. It is a long and treacherous road back into this game. And like you said, Lynn Vision just have the breathing room to make a play like that. You do wonder, you know, what level of preparation Lynn Vision came into this game with, because they were crediting Gum after the Falcons game saying, yeah, he had a very short turnaround time between those, you know, BO1s to come up with a game plan to prep Falcons on Nuke, and he was right about 80% of the time, they said. It's quite a statement if Lynn Vision can watch a couple of demos of Falcons and read them coming into a major. And it showed the results, didn't it? Falcons with a shot to win that game, but ultimately fall short. And now sitting 0-2 on the day. So if they can prep for a team like that, you damn well know that Gum can prep for a team they're familiar with already, a team they already played throughout the year 6 times, 6 matches between these squads in 2025. And this is the most important yet.
It's a wild opening, just a gift of an opener for Lynn Vision. And they're going to follow through with this momentum. Another B hit. This time, though, it's far cleaner. Is this the beginning of the end? TYLOO just down to 2. And Lynn Vision have no reason to overextend, no reason to give anything away in this post-plant. Starry even hears this rotate. And so Lynn Vision are right there on this finish line. All that's left to do is cross it. A shockingly lights out performance from Lynn Vision in this matchup. And what started as a pipe dream is now within vision for Lynn Vision. They've got 2 chances to go in to that next stage after taking down TYLOO here.
Yeah, if they can do it, if Lynn Vision could just take 1 more BO3, that will put them in the top 16, a feat not accomplished by a Chinese team since TYLOO in 2018. So that would be quite a run for Lynn Vision, and it feels like it is absolutely within reach. They've been playing some fantastic CS, an underdog coming into the previous stage, let alone here in stage 2, and taking down some top dogs, plus their domestic opponent, TYLOO. Disappointing day from them as they come in very cold to the server in this BO1.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a great matchup, this one, for Lynn Vision throughout the course of this year, but you're dead on. The stakes are entirely different now, right? Like, this is the most important match, this most important head-to-head between these 2 squads that they've had to play. And for Lynn Vision, you can't imagine the comfort they felt when they saw they drew TYLOO, squad that provably they've been able to beat over the course of this year. And I think that reflected in the gameplay. That was fantastic stuff from Lynn Vision for a dominant win.
I've got the coach of Lynn Vision with me, Gum. And Gum, this looked like a pretty comfortable game for you, but you seem kind of relieved, you know, now this one's over. Talk to me just the emotions you're feeling right now after getting this win against TYLOO.
Like, it's very tired. There's 2 days. The reason 2 days I have only slept like in 5 hours in total.
Oh my God.
Yeah, last night.
Okay?
Yeah, so I need to go to bed right after, you know.
Yeah, you definitely need to sleep.
Yeah, last night I took only 1 hour sleep. So because we need to prepare, this is such a important event for us.
Yeah.
And this match is very meaningful for us.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have to like put all my energy for this one.
You really are as well, dude. You have to sleep some more for sure, but you seem to be preparing a hell of a lot for these guys, right? You haven't played Anubis at all against TYLOO in 2025.
Okay.
Obviously, coming into this, right, was there some extra preparation? Because they play it quite a lot. Was there some extra work you were able to do that made this win look so good for you guys?
A little bit, I think. First of all, actually, we play a lot of maps. We have bootcamp. I think you have asked me when we have the bootcamp. We have bootcamp in Los Angeles, like for about 10 days. So we have practiced a lot of maps, quite a lot of times, I mean. But this time, because the match format is best of one, and we do not have the opportunity to actually to pick some maps we like. And most of the team actually they let us to play our best map. That's too though like in stage 1, we played quite bad, especially in like clutch situations. That's so bad, which is intolerable, you know. But we actually prepared well enough for this event.
It seems like you're very well prepared, and the amount of time you're telling me where you're not sleeping, you're putting that in as well. Is that why you were able to get like the key victory over Falcons? Do you feel like you're just preparing better and getting enough notes, maybe more than anyone else?
Oh, Falcons? Actually, it's only took me 2 hours. So.
Okay,
yeah.
That's not too bad. They were easy to read?
Yeah, actually.
Oh, wow.
For TYLOO, because they have a lot of stress and we know them, so I have to, like, this match is actually much more important for us.
Yeah, okay.
And for, like, all the fans in the world, and especially in China, you know?
Of course, of course. Well, you've done fantastic work. Go get some sleep. I'm worried about your health, so he needs some rest, and we'll keep things moving.
Lynn Vision here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and Gum's going to take a nap, so kicking ass is all that's left. That's a dominant victory over the regional rivals.
That is a great interview.
It is a lovely interview.
I love getting to peer into what's going on in the Chinese camps. I mean, like, we don't necessarily get the most in terms of intel from that space. I mean, I feel like they're doing most of their work for Chinese social media. So any little bits and pieces we can gather to learn that he only took 2 hours to set up Falcons
that's so
in
cold.
a success. That was good
That
stuff.
one actually wasn't bad. That's not the one that caused me lack of sleep. It was a little afternoon.
It was playing TYLOO that caused him to actually have to stay up all night.
It's kind of crazy. I'm kind of like just shocked about it all. He definitely deserves a rest after getting another important win, but they should have longer time today, right? He sleeps now until the next matchups come in, and it should be fine.
I mean, you can't even prepare for anything right now. I mean,
unless
you're going to make notes for every single team, you don't even know who you're playing yet. So good.
And that would
and
take more than 2 hours. Yeah,
Oh, of
go
course.
take your nap, young man.
Yes. We love that for Gum. We love that for him.
Maui, you picked out round 5 from us, so let's have a look at this one.
Sure. This is what I mean when it's off meta, okay? Like when we keep saying that Chinese teams play off meta, like they're playing a double E-box setup, and that's great. You get a double kill, but what do most teams do, Jason, when you get a double kill on that map?
Yeah,
you
don't
chill. You chill, you relax, but instead, Lynn Vision, they force the issue. They full send it at A main, and I think they already had that play ready to go, but even European teams, North American teams, when they get the double kill, will probably be like, oh, let's not push. Like, we don't need to keep going there.
Or they'd be a little bit slower about it, more cautious, not like the full sprint to the back of canals.
Exactly. But there was also some great star power in this game, James.
We need to get into some Zaka star power as well, right?
I mean, James, you're the one that's telling me stuff
you
about
have
this
the
guy.
Zaka info.
Okay, so the little bit of info that I was given from some of the Chinese commentators, right? And this is wild. So TYLOO didn't take Zaka when they had the chance 7 years ago because he was considered to be a hacker online.
Wow.
So then Lynn Vision gave him the opportunity to play as a pro, prove himself as not being it. And now look how they've been able to do it. And people might forget, but Zaka was the star rifler before he had to take the AWP. He had to take the AWP because G left the team. And now he's just shining in any role, whatever he can do, and he looks great.
It's the story of so many pros, James, starting out as an online hacker. Nobody believes you, nobody trusts you.
No, they didn't actually hack. They were called that. They were accused that.
Yeah. And then you come to LAN and you just batter them a little bit.
You show them what's up, right?
It's just a classic evolution of a Counter-Strike player. Like, no one's going to trust you till you get to LAN. It's why we frequently don't reference online results when we talk about games of Counter-Strike, is because LAN is the only house that matters. And look at the way the boys are getting hyped up.
I'm becoming a Lynn Vision fan. I love the energy that we're getting from him. Amelia brought it in the server today too. I mean, he's saying stuff in 2 languages at bare minimum here. I love it.
Preparation is key. Preparation is what gave them success. Let's see how far Lynn Vision can go. But for now, we're going to a break, and when we come back, it's FURIA taking on M80, and it's quite a spicy matchup across this year. You guys had a fantastic opener against Lynn Vision, then a heartbreaking almost comeback against Pain. Was it a frustrating loss in the way that it went down?
Yeah, there was a little bit frustration because that the game, like when you see the game, we played better, but we had a lot of mistakes. It's hard. It hurts a little bit when you see the round, when you see how it went. But yeah, I think we saw the things and we fix. So in practice you do a lot of things and you don't see the things that we see in tournaments. So we played 2 tournaments. I think with the team 2-3 tournaments. So yeah, we are trying to fix those things and be more calm and those things.
A lot to learn, a lot to grow from here. Now, you faced M80 last time at the Blast Open Lisbon qualifiers, and it was a crushing loss for you. I remember the pictures, I'm sure you've seen it, right? It was so sad, there was a lot of emotion in it. But this is a different FURIA right now, but is there still some motivation, some extra fire for you guys? Like, okay, now we got to show them.
Yeah, of course. That game, I remember that we were losing a lot of games, and that game we need to win. So for me, it was hard to lose that game. And now we think we can ease if we do our game, of course. But yeah, I think we need to be ready to do the things that we are doing in practice, the things that we prepare. So yeah, we need to win today, every game, personally.
Rek, you guys were 12-6 down against OG, and it was looking like you were going to go 0-2 for the day. But then you pulled off not just the comeback, but the OT win. So you got to explain this to me. Like, how were you guys able to do that, keep your mental strong? Because if I'm being honest, normally this is where M80 falls down.
Honestly, I think it's just with how much we've played together. We just have that resilience, have that belief in our game. We know we can play a lot better than we're showing. So as long as we actually show it and do it like we did in the OG game, we brought it back, and then the confidence kept rolling, and we just were able to pull through.
How important do you feel that win was, and just the way you won, to just your success you can have now in other games?
Yeah, I think we all knew it, but we just need that one win, and now our confidence is here, and we're here to play. So very confident now going forward.
You say you're here to play. You've got FURIA. It seems like you will always play them in some way if you guys are at the same tournament. Last time around when it was Lisbon, you guys managed to get the win, and I know that was a super important one for you guys for many reasons, but it's a very different looking FURIA right now. What do you expect from this game?
Honestly, we're just going into the same as we always treated them. They're good players. We know they're a good team, so we know how they play, and we've been reviewing them, and we're confident as ever now, especially with this win. So we're here to show it and prove it. We're here to make stage 3.
A very matter-of-fact and kind of confident interview there. M80 versus FURIA about to go down. Hugo, give me your thoughts on this one. Do you think they're fair?
I think they're pretty favorable for FURIA, and kind of fair enough with the recent results. Yeah. But I want to see if M80 rather can punch like they can talk, right? Like coming in confident into this game in a match that they've won before. And in fact, that they won last time, as James said, back in Lisbon. So yeah, I'm not too sure this M80 team. They've been waning obviously ever since Malbs left, but on paper, I like the pieces. They just don't always perform. That comeback against OG yesterday was very impressive. That's one thing. 12-6 down on Ancient T side, managed to force overtime and win out the game. So that was a reassuring look for M80 at least. But talk of reassuring, and we talk of this new FURIA project, because man, they not only came out with a great honeymoon in Astana, making it to the playoffs, getting a map off of Team Spirit on the stage as well, one of the only teams to do it. but even here, right, coming through yesterday, dismantling Lynn Vision, the shame was falling around short to Pain, but they can make up for it here against M80.
Oh, and they're looking to start us off with a bang. Straight into this B play. But ready to receive M80, fast flanking through lower. Swisher biding time at the back of the site. Goes looking, can't find a thing. Clean pickup for Fallen. It's going to come down to a retake to open up this pistol.
Oh, look at them go.
FURIA look like they want to make moves. They get aggressive, playing out through the doors. Serato slips into the front lines and battles back against M80. Blake's still trapped over in tunnels as well, only just making a move now. He gets double swung. And so FURIA pull up with a pistol round and a furious pace on that B hit.
Ooh, no survivors. Very cheeky post-part move to not only push 2 through the door, but have a window player as well baiting for them. That really ruined any chance of the retake there for M80. And one thing that's been really good, it shouldn't really surprise you here, is that even though Fallen's changed roles, he's given up the AWP, he's rifling now, he's anchoring on CT sides, his pistols are still as good as ever as an individual. Great clear backside. That was the kill that broke FURIA into the round. Ooh, Molotov's even hit the cross shot on Slacks as well, so this force buy starts strong for FURIA. Say that Wreck has hit the timing of dreams, but doesn't know Yakinda was right round the corner. Pre-aims too far. 5 on 4. And flash into middle. M80 come running, and FURIA somehow in trouble. This cat support means that Yuri can't really swing this easily, and the scout's missing his shots as well. Forced out by the Molotov. Hello, we gonna kill this guy or what? Oh my god, he's somehow alive. Until Yuri has better ideas. Finding the cat player. Lake's still here, but low health on him and Slacks.
There were a lot of ways this round could have got weird. A lot of ways it kind of did get weird, but FURIA looking to have stabilized. Finally, on the 3rd time of trying, Lake will be dealt with.
Took way too many bullets. Molotov just warming up, we'll say. And FURIA get out with 3 guns surviving, so it's not all bad here.
Okay, I mean, we can double it. You can go 3. You can go 3, friend. Hey, I do this. We have 3 USBs.
Oh, he's done it again.
It's a good thing about having 2 English-speaking squads as well. We're always going to have stuff to listen to.
Yeah, true.
Sentence I'm still not really used to saying when FURIA are playing.
Yeah.
But it's growing on me.
Oh, clean them up. Certainly don't let them grab hold of those AKs. Fallen's on pistols. Here's a gun back and long. Should probably just go for that for economy. Lake has the same idea. Where's it gone? Yoink. Want to see this game plan for M80 on CT side Dust 2. It's a tricky place to be. They're going to try and disrupt FURIA, play an aggressive CT side, get up on catwalk, fight mid, or are you going to offer FURIA the respect of some of these individuals and play standard, safe setups? And the eco's going just fine. Molotov gets on the board with 2.
Real laser focus from both squads at the start of this one. No, not their celebrations yet on the end of this little streak after the pistol. Been waiting for the guns to come out. Slacks gets his AWP now as well for M80. And Molodoi won't have his yet for the side of FURIA. So if there was a time for Slacks to get to flex a little, it's in this round. FURIA set their sights on long control. That's why there's this exchange of util over towards Cat, and when you see, you know, nades getting traded back and forth like that, it does galvanize the belief that long should be a little more free. There was a lot of util spotted over on short. So they'll get out, they'll get this control, and have that early staging platform to go for the A hit.
This is a big clear, but Lake's not going to get away with it. Yuri defends the tunnels, and M80 just have to win on this long cross. Rek dodges the flashes pretty well, and appears through the smoke with a kill. This round falls apart now for FURIA. They've gone away from Fallen, and he needs results. Orb found, picked up by Fallen. He goes hunting into the site. Lots of damage. Sin survives. 2 on 3 now. They can still bail back to that B bomb site, but they've got to be decisive. Bomb making it through spawn. Yuri getting stalled out here in the middle. But if he can keep attention from this player, he can keep a path for Molodoi to run into B. Faking steps up catwalk right now. M80 don't know where this one's going. Molodoi has a chance to win the round. Even one kill from Yuri could go a long way. But now it is all the young Kazakh in a 1v3.
All right, he's armed with the scout. 2 of these players are wounded. This scout hits like an AWP on those 2. Yuri dies so that Molodoi could get that bomb planted. An immediate tag, but Molodoi out for revenge. First shot lands, he goes back in for a little bit more. Oh my God! Molodoi, 1 left to find, and he can't quite get his bearings. It is one hell of a swing and a miss for Molodoi, so close in that 1v3. This guy is quick with it, but snuffed out in the clutch. M80 with the guns in hand, get out with that first rifle round.
Fantastic shots, right? They show the kind of player that this guy is. What a save on that first kill when he gets dinked, but didn't get the info on on Sin's position, rather, and just gets caught while re-clearing middle. Very nice try for the young player. But M80 are on the board, albeit a costly round. Slacks' AWP is back. Now Molodoi's got that upgrade. Messy spray. Somehow Rek wins it. Kinder committed to long. There's an AK there somewhere. Here. Miss smoke in middle blocks Molodoi's line, but no one in mid to fight anyway.
I mean, look, if Carrigan were here, he'd be letting FURIA know that was an anti-long pop around. That's why your Kindar just falls. 2 players fighting, 1 barreling through the corner smoke. And even the option of supportive flashes, they ended up not being needed. So that's given M80 a leg up here. When you go heavy on long, you go a little more lax over here on mid. And that's given this control up to FURIA and allowed them to get up the catwalk.
That's by design. M80 are more than happy with that. They'd love a cat cross. Slacks has the AWP. Pixarata making it into spawn is essentially meant to be smoke on his own. He can cut off this rotate. FURIA have the chance for a 3-on-2 inside of this B site.
Oh, Swisher actually makes a play early. Coming through the window, he's cut the bomb away from FURIA. Lake just has to hold on as Yuri battles for the control out through tunnels. His teammate is in the back line, and Yuri will fall Nothing accomplished here. Queserato dead in the spawn. M80 with a convincing follow-up round. They get out with 5 players standing. And they deal with that out there. Mid to B from FURIA.
The kills are nice, but the round winner is whoever offers or asks for the flash there, going over the door, flying out the window, and actually forcing the opening kill onto FURIA on that play. If you let them come through the choke point, maybe they just sweep up on the B bomb site. They had 3 players trying to split, but M80 break the push up from FURIA, catch them full blind, and answer that question pretty quickly, pretty decisively. So a nice clean round for M80 after barely closing the clutch in the previous.
Nice! Nice! Great fucking nice ball, baby. Mike. Nice push!
Kinder hero gun. Pistols on the rest. M80 know there's not a lot to work with here for FURIA. Playing for a late long play. Cat control completely open for the taking. And no AWP here to stop it, so this could get very weird. King's trying to drop it with the AK. That's the gun gone. No man's land. Welcomes a body. Lake has that cross as well with the second AWP. They are going to make it in. Ooh, that was... Oh, Fallen. Oh, Molly, a bit deep. Fallen gets a bomb plant.
I wonder if someone blocked that.
Yeah, it looked weird.
He threw it into a lot of bodies. And I think it ended up making it miss and allow this plant to come through. Whoa. They're going to drop down on a Sin, fighting for the spawn. Left to Molodoy in this clutch. And so cleaned up by M80, sure, but for FURIA, getting out with a bomb plant is a win in and of its own right.
Yeah, they're fine with that, right? They're pretty happy, ultimately. Lake even drops the second AWP for an AK. And probably for the best. Doesn't feel like it's a necessity right now. Oh, yeah,
there's the Molly.
Block. Nice catch.
Nice!
So that felt like it was going to kill Fallen at least. None of this matters, though. The round is swiftly put down by M80 as FURIA jump into the spawn. This gun round has to hit for FURIA. As M80 streaking some together now.
Molodoy given some room to try and open on the AWP. And his whole team are ready to react if he gets this line. They'll walk up. Util streaming in, but there's the support. Lake might be full blind. He's still keeping his teammate in this. And this attempt at the B hit is coming to an awkward close here for FURIA.
Yeah, they're stubborn. They still want these kills. They know they have Swisher trap left side, but he's just not giving it up. Smokes his position.
You need the kill. Like, at this point, you've expended all your util in the round to try and get them. And so just hanging on out of desperation that eventually one of these will come through, and it won't. They get reblocked in at the tunnels. They've even picked up an extra smoke from one of the dead bodies that led the charge for FURIA. So a chance to reblock there for M80. This round stalls out. And it might go nowhere from here on out. You tried your opening hand. You made your opening move. And from this point on in the round, it just feels kind of unwinnable. You're going to have to be given a serious gift from M80.
Well, this is where you need the entry power of your Kinder, right? You need him to crack open the A-bomb site. Or you just save. Even they seem uncertain. 20 seconds? They surely can't make this happen. And so M80 building on the CT side 4 rounds in a row and starting to get clean as well. FURIA only managing 1 kill in the last 3 rounds combined.
Yeah, M80 feel great right now. Like, they've been able to stop everything that FURIA have thrown at them, stopping a change of pace round like that when it's fallen up against you, you know, calling for a quick B pop. That's the type of round where, you know, if that comes through for FURIA, you're always going to be paranoid about that B hit making another appearance, knowing it could happen at any time. Instead, you repel it the first time they go for it. You do so dominantly, so much so that they just felt locked out of the round and had to save with 3 players. FURIA likely don't run that back now for a good chunk of time on this T side.
All right.
So you've taken the pace out of their play in the long doors. That's a lot of damage done to Yuri and Yakindar.
I don't know how a kill doesn't come through there.
But they both get out with openings. Slacks is AWP now on a long sight line. Spam coming through, but he doesn't take his eyes off the prize. He waits for that Molodoy AWP.
Or where that came from, he's got a rifle by his side. The break is great. It catches Yakinda trying to get to the back of the pit, and Slacks is not stopping. 3 kills on this AWP before the spam connect, and Swisher could be anywhere. In fact, he's right behind.
Swisher can hear this running around. He knows that Yuri's not ready for this. Low health. And so 1 bullet's all that needed, even if it takes a couple. It's a safe round for M80. FURIA lagging behind in a big way. That's now 5 rounds in a row.
Yo, do my round this round. Boost me. And I just play 4-20.
Well, we know who to blame if this round doesn't pan out.
Some great AWPing for Slacks. Finally going for an opening kill. He's been pretty safe on the car on the CT side. He locked down B1 round. So there goes for the cap pick and assists a long, fast out on this position as well. Sin needs some support. He's running away, and they come through the smoke. Rex there. You can drop Cat in the meantime. They hear this. Can they just bound into spawn? They're really trying to force this fight on short as Yakinda gets over the top. He's allowed to plant. Oh dear, this could get weird.
Yeah, awkward spot for M80. Kind of a misread on just how much pace was behind this round for FURIA. They get caught trying to scale back up on a short after conceding long. That's a standard move on this CT side of Dust, but it gives away important kills, gives up important real estate. And Slacks is even getting pressured now. Is AWP having to fall back? His teammate now dead. And Slacks is so wounded, so hurting from these earlier battles trying to take short back that he can't win this and is forced to save the AWP. That's a wild time for FURIA to break through. This is just pistols and a very pacey round. That's how they get back on the board.
Yeah, Yakinda 3 kills, and his position is so important. Just getting all that space up short side. I think if M80, make the call, just let it happen and rotate CT back up Xbox faster, they might have won the round. But a lot of damage and a kill comes out from FURIA off this cat control. Good bit of chaos thrown in by FURIA. A little set play to catch M80 off guard.
Yakindar had a pretty good long spawn. That's the corner smoke that just got lobbed in, or actually the slightly deeper one. And so that's going to give long control to FURIA. As soon as Yakindar sees he has the spawn, he's asking for that smoke. He wants this real estate. Feels like M80 have had a little too much map control in these last few rounds, and with the pacey pistol round working, has that inspired FURIA and given them some answers to this M80 problem? They're in a very powerful position right now, going to start getting players across. There's a couple of nades to thin the herd. Yakindar still in this fight. Damage done downrange onto the AWP.
Volley.
I'm crossing in as well. Okay, Serato just finding kills through these smokes in at CT. It's a little awkward here for FURIA. They have to fight for short. Yakindar's death there feels silly, but they don't have smokes. They don't have any way of locking off these sight lines, and so to get that bomb planted, they felt like they needed aggression. Only Slacks left, 1v2. And once more, relegated to a save on this AWP.
Insanely chaotic round. Just look at the X's on the minimap. Everyone dying in the same area, and FURIA, thank goodness they have Serato, who's a turret in this round, just sits on that ramp and finds 3 kills on players pushing in Players through smokes. A very claustrophobic round for both teams, really, as FURIA takes them so long to even get that bomb planted, but once it's in, way too much pressure on M80.
You don't like how they're losing that grasp that they just had on this game. They need to fix these pacey rounds that FURIA have been bringing to them. So let's see what words of wisdom Rory Jackson imparted on the squad. Right now, it's the blistering speed that FURIA have played with that's been their greatest ally. This time, though, they weren't blessed with any strong spawns to take this early long control. And so gonna have to look elsewhere.
M80 with a read here, going triple B very early in the round. They may be onto something. FURIA take that mid control. They've also had Cat whenever they really want it. This round is no exception. Slacks on that car cross. FURIA making sure he's not on this corner with the Molotov. This is all just a bit of a ruse right now. 40 seconds as M80 continue to block, funneling FURIA exactly where they want into this B site. Ooh.
Liquid the spot. They know now the mid's been lost and that FURIA are coming in. Swish is going to open. Molodoy and Yuri in the kill feed next, and that car player only able to get out with one. The triple setup gets dismantled, and FURIA come out laughing. They get to ease into a 3-on-2 post plant, and with how split up M80 are, this might just have to be another save. Slacks in these last few rounds has been feeling the burn of this AWP, often left to the extremities, often left saving. Hasn't really got to play in to how these last few rounds have played out.
Yeah, might see him go for an opening move next round like he tried in the past. It's what got him his previous multi-kill, forcing the kill off Cat. And we see the difference of how claustrophobic that B bomb site can be. This time there's 3 players there for M80. They only get 2 kills out of the hold versus when Swisher gets flashed through window and goes and forces the kill. They know they can't do that this time. Molodoy's holding the window with the orb. He has cover.
To save it, I think.
And so yet another save for Slacks. Can he pick up this CT Slack and put on one more good round here for M80?
Boost in mid is holding for a push out through these doors. There's Slacks trying to be involved right off the top of this round. Feeling frustrated at how the last 3 have played out. He's hoping the AWP will get to leave an impression. But the short take comes in for FURIA, and they use the util to get past this AWP. The few chances that Slacks had come up short.
Explosive round for FURIA. What a time to call that.
I mean, that's been their way back into this game after the 5-round streak of M80. It was in the pace that FURIA get their best results. Slacks playing through, domed immediately. And so after a 5-round hiatus, FURIA looked to pick up 4 in a row. to win out this first half, and Molodoy will be the one to send us there. That's a convincing turnaround from FURIA. It's in the speed that they find their salvation.
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well. As have you, Mr. Bloom. And that's why I bring you today into the Counter-Strike Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse archives and I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime, on nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the Accor Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players.
Yes.
This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. Almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve. Legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ZywOo to win on, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And
of course.
Starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But
sure.
On the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. ZywOo and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CSGO major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CSGO major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
Delicious.
FURIA find their way back in with some speed, with some aggression. That was the solution on their T side. The final 4 rounds down the stretch to win out that first half, Hugo. And that's after a convincing little turnaround in the midsection of this game from M80. They went on that 5-round streak, but outside of that, no rounds for the M80 squad.
Yeah, overall, you're seeing Yakinda's impact on this team FURIA with some of the T-side ideas and calls. Some very pacey rounds led by Yakinda force FURIA in the lead. And look at him go. He's not going to stop, is he? Top middle as his team crunch the tunnels. Yakinda finds the opening kill. They clear out B as well. And that's the bomb trapped. Can Yakinda call for support in time? Can they stop Swisher making it out? He'll just about get into A. Fallen, does he want to go alone? No one here to support him. Yakinda's on this big flank. M80 creeping in.
Oh my God, that wasn't even who he was aiming for.
He shot the wrong guy. He shot the wrong guy.
Get down, Mr. President. Late's still in this. Ooh, he's boxed in and just going to get out with one. Knife was pulled for Queserato and all. He wanted to really drive that one home.
Yeah. Dude, again, like, I really enjoy watching this FURIA. It's such a strange conglomerate of players, isn't it? It's such a weird mix. And with all the role changes, with the language change as well, for individuals that never wanted to leave the FURIA camp and go to arguably better rosters. They're making it work so well. And you definitely, not only is your Kinder refreshed as an individual, we saw that back in the starter, right? Like he was out aiming Donk, out positioning Donk in a lot of rounds, things like that, having some carry games. But just the input of him as a very vocal player, a very decisive player, you see as well in this team. Fallen gets that spot on long, but he's got to watch out. These pistols come running and gunning up the long side. M80's fours. Oh, they could have got through that, Molly. Could have got round on the left side. Instead, it's FURIA getting to block this play, and M80 getting strangled out in the long side.
Slacks up through short, though, still isn't known about yet. Yeah. And there's the backstab. He's going to get past the Kindar for free.
Okay, it's quick, though, for FURIA. It's a quick response. Back up Cat to try and retake together.
Although it just peeled off the angle right as he would have been given a peek, and instead now they've been re-smoked over on short. Alarm bells going on for FURIA. They've got to break through over here at long. And with that kill not being found, this is a done deal. FURIA can't really justify going for this 2v4. They're locked out by the util. And so M80 give FURIA a taste of their own medicine with an up-tempo Tech 9 round rushing down. FURIA A-hold.
What's so funny about that is that's the inverse round to the one that FURIA won, where they go one guy out long, creates a big distraction, then the pack comes streaming out short, and they catch the long players resetting. It's the opposite this time. Everyone out long, causing a lot of focus, and even though it gets blocked, Slacks unstopped, able to shoot the A player in the back of the head, and FURIA just completely out of position. So M80 make this game spicy at the start of the second half. Just need to stick the landing. Tuck and roll.
Looks like FURIA getting ready for a bit of an aggressive move over towards the catwalk. They've grouped up strong here. 3 players ready to play off of each other, off of Molodoy's contact.
Shot.
He gets the connection. Molodoy's scout had some important moments in this round. There's that follow-up short aggro after Molodoy finds the opener. They've dealt with the entire second part of this split, and now it's just a 3-man long take. Flash through on Queserato. Him and Fallen both get knocked down a peg.
Hilarious. The first flash full blinded, the second did nothing. They went on that first one. That would have just been a slaughter.
Molodoy needs more than
one.
Gotta deliver. Trapped out behind this smoke, vulnerable to the spam. And can't do a thing about that bomb plant. An important opener for Yuri, though. That's taken the attention off of Molodoy's scout. Out on the short side, he's been able to close the gap. Hoping this player in the site gives him a fight, gives him a peek. Connection found. Molodoy on the swing, getting whittled down each time he takes these fights. So just going to try and do it on the dualies. They won't let him. That's well handled for M80 in amongst all the chaos playing from the back foot. They managed to keep that round in order.
Yeah, winning some crazy situations in these last couple of rounds are M80. That's just a sickening headshot, but even when you feel like FURIA should be winning these situations, that flash on long was perfect. M80 get given a second chance, and they do not waste it. Now FURIA on pistols, this game's going to level up. Suddenly it feels like M80 are now favorites in this map. Ugh.
On this T side so far, M80 have been really taking advantage of long space. Trying to condition FURIA early to worry about this side of the map. wouldn't be surprised to see FURIA feel kind of compelled to have to fight for long when these guns come out in the next round. But the gap has well and truly closed. This is now a tie game at 8-all. And that's to FURIA's dismay. It was them who picked up the pistol in this second half, unable to convert. They now get left in an awkward position where they have to stick the landing on this first rifle round. Swisher on screen. This guy's been finding a hell of a lot of impact for the M80 squad, topping the charts, had a lights out CT side, and carried that forward into the T half with him.
Yeah, they've been farming these low economy rounds for FURIA in the last couple, but this is going to be the true test. AWP out for Molodoi and rifles on the rest.
Here's the use of that like early conditioning, right? They've done all these long takes to open up this T half. Now they try and come in with a fast B here and they get dismantled. Yuri and K-Serato, the OG FURIA duo, able to withstand that B play. It goes nowhere quickly for M80.
What a sequence there from Yuri as well. Just popped through the smoke out of nowhere. He gets both kills and the cover is enough. And you can't really call the save at this point. You're fighting for survival. Yakinda's here to stop that. He just heard the drop in. Looking for the backstab. Oh, Slacks will survive for now, but still a minute on the clock.
Yeah, you feel like you kind of just want to try and inflict some damage here, right? Like roam the extremities, see if you can pick a couple more FURIA players off. But this isn't a round M80 are attempting.
Yeah.
You know, we saw FURIA have one of these kind of dud rounds. You risk it all on the B play. If your first three guys in, one of them being the bomb, get chewed up and spat out, there is very little follow through you can expect to do from that point on in. And, you know, while the money is still in a good spot for M80, with no loss bonus yet either, the save makes a lot of sense. Still, it feels good for FURIA. Even though they get the long control, they played a little weaker over towards that B site because of the early conditioning from M80. They still are able to stop it, and they stop it convincingly, getting out with 4 players staying alive, only losing Yakinda. It's a money-making round for FURIA.
Slacks with the Fallen and Slack stickers on his AWP. Respecting the godfather of Brazilian CS. Can M80 keep getting out long? It certainly looks like they want to. They've been winning this position early and late every round, but FURIA have got 3 players here. They come through the corner smoke. It certainly looks like it. Break on the corner. Fallen comes through with the rifle. AWPing's a young man's game. He doesn't need it. 5 on 3, FURIA shut down M80's plan in the opening stage yet again. Back-to-back rounds, M80 have been fighting from behind. Owning the angle against Molodoi, and he chooses better than to re-peek on that AWP. Smart decision for a young player to not throw away this advantage that FURIA have worked hard to get. Make M80 earn it. Molodoi still has this cross available. There's a smoke on M80. They're going to have to get it down here if they want to cross towards the mid to be. That will give away their plan. Out it goes. M80, 3 on 2 in this site. Ooh, that's through smoke.
Yeah, hell of a way to find that opening kill and deny the mid take. And another one of these rounds, it just looks to peter out. The exact same ending. 2 players looking to save. FURIA this time, though, keep it even cleaner. And they're going to look to aggress. They want this to feel punishing for M80. Looking like they will miss the timing on both of these players sat back in the tunnels as they've cleared out top mid instead.
Back-to-back rounds where these 2 Germans are just sitting around and not being able to play into it. Not part of that rifling pack.
Counter-terrorists win.
Call them survivors right now. FURIA thriving. Back-to-back gun rounds, clean as well. Great sequence from Fallen too, right? Set up by his team. Some good util, but excellent transfer. And to be fair, these last 2 rounds for M80 have just kind of been set calls off of spawn, getting massacred in B, massacred at long. Can they get away with a slower default? Otherwise, you feel like you never really got a shot in this T side.
I mean, all these saves have allowed the buys to keep coming through for M80, but they're approaching sort of the natural limit of that in this round. There is no more saving. The only option is to save themselves with a victory here. They fall down now. FURIA are on that path to victory. Molodoy's AWP goes roaming early, looking for this opening pick. And he just got the spot on Slacks. Jump check on that AWP. It goes both ways, however, though. Molodoy doesn't want to hang around forever. So he's going to try and stay mobile on this AWP. That's given a little window to M80 to jump up and take this cat control.
Fallen's got to move. Still fine on this long side. M80. Full cat control. They want long as well. Try and box in this A-bomb site. Molodoy and Fallen. And that's a very annoying smoke to get put down at 40 seconds. M80 have to make a tough call about whether they want to wait it or go through. The bomb might just have to go catwalk at this point, just to cut down the time.
It's a really good read from Fallen over the pacing on a round like this. He knows that M80 are approaching the end of their money, the end of these buys, and so he's held onto his smoke till like the 40-second mark. And that's in a game where it's been a lot of these fast rounds, but Fallen has read them like a book.
That's the round. This is just a formality. Sin and Lake trying to live on, might even be killed after the clock. And Sin realizes that's exactly what's happening. There they go. Kill after time, from bad to worse to inner hearse. Fallen, masterclass on long. Back-to-back multi-kills. Beautiful triple with the rifle. Molodoy not even needed there. And all of that util so well used. After back-to-back rushes from M80, the call comes in. They're going to squeeze this round. They're going to play the clock. And so FURIA use that against them. What a sequence from Fallen.
Yeah, it's just such a good read on what his opponent's likely to do in this round as well, right? Like, think about how pacey this game has been, and that was on both halves. For FURIA, their best rounds are when they were playing with a real tempo behind it. The first few rifle rounds for M80 with them trying to go for, the fast B hit. You had a bunch of these up-tempo rounds played out from M80. And yet still, he knows, because the game is starting to get away from them, because it's real close and they want to feel like they played a full round, a proper round, where it's a lot of these mid-round moves and decisions, to hold on just to a little bit of util down the stretch. And it's that one smoke in at the long doors that ruined everything for M80. Fallen calling from the front is a terrifying beast to go up against.
M80 have just not even been in this T side. That's 3 rounds. Lost to time. Right, 2 of them saves, 1 of them a failure of doing so.
Something else I think is really reassuring here is, we've had like games for FURIA where it's been the EU imports doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Here, Molodoy and Yakinder have both had good impact, both had good rounds, but it's been K-Serato and Yuri that have had like these real heroic moments whenever it's been needed of them.
Yeah, and Fallen in the last 2 rounds. He may be bottom performer, but that impact is super high when you look at those 2 multi-kills. Yuri's been a rocket B, didn't let them in when M80 started their pacey T side. And K-Strata consistent across both halves. Just has felt like in this project, in this new FURIA team, everyone has picked it up. Everyone is playing better, the old and the new. And now they sit on map point here in this BO1, looking to shut this down without breaking a sweat. M80 hit a brick wall in this T side. They keep banging their head against it.
And you're going to feel like for K-Strata, there's going to be some idea of, maybe this is why fans and critics alike were telling me for a long time to explore the international avenue.
Yeah, I just didn't think that would come through in FURIA.
Molodoy,
crazy play,
going for an aggressive start to this round. Plays into lower with this AWP. Players all around him though, and Yakindar's not able to get there to help out in time. So Molodoy will get sacrificed for this 4v3.
If Yakindar swings earlier, I think Molodoy's going to clear that lower player, and this game's over. So a tight margin keeps M80 in this. Volleyed out along, Fallen smokes it. Just trying to survive on this one. 2-on-4, they need this kill. They can't let Fallen keep getting away with the long control. He just gets out like it's nothing. And Rek must give respect. 5 and 14, never got activated. Slacks his orb, too late to perform in a 2-on-3. M80 just trying to stay in this map.
Path back in though is known about, and FURIA have 2 players here waiting to receive. Rek with just 5 kills in this game has to go above and beyond. Fallen moves in and does what he does best, put this rifle to work. He's been nailing them over on the long side. He'll be the one to close it out in defensive A. FURIA in a back and forth pacey game, able to long it out over M80, and they'll take them down cleanly in that second half. It was a game of streaks for the M80 squad, and they just couldn't get enough of them going. 5 rounds and then a 3-round streak in there, but nothing else outside of it. FURIA rise to the occasion, and they move up to 2-1. Now with 2 chances to lock in an appearance in that next stage.
Yeah, it does feel like they're good for it right now. FURIA playing some solid CS. We're getting Molodoy his first major, find good form. But this game was all about the Brazilians, the little trio, the old school FURIA fraggers showing up in a big way. Yuri and K-Strata looking ludicrous, and Fallen right at the end coming up with impact when he was required. This is a FURIA that it's hard to not get behind. They have a lot of pieces to like, and they're looking good while they do it. For M80 is back to the drawing board, facing elimination once they hit the BO3s.
First major for Molodoy, 2-1 right now in the FURIA jersey. Just, you put that thing in, yeah. What's this in your hand?
This is Manchester, as you know.
Okay, so you're learning some tricks already coming into the FURIA team. Astana was such a crazy moment for you, right? Now being at your first major with FURIA, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good. My team very good. My team help me every day. I like play with FURIA. Yeah?
It looks like you're having fun as well, but when you say like how much you're learning, who's helping you a lot with this? Like, are you trying to take a lot from Fallen, being such an experienced leader and AWPer?
Fallen help me every time, but my English not good, and Yakinдар help me translate many words. I like play with FURIA, but I think for long, if I speak very good English, I think we have a very good team in FURIA.
And already, from when I first met you, your English is improving, so this is good. You're making the right step forward. How do you feel so far about your own individual performance here at the major?
I don't like my individual now, but it's if we win, no problem.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem.
Bro, you're still hitting some shots as well, but you want to go further? You want to go higher?
I don't know.
We'll wait and see how it goes. First major, he's looking good. He's enjoying his time on FURIA. That's what it's all about.
Should be enjoying his time on FURIA. Another win, a nice playoff run, and just in the previous event, things are on the up and up for FURIA.
It's looking good for the international roster. I like that Hugo hinted at the narrative that, you know, we couldn't get Caserado out of FURIA, so we brought the international
the rest
team
of the world
to
did.
FURIA.
Yeah.
And it's working out really nicely. I mean, Molodoy didn't really have the best map here for himself, but you can tell that Yakindar's impact is felt. Even again, like, you know, he's not popping off in terms of rating or like kill-death ratio or anything like that, but he gets a couple key entries, and he brings a fire that someone like TYLOO was unable to bring. Like TYLOO, yeah, he'll get loud, but he doesn't actually really prove it that often in the server, whereas Yakindar will get a couple timely kills that open some bomb sites, that is able to actually just be that incision point that Fallen needs to then make some good calls.
I like seeing Yuri and Caserado at the top of the scoreboard for FURIA, because I feel like for too long it's been one or the other. And mostly Caserado. I think Yuri's had a downturn. But seeing them both together, that's always the 1-2 punch that made FURIA like the best Brazilian team and a scary Brazilian team. So seeing them start to get a little bit of a groove back in tandem is a really nice sign for FURIA.
We're going to look for some of the rounds out here. We've got round 11 to kick things off with, some moments to look at.
Yeah, we thought as the North Americans, we'd make sure this segment stayed as negative as possible. This three-man stack at the B bomb site from M80 is called like 30 seconds before this, and this is just them having the right read, but the execute is just, like the way it's executed is just bad. The spot is here, so the smoke comes in, but first contact should not be there, and then all of a sudden, if you're late, you're the one that's supposed to play off of your teammates, and instead, because of the way things kind of progress, he's taking a fight, trying to keep them from swinging in, and a three-man stack only gets 2 kills because they actually can't work as a team in that situation.
The door was smoked. Like, Lake didn't have to worry as much about these other angles as he actually played like it. Like, he acted like he was on fire. Like, I thought I was going to look back at that clip and saw like,
a Molotov at his feet?
Yeah, a Molly at his feet or something like that. But he kind of was the first domino in breaking that crossfire.
If I was to give him a little bit of defense in that situation, I think what probably would have caused me to make that play in that situation is Swisher taking contact and dropping off, and then having 2 players at car, right?
Yeah.
And then they're both kind of boxed in. So Lake is like, okay, if they swing out window, those guys are both dead.
And technically, there is an angle from tunnels where he can get shot at the side there, but it just feels like they're not even ready remotely for what's happening, even though the jump spot and the smoke have indicated we need to set up in the right way so that we can actually defend this.
It felt like they had the right call and like the right place and the right time and just executed the situation very, very poorly, which just makes it always difficult to talk about NA teams because you're like, everything looked good up until it didn't.
And when you say it did look good, it was looking good on Fallen being able to read everything that was going on as well.
I mean, Fallen had some good frags himself. I mean, you put an AK in his hand and he, towards this long defense, I mean, really, like, this has kind of been the story of M80. You even when Fallen, who's now picking up the rifle, anchor rolls, is able to get multi-frags like this, when you have good positioning. Like, this is shaping up to be a really nice cat split, really late in the clock. All you have to deal with, like, there's 3 FURIA players towards B, by the way, and Fallen just gets a multi-kill. Like, these are the moments that should not be happening from the professor. Like, he's good with guns. Like, I don't rate his rifles yet, but
you should.
You know, like,
I'll tell you should.
He had 6 kills before this round.
Don't underestimate Fallen's game. He's got some left in the tank. Start rating his rifles. Start rating his rifles.
He had 6 kills before that moment, and that's when it just all crumbled for M80. Though.
Rate him, baby.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me, the takeaway for M80 to move forward is just that their T-sides need a lot of work because their trading is not the best.
Yes.
All right. Well, let's keep moving on from this, right? Because a big game's coming up, our first qualification game. It's FaZe going up against a Legacy. Now, FaZe, not a lot of people were too sure on how they'd come into this, but it's looking fantastic right now. The vibes check for me,
yeah, vibes check is passing with flying colors. Like there's no bad vibes going on in there. I think it's like what we said in the kind of the pregame coming into this is now that Simple's in this team and performing well, but you also have Alish playing. Holy hell, that was loud.
That's FaZe.
You just have a roster of players that have so much talent that have been underperforming most of this year, and now it feels like whether the vibes, whether it's Simple coming in and he has a different style to Brokey, the op having more impact, everyone feels like they're unleashed, and now they're hitting that peak that we know they have, that we've been watching them miss for the past few months.
And they've missed being like this, right? That's got to be such an important factor of their now, that desire, that hunger. We know they've wanted it.
For sure. I mean, I feel like they were sort of dragging Brokey along any finish lines that they ended up reaching in any of the matches that they played this year. But now that they've got Simple, they've got a guy who can actually backpack them for once.
Also, unironically, your vibes check thing might be actually like a really important conversation, just because this team is not going to have a deep playbook. Like, right, Kerrigan's going to, and thank God, because, well, not thank God, but Kerrigan's one of the best callers of like not having a playbook, right? Just calling off his own intuition, his own experience, and his own momentum. But you're not going to have a deep playbook. We still have to have questions about the map pool. But as long as the vibes are good, the players and the experience they've all got, like they should be fine, definitely, to get into the next stage, and that can even carry them into the playoffs.
And going 3-0 will give them a nice amount of time if they can get this win over Legacy. That's what's coming up after the break. FaZe taking on Legacy. Let's see how it goes down. Elige, a fantastic start yesterday to your campaign here in Austin. A lot of energy, a lot of sirens as well coming out from Carrigan. How is it in the server for you guys though right now?
It's been really good. I think that all of our comms are ping-pong off of each other has been going really well. I think that when we're playing like this, that we feel just like untouchable. So I think that we're hoping to bring that into the whole rest of the tournament.
Would you say it's like starting to click and did it click faster than maybe what you expected?
Yeah, I definitely would say so. Even in the practices, I think that we've been playing extremely well ever since you know, Howie came back, and we've been practicing with him. I think we've had some really, really good days. Of course, we've had some hard days too, but I mean, that's natural, right?
That's
yeah, and I think that we've had just like our good days have been so good that if we just show up and we show, you know, what we can do, that's how it looks yesterday. And I think that even if we have any tough days throughout this tournament, we know what it feels like when we're playing yesterday. And I think that we're just going to keep on trying to ride that wave.
Okay. Sounds like a very smart approach to have there. Now, obviously, you know Simple, right? You played with him before, but from where you're sitting, watching, and like, you know, you're getting a much better look than us. Is he back?
I think Sasha's playing pretty similarly to how I remember back in the day. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, I think if I was to say he's back, I think he is back. Like, I think that he's playing super well. I think that the extra time that we had in between Dallas and now has definitely shown, and we've seen some crazy stuff, especially in the pracs and here as well, right? So yeah, I think that he's playing really well.
Sadzin, yesterday we saw you pop off individually to help your team go 2-0, and it was better than what we saw from you in stage 1. So why do you think that is?
I think the pressure is not the same as the stage 1.
Okay.
And I was a little bit hyped on the stage 2
yeah.
because many people put us on 0-3. So this is give us a little bit angry, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Using that anger as motivation to play better, that's a good way to do it. Now, today, you're going up against FaZe. Now, for me, this might be the toughest match of your career, toughest match of your major so far. Do you need to change the way you approach things here?
Not really. I think we are good to play against FaZe. We practice a lot versus Tier 1 teams, and we practice good. So yeah, we don't have pressure on this match, and we are very confident to play.
You guys are always confident. That's one thing I know, no matter what game you go into. But Elige told me that you guys actually practice against each other a lot as well. Do you think that's going to help you here?
Yeah, it's you know, it's hard because we show to them your strategies, and they show the same. So yeah. I think it's more mentality game.
Okay, yeah.
Mind games. Yeah, mind games.
Definitely.
Yeah. In with the Austin Blast TV Austin Major. I'm getting James in my ears. We look at FaZe Legacy, winner of this, going forward to stage 3, and one step closer to that Moody Center, those playoffs. Grand finals, back-to-back majors in CS2 for FaZe Clan, and while you may be ready to write them off coming into this season, they brought a new player in, Harry, and the results have spoken for themselves.
Yeah, I think, you know, the odds on this one speaking volumes. FaZe have been very exciting from the moment they landed in Austin. They blew Heroic out of the water in a grudge match. They take down TYLOO. They've had 8 rounds against them total in both of those BO1s. So, you know, FaZe have been winning dominantly to open up their Austin run. That was with Simple and Frozen looking lights out in that opening game, but there wasn't really a weak link in sight for FaZe. On the other side of things, looking at Legacy, the squad that weren't even supposed to be here in this 2-0 position at stage 2 is kind of mind-blowing.
Unbelievable. I mean, they played better in stage 2 than they did in stage 1 as well. That's the craziest part. But this is the true test for Legacy. This is the big bad boss. FaZe Clan on the CT side of Mirage, very excited to see what form they bring today, and if they can make that clean run into the top 16, where the world's best wait. Simple starts strong.
Elige, not so much, but Legacy They will. They pull up in spades in this pistol. Started with a simple kill. And then very, very quickly, Legacy went on to complicate matters. Carrigan and Frozen left up in this 2 versus 4. Waiting for the smokes to fade. Carrigan shot in the back of the head. It's a clean turnaround in that pistol, and Dumao's already up on his feet.
I was wondering if he's going to do this, and obviously he's been doing it every game, so why stop now? But this is the kind, look at Simple, this is the kind of player, and this is the kind of team that if you talk smack, you're gonna get it back. You're gonna get it back, but you're also gonna fire up your opponent. Every time I've seen Simple get flamed, he's played better across the years. So I don't think you're gonna, like, this isn't a team that's gonna crumble because you're shouting at them, Dumao. I'm glad you're hyped. That's great. But right now, I think it could hurt them more than it could help them. Let's see though, because Legacy have already done the impossible, you'd think. So who am I to count them out from a game against a new squad? Ouch.
Yeah, I think the yelling's working.
Yeah, FaZe are, man, they're done. Oh.
That's a flawless anti-force buy round from Legacy. 5 alive at the end of it.
Looked really clean as well, just all the spacing. Every bit of util was perfect. Nade onto Frozen, full smoke cross, Molly on the bench, nowhere to get out. Gonna see this guy a lot today. Especially if they keep winning. FaZe, couple of pistols.
All right, Frozen. Seen his Deagle do some dastardly stuff at the major so far. And it's put FaZe in a great spot here in this eco round. These are just pistols, no armor in behind it.
Good chase.
Good chase on Elige down at lower. Still the Frozen Deag hungers for more out on short. Player sneaks past him in towards ladder. Simple doesn't have eyes on that. And so it's down to Frozen, keeping his wits about him here. D-Mouse says, thank you very much. Simple breaks the vent for him. But they do still have to get past Frozen. He got the spot. Collects a lot of damage, but can't quite finish his meal. Still, Simple now aware that they're coming his way and set up back in the spawn on the Deagle. Simple in the right place. Frozen's been overran, but in comes Carrigan. The captain links up with Simple back at the spawn, plant in for Legacy, and Carrigan just swings it wide, running down the planter. Carrigan left in the clutch, and Dumao denies it.
4 kills for Dumao. Okay, he's got a reason to shout. Can we run that one back from Simple, please? I didn't quite catch that. That's a 3-on-5 for Legacy. Simple's not happy.
Ooh,
TFU from Simple as Dumao shouts him down from the other side of the room.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
He said it the same, like it's a pre-canned voice line.
Oh,
Simple
God.
on the soundboard.
He's had enough. But 3 rounds in, Dumao already looking.
8-0, bro. Like, the yelling's working.
Well, you know, let's have a gun round.
Let's see now, right? The guns are out. Simple might have told him to quieten down, but let's see if he's able to force him to do that. They've lost Frozen right off the top of the round. It's the Sadzin AWP that delivers the opener to Legacy.
Karrigan, the difference maker here, the only man at this B-bomb site to stop the play. Push deep into the apartments on this fade. Dumao on the right.
Simple is walking in through lower as well, but there's two players holding on to this. Simple's now been spotted, but he goes for the fight and continues pushing up. Him and Karrigan play right into this B hold, and Legacy are onto a fourth.
Oh my, just like that, Harry. This is starting to look very good for Legacy right now. These rounds, super decisive. Short and Eco that gets very close, but one that Dumao still puts down, and he again gets that crucial kill onto Karrigan to open the runway into B. Dumao and Lato, two players who have always been on the edge of success, who have never quite entered that next stage, that next level. Always players that we knew had potential. And I'll admit, I doubted them every step of the way here in this tournament, but the deepest run at a major on the line for these guys.
Terrorists win.
Nice! Vamos, caralho!
Look, all I'm saying is, FaZe is certainly noticing and paying attention, paying mind to the
I don't think they're worried.
Celebration on the other side.
I don't think they're worried yet, you know. This is the final boss, man.
And that's the thing with it, you know, it can be a double-edged sword. You can yell at your opponent and you can fire them up. But sometimes just dropping the focus back off the game by even a tiny margin can make all the difference.
Yeah, you don't want your players to be frustrated, you know, force plays they wouldn't usually do. And
like, just think about how much Simple tried to stake the entire round on that play. That's him wanting to stick the middle finger up right back.
That's a good point.
And it forces him into a hold and ultimately gives the round over.
All right then, another buy round for FaZe, saved guns. Legacy spread thin. One man out middle. It's a nice angle for Sadzin. Just trying to stop any play that FaZe might make. But to be honest, FaZe playing pretty standard. They're holding their util as well. Only using it when they must. Con smoke's traded. Oh, someone could sneak through that and get into jungle. There's almost a wall there for Legacy, but Elige is fighting through it into connector, not giving the space for free. That's a perfect peek for Sadzin. Catches Rain after he throws utility. Elige needs to hold connector, or this site will fall.
Good for the first, and clean trade work from Simple in the window to keep this one even, but they've lost the A site in all this downtime. Just leaving the angle for a moment with Sadzin. So unable to find Frozen over on Cat, who just plays it safe, looks to group with his teammates back in the spawn.
Full info.
Last time we were here, Karrigan just threw himself out on an island, made a play and tried to win it single-handedly, but he's been tapped out straight away. It's just Simple left standing. Legacy still flawless on this T side and showing no signs of slowing down.
Unreal, that freeze as well. Gave time for FaZe to get set up in spawn. They don't go for the plant with the con smoke down. They're trying to fight Frozen. And I thought stalling out the plant there would have been a massive mistake, but FaZe don't even get back in. They don't even make it past spawn. Wall banged out on both fronts. Legacy 5-0.
Terrorists.
It's their map pick, and their comfort is showing.
Kind of sick too, because when you think back to the Shanghai major for the Brazilian squads that were on the cusp of getting results that were on the ground back then, it was MIBR you were looking at in this situation, but it was the case for a lot of the Brazilian teams. Mirage just started to feel like a weak map for Brazil.
Yes.
And now, in time for Austin, Legacy have got this as one of their home maps.
Brazil and Mirage at a North American major. I remember something. Liege eventually pushed out a connector. Utah puts him down very low. Legacy are harassing this position with all they've got. Full mid control. Lux goes back to clear up a B. And FaZe are 3 strong on the B site on this half buy. Trying to just gamble right. Still blocking despite this stack. Hoping to not make it obvious. But in doing so, does that lead Legacy back into A instead? Lux has left the apartments. We've still got Nissim up in Palace, and A is looking tantalizing right now. Dumao up on ladder. 30 seconds here as Carrigan knows he's got to play a trap. He tries to force his kill. Dumao only has 1 death, and he doesn't look to give it away now. Going into the B bomb site, but this is not where the round is ending. The bomb is going up con.
Yeah, perfect reposition here. It's going to leave them only fighting Rain. A full B stack for the rest of FaZe Clan and an instant clear on the 1A defender. Might be able to stop that bomb. Lato plugs in the numbers, and so FaZe left saving. The stack dodged.
The thing is that's crazy about this game so far is you can't deny that Legacy are playing a really good game of CS, right? I wouldn't even just say FaZe coming in cold, even though a couple of players have yet to do anything. Legacy are playing very tight spacing, trading kills out nicely. They're not rushing. Their anti-ecos have been pretty clean, with the exception of that 1 round that they clutch out. There's a lot to like about this Legacy T side. 6-0 right now. Did FaZe underestimate their opponent today?
Terrorists win.
Dumao on screen, very different vibe. At the start of these rounds, you see the laser focus, it only gives way to that elation as they continue to rack up these flawless T-side rounds. And thus far, even though FaZe have had their chances, it feels like no one's really hitting. Left scrambling for that 1 round just to try and bring them back into this game. Simple finally donning an AWP. Sees himself over towards the spawn, holding this ramp push. But the bomb back in the apartments here for Legacy. They've got options open. They're going to play through that. They've all jumped into this smoke. And yeah, they walk on through. Call Simple's bluff on that smoke at ramp. That's a clean shot to open from FaZe's Star AWPer. Simple on the board. And now that AWP knowing about it's a boost up over the stairs. They're hoping that can catch Rain off balance, and it will. The bomb comes back around. This is the A play after all out of Legacy.
I think they know he's there.
Satin's AWP now owns this angle, looking deep down into the spawn. Not quite able to catch a Liege on that swing, but Lux will. And they jumped up, ready to fight Simple here. Gonna get spammed to death. Carrigan has to fly solo and he can't find a thing. Legacy are earning these round wins. And there's no more fighting talk from FaZe Clan. They're getting bullied here on Mirage.
Absolutely blown out of this map right now. 4 kills for Lux this time. Everyone's had their moment in the limelight. for Legacy. And while Simple starts it, another 5v4 for FaZe, and a Legion in uncleared position. None of this is enough. Simple gets banged out through the box. And even with the info, Karrigan shifts into that angle. This is going very wrong for FaZe and very right for Legacy. Who could have seen this one coming? And is there any saving it? Simple's AWP is back. FaZe with a full buy, lacking the kit. But I mean, we got Frozen and Rain, 1 and 0 kills. Rain caught by that stairs boost last round. Not gonna feel sharp with what Legacy have thrown your way. Simple solo B right now with the AWP. Allows FaZe to play a stack on this A site, and they're not getting scared at the nades thrown into B by Lato. FaZe believe in this setup.
I found a lot of their util just like lobbing it into mid at the start of the round to try and slow the roll of Legacy. That's left them with not a lot to work with here, right? Minute left on the clock. The only blocking util you have is one Molotov on Elige. And so you feel a bit at the mercy of Legacy's call here. Oh dear. Miss smoke. Supposed to help them go across and actually get this play over towards the connector. Instead, that's missed its mark. Elige and Karrigan both in the kill feed as FaZe Clan try and put their first round on the board. They're in an advantageous spot right now. This bomb rotating back around for a last-second link-up with Lato over on ramp.
This 1-2 setup they won't be ready for. If they kill Rain first, they're not going to clear Frozen under Balk.
And these footsteps are heard, so Elige also moving over. Rain refusing to go down quietly. Even takes one of the grave.
Go get him.
And that's going to repel this A play. FaZe Clan, it takes them 8 rounds, but they finally break through.
All right, there's something. It's not too late. We know with a team like FaZe, it's never too late to come back into a game. But they've got to be pretty damn sharp for the rest of this half. Nice round out of Rain as well. Nice! Gets on the board. And stops that late A commit. Elite dropping under while Simple orbs the window. Looks like Legacy want to keep it simple, just go for a B-pop, and Simple seems to have that read already. He's running his rotation. Karrigan only just getting behind the site in time. He's spotted as well. Legacy has strung out a little bit. Only one man in the bomb site, but he gets the entry. Simple needs something here from the window, and Lux has even cleared up middle. 1 by 1, FaZe fall in this round across every part of the map. Mid, B, and A, nowhere is safe. Simple can't survive the smoke spam, and Lux is even yelling during the round. He knows that's a tilting death. My, oh my. Everyone survives.
I mean, the yelling's still happening, but even for Legacy, I think they've gotten so used to it now, it's not, you know, the heart's not in it as much. It's just a formality at this point. They are racking up rounds. They can't set a foot wrong.
Look at this one.
Just on rails.
Making it look easy. 12 and 3 for Lux, 12 and 4 for Dumao. And look at Dumao go. He's crept out. They have no idea. Rain, important kill. This round would have come unraveled if that entry, it comes in for Legacy, but they will still move up connector, and FaZe don't know just yet how close these players are. Lux has snuck through. Elige, important frag. FaZe hold on to something, but this site is still getting lost.
Oh, that's a couple of clean taps for Nissim as Legacy wrestle this one back. Lato overran. It's going to fall onto Sadzin in this clutch. 1v2 to try and keep this scoreline just so out of bounds for FaZe. Never let them get going on Mirage. Sadzin looks to creep through the back line. This guy, throughout stage 1, was very much a player to keep an eye on. In stage 2, he's had more and more of the team coming alive. But a lot's being asked of Sadzin here. 45 seconds to work with as he goes on this lengthy but quiet reposition out towards the spawn. He's hoping he can take one early. Leave this down to a 1v1. Otherwise, they can swing together as soon as they collect that info.
He knows.
Seems so aware. Barrel now spotted. That kill comes for free. Simple versus Sadzin. FaZe Clan and a second round that had to come through from Simple. He will hold his own in the clutch. Knocks Sadzin out of it. Gets that AWP upgrade. Simple provides for FaZe Clan momentary reprieve from this beating that Legacy have been dealing them on Mirage.
He absolutely needed that. That was a 3-on-5 that comes down to a 1v1. And thank goodness Simple saves the day for FaZe, because without it, this map feels like it's over. Lets him know. Nice try for Sadzin. Simple's now got an AWP back. Been pretty safe on this B-bomb side, not been forcing too much since he's had the AWP. Now out on the short side. Frozen in the window instead. Patient play again for Legacy.
Wasn't even ready for that on the swing. So a good reaction to find Lux as the opening. Carrigan aggressive through the apartments. He's got Simple nearby. Last time this hold couldn't withstand the Legacy B hit, but it's looking far better. Simple and Carrigan both in the kill feed. And as Sadzin looks to play out, this B site's getting reinforced. More and more players moving in for FaZe. To pad it out, Simple hits a blinder. Coming alive after winning that 1v1. Knocked out by Nissim, sure, but there's layers to this defense. Carrigan sounding a little more chipper as finally some CT rounds are coming through. Something tangible for FaZe in this first half.
Maybe a slow start, but it is by no means a one game yet for Legacy with 4 rounds and a pistol. Suddenly you're even before you know it. Simple starting to get a couple of impactful kills on this B-bomb site. Him and Liege, the only guys positive here for FaZe. Liege flashes under, clears it entirely, now goes back to assist in middle, and that's where the bulk of Legacy are. Moving in quick, great flash to put a Liege in position for that opening kill. He's got more to talk about as well. Double in middle, leaving Legacy just to the A site.
Oh, Rain, a little awkward, but he's able to recover, and here's the support from Elise. She might be low on health, you wouldn't know. FaZe looking for 4 on the half, and that's after being put through the ringer by this Legacy squad. They'll scrape by with 3 rounds in a row to close out this first half. Will that be enough? Will that reignite FaZe, or can Doomau get back to screaming down this building?
What's up, everybody? I'm Darth Mike. I'm going to be running around the venue, taking you behind the scenes, showing you a lot of the action, filming a ton of content. We're going to go ahead and take a tour of the studio, see where the magic happens, see where the games are going to be going live. Teams are getting ready to set up, so let's go ahead and let's do it. Welcome in to the Blast TV Austin Major Studio. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Come Come on in. We've got so many beautiful things to look at. This is where the first 3 stages of the major are going to occur. We got 32 teams rocking up. It's in this studio where everything begins, where we first learn to respect underdog. This is the mix zone. This is where the press will be after the games to catch players as they come off, get their interviews, get their snippet, give you guys a little insight. But here, as we come around the corner, this is where the magic happens. We've got 8 setups. Top of the line Alienware monitors, blacklight chairs, desks, everything you could possibly want to achieve your absolute best as a player. But these setups, we've got 8 of them, and that means that one set of teams can be setting up while the other set of teams is playing, so that we don't have any elongated breaks if everything works as planned. Knock on, that's not wood, but it'll be good enough. So with these 32 teams coming in, there's a lot of rookies. With the expansion of the major, there's a lot of new faces, a lot of fresh faces coming through. And while the setups do a great job of allowing you to adjust, to tweak, to raise your level, to lower your chair, to do everything you could need to make yourself as comfortable as possible, let's be real. We all know what's on the line. We all know the stakes. It's never going to be as easy as when you're playing at home. We're coming down to the end of the row, and here's where the broadcast magic happens. They don't let me touch the cameras anymore, not since the incident, so we'll leave that alone. I move on in here to the jib. This is my favorite toy. This is how we get all the beautiful sweeping shots. It goes in, it goes out. Every time you see a dope crowd shot, it's thanks to one of these. But again, not since the incident. Welcome in to the desk here at the Blast TV Austin Major, where we have created this marvel of carbon fiber and electronics to bring you the absolute peak of analytical experience here at the Blast TV Austin Major. We have the beautiful Austin skyline on the LED wall behind me. They can change that to anything that they want. They got so much power here. And in between the games, in between the matches, they're going to be breaking down the information. They're going to be bringing you the highlights. They're going to be updating you on the storyline, keeping you abreast of the situation. And it's from this desk that our analysts can peer all the way down the room at those far setups so they can see the hype moments and maybe critique a player's posture. And if you're wondering why I'm so brilliant and beautiful and tall like these giant skyscrapers behind me, well, we got a little bit of secret if you look down. This is just a little bit of a box there. That's a lower tech solution, but you know, sometimes everybody needs a bit of a lift. In a minute here, this hall is going to fill back up with players, and the games will commence. The screams of triumph, the cries of agony, the noises of defeat, those are all going to ring through the halls of this studio. So without further ado, let the games begin.
If you're just tuning in, kind of a shocking scoreline at the end of this first half. Legacy came out guns blazing. They were sat up 7-0 at one point in this game. In the end, though, FaZe able to find some success in the final 4 or 5 rounds of play. They've scraped by with a 4-round first half, moving on to the T side of Mirage. This is Legacy's pick in the battle to go 3-0. This was a FaZe that showed up in great form, a lot of eyeballs on them. Ever since bringing Simple into the mix, they've been a very entertaining team to watch, and they played some damn clean Counter-Strike to open up stage 2.
FaZe have smashed both BO1s, right? Not even close. 13-3, 13-5 in the opening games here in Austin. So you kind of came in today expecting more of the same, but Legacy have warmed up throughout stage 1, playing down to the final day, and showing up in stage 2 with something to say. Legacy, can they find a pistol to set themselves up?
The thing that's cool here is, like, you know, we've seen FaZe when they're switched on be able to demolish teams that they should be able to beat. And sure, they did it in like a very, very convincing fashion, and that's what got us excited. But now this is a question of resilience for FaZe Clan, a skill they haven't really had to demonstrate on their run so far, with how dominantly, how handily they dealt with both Heroic and TYLOO.
I mean, if anyone can convince you to come back, it could be Carrigan.
Side of Legacy, they started so strong. Doomau was lights out. Only took his first death in like round 7 or 8 of the game.
Good pistol for FaZe right now. They got the space over the top. Simple styling on Lux. Jumps on his head and departs like it's nothing.
Plateau falls. The aggression out towards this CT area. FaZe want the real estate. They want to shut down this retake before it even begins, but they decide against it. They fall back, they go through the motions, they group, they fight Sads in together, and then they recommit into the spawn. That's FaZe Clan opening up with a clean pistol round in this second half.
Excellent.
And that's the worst case scenario for Legacy. This was exactly what you highlighted as that first half was drawing to a close. If you fall down on the pistol at an 8-4 scoreline, very, very quickly, this is going to close up.
Yeah, I don't know if that was part of the strat for Simple to jump through the stairs smoke, but that's why you have Simple in this team, to make those crazy plays, and FaZe reflashing spawn is the key as well. So Legacy get that control, they get full blinded, and Elige lets him know he's also been reliable in this game for FaZe, one of the few pieces. Keeps it up in this second round, trying to stop the force buy on the B rush. Legion, hot water, he is dead. They come jumping in. So 4v4, but with 2 players spotted up a B, FaZe may as well speed up the pace. It's only Lato in this site, 3 and 7. Need to be his best round yet, and they clear him from top of the stairs. So Legacy, this force buy goes nowhere, and they should accept their fate. Round by round, FaZe take control back of this game.
Terrorists win.
I mean, you know, with these NA teams having struggled to have made it out of stage 1, no one surviving, and then coming here in the stage 2, MAE now being down in that 1-2 position as well. You know, we're getting a bit stuck for NA representation. I think that only means that for someone like Elige, you want to fight even harder. Because sure, you know, Liquid already waiting in at that next stage of play. But for a major taking place in Austin, Texas, it feels like you want Americans to get behind.
Yeah,
and Elige could very quickly end up being the only one up for the task.
Not just an NA fan favorite, but FaZe are, you know...
oh my god, hang on a second. This is getting out of control. These pistols show up for Legacy. That 1 kill in mid, then they force the fights out towards stairs. And now FaZe left reeling from this initial onslaught of the pistols. This force buy looking to work out for the Legacy squad. Rain and Frozen, they thought this was the gap closing. They thought they were well and truly back in this game. And Legacy have just ruined it. A flawless round.
That was meant to be the freebie. That was, you know, saved guns from the force buy. FaZe are meant to walk right over that. And Lato, who's done nothing this game, just shows up with his first multi-kill. And shuts it down on ramp. Any moment FaZe had to catch their breath is now gone. They're back off to the races with a pretty poor buy, where you need an individual or individuals to save you because you have no util in this round. That's the one thing FaZe have been lacking. Players stepping up. Rain, Karrigan, Frozen, all very quiet in this map. Gotta look to Simple, gotta look to Elige. Rain will find that opener, put down after 1. Legacy using a lot of util in middle, so much so that they have nothing left. 1 smoke to block in this round. Boost is very cheeky in a round like this. Might go uncleared entirely. As Legacy abandoned middle. FaZe walk right into the trap. Oh.
Yeah, Lux dealt with. They hear him jumping. It's a nice, easy chase for Karrigan, but he's not ready for Nissim, who plays Trigger Discipline here. Plays to deny that plant, only going to get out with 1.
No, he killed the wrong player there.
Yeah. And the rest of Legacy still on the extremities here. They're not going to give this one a go. So there's the reply from FaZe Clan. This back and forth start to the second half continues.
Yeah, in that position, Nissim has to kill a rifle and then hope you can also get the planter coming off of the bomb. Sure, he gets a guaranteed kill, but it's also a near guaranteed trade from FaZe. And Lux as well, he's jumping, he spots him, he jumps again. One too many times, just kind of falling into autopilot there, it looked like. That's what gives away the kill for FaZe. So a bit of an ugly B-hold, despite good positions. FaZe, a relieving round win.
It's not a team you want to make even the tiniest of mistakes against.
No. I mean, that was just their opportunity. After winning the force buy, FaZe give it right back. When you get kill planting. Sadzin's AWP is out. He has been a very exciting piece. You talk about his carry in stage 1. It was absolutely a big factor of Legacy's success there, especially on that final day. This is his first major appearance. One player in the server who's never been to a major before Austin. He be Legacy's difference maker back in spawn. FaZe looking for that A attack. 2 players in middle to split connector. That's info for FaZe.
Hit the AWP fire off in CT. Dumao taking heads off on this split up through the connector. Rangers decides to leave him to it. Focus forward. Just misses his timing on Lato. They both missed it on each other. They don't even know, but that smoke fades. Rain's the one to pick it up. Ow. Low on health now, though, put in a box. Dumao with quick reactions to deal with him. And this AWP hasn't even played its hand yet. Frozen doesn't know where to look. Legacy lock in double digits. They clamp down on that ace split, and the back and forth continues.
Oh, if you're FaZe, you just have to write that off as unlucky there. That's a very, very weird round with both players missing timings and con. This smoke that Dumao plays behind, able to take the advantage. And the whole time, Sadson just sat behind triple. FaZe can't flush him out. Really well played from him, not to overplay his position. And Legacy move in for the killing blow right now. 10 rounds to 7. They put FaZe on pistols. Dumao's not scared. Yeah, maybe he is now. Spots players top mid. But even this posturing for Legacy is putting the fear in FaZe. Now venturing into middle, they're going to run boost their way across. Dumao with a double, finally stopped. Going nowhere for FaZe. Grouping back for a B hit.
I mean, they are going to the least defended side of the map.
Yeah, Lux is calling for a rotate right now. Lato just moving in. But he's on the market side. He's going to miss that time.
Nade on Frozen could even flush Lux out. You want to play contact in the start, sure. Now you're making noise, they know you're here. Caught with nothing done, though. That rotate saves Legacy, bails them out. Lato there in time, and Legacy up onto 11, approaching map point here on their map pick.
I don't think anyone was ready for this. Not, you know, it's a BO3, right? They've still got to earn it across the series, but this is just the rounds for Legacy been winning it. Very impressive. And against, again, a team that has stomped the 2 maps they've played already at this major. So FaZe running into some serious resistance. And if they have any hope in making this comeback happen, it's here and now, or it's never. And on to next map. Perfect ramp setup. Satin hits his shot. They will clear close. Satin gets out, but he's in a world of hurt.
It's all grind into a bit of an awkward hole here. Satin with a missed shot. Lux attempts to bail him out, but Satin might be his own help. He doubles. And that gets him up on his feet. Satin with one hell of a hold in an awkward position the entire time. And he makes it feel comfortable, makes it feel like home. Dude. That's Legacy up on a map point. They've got 5 chances to close out Mirage.
Look at the style on this play. He goes up the ladder, takes a shot, drops back down on the smoke break, gets a second, throws and falls in, and he finds the third. Satin, what a sequence. A young player at his first major. A major that Legacy were never supposed to be at. And they are not wasting this opportunity. 5 map points against FaZe in this progression BO3. FaZe have nothing to show for it. Again, no plant, no money. We're already thinking about Dust 2. Flex a little bit more. Fighting in middle. Smokes do come down though. FaZe make it fast out.
That smoke break is brutal. The nade's done so much damage. FaZe can feel it. This one's done. There's no win in this for Carrigan. Legacy have swallowed them whole on Mirage to open up this BO3 series. And they're all looking to charge him, all looking to fight together. It'll end the way it started with cheers of elation from Legacy. They steamroll FaZe Clan to open this one up. They are now within touching distance of going 3-0.
The dream run continues as Legacy take control on Mirage and do one over the FaZe Clan, who were expected to be favorites in this in a big way. Loud and proud, same energy, same style, same delivery. And Legacy don't look like the team we saw on day 1 of stage 1.
Yes.
Nearly said 3.
Yes, indeed.
It gets confusing. Yes.
So many numbers, man. Yeah, I mean, look, you gotta give it to him. Now we're seeing some consistency as well out of it. While Dumao and Lato, we mentioned a number of times this 3-4 year period where we've been waiting for them to arrive. Not only have they arrived, but it's now back-to-back games. It's now delivering from stage 1 to stage 2. Now it's against a big dog. So they keep moving the bar a little bit higher on us right now, which is great. Which is all exactly what you want.
And I love that they are able to keep their composure despite the fact that they're getting fired up. The way they are able to trade off of each other, the way they set up first contact between each other. Usually a lot of these youngster teams end up kind of falling apart. Like an individual just decides to go for a bad swing and then everything starts to unravel. But no, they kept their composure. They actually were able to play off of each other till the bitter end of that.
And there wasn't any heartbreak round for them in this game, really, right? Like those underdog teams, they go out to a big lead like this, and then you see around FaZe wins with Tech9s and Deagles, or you see a devastating 2v4 that FaZe wins or something like that, and the whole map changes. The whole match just flips on its head. It never happened here because of what you're saying. The young, inexperienced players play smart Counter-Strike together. They're waiting. They're being patient for their crossfires. They're playing off each other very, very well, and there was nothing FaZe could do to get back into it.
Looking at this 7-1 start from Legacy as well, right? It just looked like a team who were not scared, that they could just play the way they wanted to. And it didn't matter what names are on the other side of them, yet this is probably the biggest game they could be looking at.
I mean, you see the names in the server against you, you're probably going to have a little bit of fear of God, or fear of GOAT, that is, you know? Like, you see Simple and you just think, like, when is he going to activate? When is he going to do something crazy? But to actually FaZe's dismay, I would say, they weren't really as aggressive as I thought. They weren't really getting in their faces. They were getting crunched on repeatedly on the A bomb site. Like, Rain didn't have a single kill for the first 6 or 7 rounds there because they kind of just played all the way back and let Legacy play their game.
Well, I think there's some weaknesses to talk about if you were to talk about FaZe. Like, I think if you look at this roster, yeah, the names and the skill and the experience are all going to be there, and you'll all have that head and shoulders over Legacy. But what you're going to be missing out on is a team that doesn't have this deep of a playbook because of Simple just coming in recently, 3 weeks. So if you go into a game where your individual plays aren't working, where you're not being as aggressive because they're not working, you're probably trying to change things up because you feel like you don't have the ability to hit those, and you don't necessarily have all the protocols. That's like the recipe for a team like Legacy, who's been together for a while and hitting their stride, able to kind of exploit you in those areas and get some good wins. And I mean, let's be real too, the shouting at the start of the game, I mean, obviously you want to be, I don't want to say you want to be cautious, but you do run that risk of igniting, you know, this team the way we saw them do against Heroic. Dude, FaZe actually had some resistance early on, and Legacy was just like, we're not letting you back in. Like, I'm simply told us, shut up, make me. Like, do it. And they didn't. They never made him shut up.
They're definitely not in the server or out of the server. Still a lot to be found within this. But going back to the early parts of the game, we're going to start with looking at round 3 initially.
I mean, a lot of the beginning was great for Legacy. They were able to take a lot of space really nicely. They were able to just push the FaZe players back. I think round 3 in particular, I'm not actually quite... Oh, yeah, this is the one where they were able to battle back from a 5v3. Okay, so they lost them opening picks there towards B, towards short, but then they were able to fight themselves back into this one. And this was a very tense moment for Dumao here, where he just had to pull out the Deagle, sidearm equipped, and we love that.
Yeah, we do love that.
Oh, and the simple one.
And the old STFU, right, in response as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great. And I mean, that's a good clutch. They were very close to losing that round, and maybe that could have changed the nature of the game overall. But that's just the strong play of Legacy right now. Dumao's able to recover the situation. They just marched on for more wins.
We got some more picked out as well, right? Going from round 3 to 5.
This one is where I was watching and I was like, okay, you had the little, you know, shut the F up kind of round, but like, look at the radar here. Like, look at how default FaZe are playing in a big gun round for them, where they've got all the utility they need, they got the weapons that they want, and then they just let themselves get smoked off. They get pushed all the way back, and they just get picked apart. Like, eventually, Legacy players get into position. They're approaching from multiple angles, trading off of each other. And look at when this plant starts. There's nobody from FaZe in advanced position whatsoever. And FaZe are just kind of desperately fighting themselves back in around. Like, the lack of initiative from FaZe was so concerning in the first couple rounds, and I'm surprised it took until round 8 or so where they finally said, okay, let's fight for something.
Yeah, and I wonder if we talked to them, if we could get a reason of why that would have happened. If I had to like make a guess a little bit, I think SaDZen had a really good start to the game. He didn't like light up and blow up the scoreboard overall at the end of the day, but he had like 3 or 4 like huge picks in that initial like 6 to 7 nothing run. We saw the one on Rain just now in this round you highlighted. I know he picked off Frozen and Window, I think, in like the very first gun run. Like, he actually had some great picks that got them started on the right path early and let them build up that steam and momentum. Which is great. We love saying that out of our
I mean, we don't get to say much about SaDZen. Like, that's the thing, actually, that's like really surprising about this Legacy lineup. Like, it's been Dumao and Lado, Dumao and Lado.
Yeah.
Lux is a cool new IGL. Like, like, that's kind of been the trifecta.
Takes a while before you get to Nissim and SaDZen.
But I think that's natural for Brazilian teams in this era, where it's usually the rifles that are carrying these rosters. But it's a pleasant surprise to see SaDZen actually showing something here.
And some more of what was being shown from the Legacy side was on round 15, I believe. Another one you picked out?
Yeah, I mean, this is another one where we could see just the defense of Legacy kind of winning a round that they're just not supposed to. I mean, look at Dumao. Like, you know, he's in an awkward position, and surprisingly, Lado just gets so much mileage out of playing on default right there. I'm a little surprised there was no Molotov from FaZe. Like, a couple guys had Molotovs, they just didn't really use them, and that felt like, okay, FaZe, you were fighting yourself back in, and you lose on this kind of round. Like, this is where it almost felt like it was over.
And that might have been like a glimpse of what I was talking about, is like that lack of a game plan, lack of all the protocols being set. They're getting up and maybe trying to speed things up. They know they're getting beat, you know, a little bit. They're just like a little bit surprised and maybe shocked that they're in this kind of a situation and forget the details.
Are we worried with all what you're saying just about what FaZe were able to show, especially on a Mirage, where you'd expect them to be ready for a map like this?
You definitely should have, because it was a problem map for them when they were playing at Dallas. Of course, it was Skulls playing for Rain at that point, but even just the lack of initiative, because that's the thing with FaZe. I feel like over the last 3 years with FaZe, anytime I see them lose a CT side like that, it's usually because they're just playing on their heels. They're so comfortable because of the experience of the players in just playing a default setup that it allows even underdog teams to just play out their entire game plan. And usually FaZe are able to find this one incision point, this one point where the other team messes up. Well, Legacy just didn't make mistakes on their approach.
You know, I'm not super worried, to be honest, to answer your question. I mean, maybe for this series, but not overall for FaZe, because that's another thing that we still have to find out. Kerrigan alluded to it yesterday in the interview when he said he didn't want to talk to you about the maps, because we don't know what maps they're going to be wanting to play. We don't know what their map pool is going to look like or how deep it can go. Obviously, they probably don't have the full answer to that question either. And I think this team, this FaZe team, maybe this series they have an issue. Maybe Legacy actually ends up upsetting them and taking this, but I think the rest of the stage, FaZe should have no problem getting to stage 3. And the dangerous thing about it is this FaZe, the more games they get in all of these stages, the stronger they will become eventually when you get towards the end. They'll have more reps on more maps. They'll explore deeper into the map pool when they have to get into different series against different opposition, and they're just going to keep getting better. So not super worried overall for FaZe.
Yeah, as long as FaZe progress, they're in a good position, whether that's with reps because they get days off after winning today, or even just playing more live BO3 so then they can iron out the mistakes actively.
Kerrigan's experienced enough to recognize that fact as well, right? He's not going to let the boys go off the rails too much with a loss like this. So, I mean, he's very much going to pull them back in.
Yeah, and pulling him back in, right, I want to look at Demao and see if he's going to keep this energy when we go into these next games as well, right? Because you already touched on him and just saying, like, the fact he's able to do this, keep the shouting going, he's had this same energy in every single game. Do you think there's a point where they try to mute him or he could be muted? Or do you think if he's having a good game no matter what, he's going to be doing more of this?
What's great about him is that he's being so aggressive and in the faces of the FaZe players, but then he still can always rely on what he used to do in other games, other teams where he became that late round player. So he's actually become such a complete player that it's very difficult to try to shut him out, because even if he maybe misses a couple entries here or there, he'll just slow the game down for himself. So yeah, Demao, he'll always play at the pace that he thinks is necessary to get the victory, and it's been surprisingly effective throughout this tournament.
I hope he keeps it up too. I mean, I have no reason to think he won't, but I'm more intrigued about FaZe, right? Like we saw they did the whole like MJ thing, like came into that heroic match, like we took that personally. Like now we have the motivation. So if I'm FaZe, if I'm thinking of what they're talking about right now, I bet it's nothing to do with tactics and strategy. I bet it's talking about the fact that they just got screamed at by a team that they think is far below their level, and now they got to come back and tell these bots how it's supposed to go.
Effing bots.
These effing bots.
That quotes have to be correct, right? Don't miss off the keyword or simple will come for you. But will they be able to come for them in Dust 2? Dust 2 is not historically a good map for Legacy, right? And at least for FaZe, some of their players' very favorite map that they love to style on.
I mean, they just defeated Heroic and sort of embarrassed Heroic, actually. So FaZe is incredibly comfortable on this map. They're a lot more active. I feel like they can simplify the playbook, too, on their own T side. Like, they don't need to really...
Don't even need a playbook, really.
Too much of anything, But I just
individuals.
Yeah, their CT side is where I just feel like, whereas before we saw so much passivity there on Mirage, because it's kind of scary to jump out in middle by yourself. Simple kind of can do that. If he wants to swing off Cat, let him do it. If he wants to swing and go for a mid fight, let him do it. That was what was so cool about the Heroic victory, is that they just took so many fights into lower and middle that it just made Heroic's game plan fall apart at the seams.
Yeah, I think this is where we see FaZe bounce back in the series and take this too. I have a hard time thinking that Legacy is going to be able to stop what we saw yesterday if that gets up and running. The question is FaZe going to come back and bring that same fire to the equation? I think this Legacy team, if Sadzin keeps playing well with the AWP, if Demao stays aggressive and stays in their face, a lot of cool things he can do on Dust 2 as well, but it's going to be shutting down some of the individual plays and some of the aggression that comes out first.
Do you expect to see some more from Rain? I know you mentioned him not having such a great Mirage.
I mean, he has to, right? I mean, he's so comfortable on the map. I mean, when you get the AK in his hands, he's one of the few guys that, remember when the Krieg meta was happening, he's like, no, just going to AK down mid on Dust 2, doesn't even matter. And he's still just nailing people to the wall. So, yeah, he's going to bring things back. He's never really one that's going to stay in a slump for too long.
Well, let's hope that slump doesn't continue, as the next map is around the corner. We're moving to Dust 2. It is FaZe's pick. Let's see what can happen when they go up against Legacy once again.
FaZe versus Legacy rages on. Right now, Legacy sitting a map up. They just handled FaZe convincingly on their pick and Mirage to open. Now we go to Dust 2. This is FaZe's pick in the series, the one that they opened up this stage 2 on and looked lights out on this map versus Heroic. But looking a little rough around the edges are FaZe. Their feathers ruffled by Dumao and co on the other side. Do we think they can recover here on Dust 2?
Yeah, the setting is different, isn't it, right? We had all that smack talk coming into the Heroic game. We had a reason for FaZe to fight, and not to say they don't today, looking to go 3-0 into that next stage of the major, but that was a bit of a disappointing start for FaZe, a bit of a slow run, and Legacy absolutely took advantage of it. The question is for Legacy, who now have all the pressure on their shoulders. Can they keep up this form? Can they close the series, or will it take all three? I certainly hope we get more of the FaZe we saw yesterday, because that was a very exciting couple of games to watch. Late out the long side, and a high flash to do it. Dumao pushed off the angle. FaZe get that control. Thomas B, you'll notice, and look at Legacy fall for this. 4 players. All eyes on long, just Nissim towards that B bomb site. Legacy are biting down on this right now. Even Nissim's watching mid on timing. He hears a smoke come down into B. He needs kills.
Yeah, realizing now exactly what the call was in this pistol. Legacy start to scramble everyone over. They know currently there's players arriving late to this B hold, and so Nissim able to withstand this initial fight. Karrigan will take it one step further. That's a huge triple kill from him out in the tunnels. Karrigan is on for the ace right now. The captain doing everything for FaZe Clan. Just LaToO left to be simple, caught on the push out through middle. It's going to come down to the 1v1. Karrigan needs an ace clutch. Low HP for LaToO. Oh. Karrigan dead, tapped out. It's real close, but it looks like he's done enough. 4 kills from FaZe's captain. And the ambulance returns, but not for FaZe.
Aim punch the whole way. He's just spamming bodies. And look at this triple in the tunnels. They just line up for him. Beautifully played for Karrigan. And you make a good point. You talk about how the rest of FaZe are late to the party there after the long take. Those kills even more important as a result. A must-win pistol won by FaZe. With their backs against the wall, only way to fight is forward. It's Legacy taking stock after that very close round, and LaTo's even bought an M4. Legacy don't look to let sleeping dogs lie. They're off to the pound.
Dumao able to slip under simple at the start. Made it into lower. And Nissim's even crunched onto the upper tunnels, but Rain's just playing the extremities here. And he's heard them look for this real estate. He heard 2 players pushing in. He knows that right now they think it's clear.
Not getting out of that one. Still a deagle up close. Got to be pinpoint. That's one, but no more. Here's the rifle, and FaZe caught off guard. They weren't expecting that. Finds a dink, but needed kills. Lots of damage done. Maybe the MP9 can answer the call, can finish what he started. Frozen with full health, able to hold down the long side, and Legacy are just going to push together, but he's done so prepared.
A lot of damage, but yeah, this slowdown for FaZe, the thing that will seal the deal.
What a set.
They wait for the aggression to come to them, knowing that 2 dinks from that M4 is just so enticing. They might just get given those fights, and that's exactly the play that Legacy go for.
Yeah, that wasn't just FaZe like talking while they chill and waiting for the in-game leader to make a plan. That was them setting up for the reaggress. They knew it was coming. It's a good realization off of the damage. Oh, simple hit for 80 by Eagle in middle. Zeus goes nowhere. And an anti-eco FaZe will close. Somewhat relieving.
This is going to be a far harder battle for Legacy. Mirage was their comfort map. They have a lot of ideas there, good results. One that FaZe have struggled on, but Dust 2 has been one of the go-tos for FaZe since they landed in Austin. And one that Legacy themselves have struggled on. So this is the tallest task yet. FaZe have all this control out in mid. They also likely heard Legacy kind of setting up to take long at the start of the round. And they've seen Lux fire off on short. So the expectation here is that you're going to meet a fair few numbers in this A play. Just taking this early staging area of Cat, still leaving options open, right? That's thanks to Elige being in the tunnels. Mid control still held. This doesn't have to be a commitment, but they lob in the exec anyway. They're gonna send Rain in and he'll drop down into the spawn to set up this mid to B. And here's the play. Eyes set on this B site for FaZe Clan, and Nissim trying to trade this one, ready for the play out through the tunnels, but he can't get a handle on Elige. Rain with a re-smoke out in the spawn, and things go from bad to worse as they lose Dumao. That's a pretty huge pickup. That's not insignificant. Sadzin catching Rain over the edge of the smoke. That's given Legacy a reason to go for this round, a 2-on-3. Boost up for FaZe. They try to bring the fight to Legacy in this post plant, and it's worked wonders. And so that little glimmer of hope that Sadzin provides snuffed out. Lao just wants to grab this AWP and put as much distance between himself and FaZe as possible. But they know the value of removing this orb. Both players come hunting, and Frozen gets out with a hat-trick. It's flawless for FaZe to open up Dust 2.
Yeah, we're seeing that round get used a lot more by a lot of teams at the moment at this major, right? The Cat execute, but the smoke that dribbles down into CT that lets you cross mid to B, and as long as you have a player in the spawn to clear that out in the first place, you have a lot more room. Really nice execution by FaZe. Certainly helped out by the fact that Legacy were playing very passive in A, tucked in Goose, tucked on Car. So it gives FaZe all the room they want to make that play happen. And a nice little tricky post-plant boost that catches Legacy while they're setting up. FaZe looking a lot more comfortable here on Dust 2.
Nice! We're alive now!
We are alive now. That much is true.
It's like... Carrigan's one of the OG, you know, shit talkers, someone who was always proficient at it, always good at kind of playing up to the cameras, but he's trying something new here. What if I just make an annoying sound, and that's the one thing I do?
Yeah, Dumao's been doing that all tournament.
Well,
it's called screaming.
You are the meme of like, you know, why is it fine for Carrigan to do it, Hugo, and not Dumao? Lux, oh, what happened there? Did he take his hand off his mouse? It was in the player cam and he didn't react.
Not great timing.
That's awkward.
Well, don't worry. If it means anything, wouldn't have won that round anyway. FaZe just struck their stuff into B. 5-0 lead on the T side. And Legacy waiting for guns. Flash setup could find some weapons at the end, as long as they're ready for it. Someone got a call. There it goes. FaZe don't look to give those weapons away, they block it.
Terrorists win. He's looking a lot more switched on. Finding a huge degree of comfort in their dust too. You're just getting a lot more mileage out of everyone right now. Still been a quiet start, I guess you could say, from Simple. Been waiting for him to really get going. But it's not through lack of trying. There's just only so many kills available. Right now it's this trio of Karrigan, Frozen, and Elige topping the charts for FaZe. They set their sights on a mid play. Sadzin's Orb going to struggle to be involved here. They hear it firing off from the crossroads. That's more info for FaZe to work with. They've already forced a pretty meaty reaction out of Legacy with just this one smoke in mid.
Second volley comes in right as Lux is backing up. He doesn't have anything to stop this. Deeper smoke as well to avoid HE's breaking as FaZe pick up the pace into this B site. Lato and Nissim on a crossfire. They need clean kills on the A1S and they'll find them 3 in an instant. Simple's missed shot puts him in danger. And Legacy are dropping in to try and flush him out. It's only Rain and Spawn, and they've heard this, I think. They're very aware. Sazin nails it. Legacy on the board, and very good that it's 5 alive as well. Means they won't just be instantly susceptible to a reset from FaZe. They can keep the fight up no matter what happens.
So that was a bit of a change of game plan from FaZe, right? It was more of a call out of spawn once they get all this mid control and they just try to embark on that quick mid to be, this time, a bit more of a usual round. 2 players in the tunnels to hold for early aggression, to assist in getting these guys out through mid, clearing short from lower. This one feeling and looking more like the other rounds from FaZe. Taking all the necessary map control before they begin. That's an awkward miss for Sadzin. That would have made a real difference. Gonna make up for it the second time around. Catches Elige out in the open. Karrigan has slipped the net here. But as he runs up on the approach, Sadzin should be ready for this. The Orb up close, gonna get rid of Karrigan. Legacy looking to start a streak here and now. Frozen and Simple, little split up here. The smoke's gonna start to fade and Sadzin just steals himself away, but it's Simple. Spotted over on Cat. They know about the Sadzin Orb. Simple with the turnaround. Nissim knocked out. And this was a 2v5, now 2-on-3. Nerves start to creep in for Legacy. They don't want to give it away. No. Simple with even more. That's his 3rd kill as this Orb continues to find success for FaZe. Lato hears the footsteps, they're crunching him in mid. Simple was ready for that fight, but Lato wrestles it back. Gets it off from Simple. And locks in a 2nd round. 2 in a row now for Legacy on the CT half.
Oh, you're feeling it for a second there, right? 3 kills from Simple out of nowhere, plucking them through smokes. But not to be. Lato makes sure they can't get into that B-bomb site. This one. very quick. But all not enough. Legacy find back-to-back gun rounds and are building into this game.
Yeah, FaZe have reached the end of their tether in terms of the money as well, right? This is the last buy round for FaZe Clan. And it's already started with rain falling.
Legacy
didn't bring the umbrella, so they'll have to go up on a cat. Mid-control taken. But these cat plays have been getting dealt with cleanly by the Legacy squad. Real estate that they've given up to FaZe in most of these rounds. Heavier B-lean this time for Legacy though, and these rotates will be slower than in rounds gone by. Good timing on that block over on short. FaZe were just getting ready to hit the go button. But that smoke is the last bit of breathing room Legacy have. Past this point, it's on to Dumao. He does have this God Flash. Throwing up over the palm tree, gonna blind everyone out on short. A lot of damage done. Sadzin's AWP lends a helping hand. Follow-up shot, just gonna sail on past Carrigan, but it shouldn't come to matter. Dumao holds it down long enough for his team to arrive.
Legacy starting to look very comfortable now, giving FaZe a lot of room, just enough rope to hang themselves. And this A site is not proving to have solutions for FaZe. Their B hits, their mid to Bs have been far more successful. Not really seen them utilizing long control at all in this T side. Felt like we were ready for FaZe to wake up and stop this game. It might not be as simple as that. Legacy have come to play. Want to make every map interesting in this series. Shutting this one down cleanly as well. 5 alive anti-eco are looking to match up with FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you look at like the numbers for Legacy on Dust 2, it doesn't paint a very pretty picture, but you can't really look at the numbers when it comes to Legacy and their run at this major, right? They're in a gear above what you're used to getting out of this team right now. It's a lot of intangibles at play behind this Legacy success. And so as this CT side's continued, these individuals start to pull through.
No way.
Everyone's coming up with ideas, not afraid to make their plays. You get a very different looking team. Dumao on the aggressive pathing with that AWP covering over in mid. He's taken a lot of ground away, and this isn't a play FaZe should be ready for. Frozen, even though he checks it, that's just a tag from Simple. Dumao's allowed to keep battling for this mid control.
He's unstoppable right now. He's pushing into spawn. I don't think Simple would expect this. Dumao doesn't want to escape. He wants to take the round on his own, but a complete whiff. Simple's Glock gets his vengeance. Up on short, double from Lux. And Legacy just keep brawling here. Through thick and through thin, for better, for worse. They're making it work. 4-on-1, elite spam through the smoke, and Legacy are here to play.
This game started with a 5-round streak from FaZe Clan. Well, Legacy have now matched that, and they've done it in rifle rounds. A far harder task leveled against them, and they have risen to the occasion here. Timeout called in for FaZe. Timeouts they don't think, or didn't think, they should be burning here on Dust 2, a map that has been very kind to this FaZe Clan squad. We're going to weigh in. Often tries to cook up ideas on these low econ rounds, and that's exactly what FaZe are faced with here.
It's just a very hard map to have something groundbreaking on a round like this. FaZe of met aggression. Round after round on the CT side. Legacy even throwing nades in lower and then departing. It's going to make FaZe paranoid. They'll want to clear tunnels. They don't know if someone's still home. Nobody is. And so FaZe get that info. And it's essentially cat or mid to B. Those are your options you're left with. On the anti-eco, Legacy stack 3 strong on that B site. Trying to read the outcome of the round, and they might be onto something. Leech is already probing out middle. Gloves on. Can they box their way into B?
Oh, in the kill feed first. This triple stack is licking its lips at the prospect that FaZe are about to play into it. In the blink of an eye, it's only Rain left.
Satin 1D the Leech through the smoke from long. If we call that one, it's going to look horrific. 5 alive again for Legacy.
Yeah, it's how quickly this turned around, just how clean these victories have been. In the majority of these rounds, they've gotten out with 4 or 5 players standing. It's not like FaZe are bringing them down to the wire. In fact, the last round that you were at all worried about, the closest FaZe have been, was that simple 3K round on the AWP. And even that was a 2v5 when it began.
Oh, a bit more pace though, might have an answer. Lots of damage on long, and look at the space. They're causing a lot of chaos in this round. FaZe get 4 players out. Simple even holds the mid push. They're just not afraid, are they? Legacy, they have nothing to lose. They are playing with their hearts on their sleeve, pushing through the B tunnel smoke into spawn. This is a position Rain has played every round of this game, it feels like. And now they've just walked through it. They've called the bluff, and they are flanking this long play. Karrigan thinks he has the rattiest position. Little does he know, Nissim is about to end it. Could even knife him if he wants to be dastardly. Oh, okay, yeah, take the shot. Long's blocked. FaZe, where are you going to go? Because you can't go back.
Stuck battling forward, stuck battling into this stack, and will it be another crisp, clean round for Legacy to signal the close of this half? It's looking like it. Frozen gets back with 1, makes it a double, but goes no further. Legacy, 7 rounds straight on their way to winning out Dust 2. They are but rounds away from 3-0 qualification into Stage 3. We're high upon the seven seas out in the wildest of waters right now. Uncharted Legacy in pole position and steaming towards a 3-0 finish in this second stage. This is versus FaZe Clan, who showed up day one of stage 2 in fantastic form. 8 rounds against them total in both the BO1s that they played, but that has not been the story of today. FaZe opened up Dust 2, their pick, with a 5-round streak. Past that point, every single round won by Legacy, and convincingly at that.
Yeah, dominant rounds in there for the most part. Anti-ecos were as clean as can be. No FaZe BS today. Can Legacy keep the good times rolling? Long control heard. FaZe pull back from Catwalk. Look at that mini-map scrambling right now to stop this push. The smoke break is something that gives FaZe an advantage, and Elige will double up through the smoke, catching Lux. They still need to hit a couple more heads, but FaZe are right now doing good on their part of the bargain. Only Lato left. 1v3 when it sets off, and he's got the bomb control as well. Don't count him out. Ooh.
Good stuff for Elige to keep that one in check. FaZe know just how winnable being in a position inside of that A site is. And so they do good to just clothesline that last guy, get the pistol round. And look to close the gap versus Legacy. That's their first round since the first 5 of Dust 2.
Nice!
No plant. No problem. Legacy still go for the force. Their confidence is undeniable at this major. And somehow they get that entry. Simple re-swings. It's the rifle he gets low, but the pistol that puts him down and jump close. Carrigan stops control getting taken. Evens it up. All Legacy've got is long, so they're going to use it.
This isn't feeling too squeaky clean for FaZe right now. They've been forced back by the util.
Still scared of Cat as well.
Yeah, that smoke from Carrigan is a necessity, but even that's problematic, right? Like, it's usually the case that when you lose long like this, you want to try and group on Catwalk, you want to try and own that part of the map. Because you don't have info there, you've had to smoke it off, and that actually has this knock-on effect now of slowing down the retake. This is Carrigan's smoke that FaZe is stuck behind. Frozen gonna get out with one. Goes both ways though. Sadson in the feed next. Looking for a little bit more. He backs off with the Deagle. Just trying to play the time on this. It's got to be Doom out from down in the pit. A lot of time ticked off this bomb already.
Ooh,
and Elige hits a banger to lay that one to rest.
Dude, Elige, that's a crazy kill because he has to basically defuse open to a degree. And with no kid either, absolutely needed that headshot as quick as he gets it. Yeah, I'm with you there. That round just looks so comfortable for FaZe. They feel so much threat from middle, from Catwalk, because they smoked the mid doors.
Three people. 110 HP, guys. Behind.
It almost loses them the round. That lack of info, that block on short, that slowdown of the retake. Elige saves it. It's nice to see Simple invested. And he's going to need to be, as FaZe even out the score and try and pull back their map.
Look, FaZe just kind of need a bit of a carry right now. Rain has had a real rough series. He's just kind of fell off all series long, and it's not recovered in any shape or form here on Dust 2. That feels a little awkward. Yesterday he was bringing a lot to the table, but just a slow start and then never really recovering for Rain means FaZe almost feel like they're 4v5 here. And so that's where you want, you know, Frozen, Simple, running it back. They were both lights out on Dust 2 yesterday. Elige looking good. That holds some promise. There's still ways back into this for FaZe Clan. But we need that hero figure to emerge.
Who's it going to be? Oh my god, they don't even realize that walking through the mid-door smoke, Elige just runs into death. Me as well? That's cheeky. It's not going to work. Info on top of a kill. Frozen knows their intention. So while they had the 5v4 in this round, Legacy have been strung out. Split 2-2, they've realized, and they're going to go into B. Oh, no.
I mean, this is an eco round for Legacy, and they've got it down to a 3-on-3. Not only that, they've hit 2 of the heaviest hitters for FaZe Clan and knocked them out of play. Elige and Simple both dead.
Frozen's got to play retake, gives it up entirely. This is an angle.
Dumau, this is such a strong position. He should have 1 for free. That's Carrigan fed to him. Frozen does everything he can, but will it be enough? Just luck's left to beat. The Deagle looking to knock out Frozen. He can't quite find him. And so there is Frozen with a big 4K to save FaZe Clan and put them back in the lead here on Dust 2. This guy's doing everything he can and then some to keep them in this. And so we might have found our hero figure. We might have found the guy to get behind for FaZe. It's Frozen right now leading the charge. A huge 4K, turning around a 2-on-3. And looks so comfortable the entire time. This is the sort of comfortability you're not really seeing on a lot of FaZe Clan players right now.
Yeah, you need it. Even whoever it is, we all know anyone on this team can save a game. But it has been a pretty barren list for FaZe today. Getting rid of those pistols is only one more step in the right direction. Legacy, everything to play with. AWP on Sadtin, who have been talking up all day. Can you show us why once more? Simple's off on cat side. Sadtin peering into middle. Elige is down on long, assisting with Carrigan, so no one's here. Is this going to be an early mid to B? Or are they just trying to get weird with it again through the smoke? Legacy making some very cheeky moves. Who now sits inside of it. Oh, on a reload. Perfect timing to strike. What a play. At least Simple's here. Has he got any more?
Gonna have to. Only line of defense between Legacy and this A site, and so Simple has to wrestle it back. He gets out with the advantage for FaZe. That's now enough for them to lean into a retake setup. Simple does what he has to. Them 2 kills keep FaZe Clan in this round. Nissim out towards short. That's clean stuff, finding Rain on the run-up. Looks for a little bit more here, but it's that decision to hang around that offers him up to Frozen. Lato will be able to withstand it. It's Sadzin's Orb holding down the long side. It's Simple, or it's nothing for FaZe Clan. Baits the shot out of the AWP.
No.
But he's out of ammo and no time to win this in the clutch. Simple backs out. Simple bows down. Legacy tie us up at 8-all.
Dude, even some really cool ideas from Legacy in this game. The little walk through that smoke in CT, I've never seen anyone do it quite like that. And because they're putting pressure in upper B at the same time, Elite really thinks they're coming out mid. As Molly's being thrown through tunnels, he's spamming the smoke. That's exactly what Dumau wanted. Sure, there's a couple of trades, but it's the post spawn that makes all the difference here for Legacy. Some off angles, catching FaZe off guard, as they have been all match long.
Simple with a hero orb. Knows he has to try and make a play, and Sadzin's aware of that too, holding the short run out.
Elige almost got him, but mollied off.
There's another gun dropped over here on Catwalk. It's Elige's M4. But for now, he dons that Simple AWP. Legacy don't jump the gun.
This really does feel like it's happening though, right? Doesn't it? It just feels like Legacy are in control of this game ever since those first 5 rounds. Responding as soon as they get weapons out in this T side.
3 kills on Rain.
Oof.
9 in the entire series. Gonna find himself one on the 5-7. Rain, can this be his moment? It's a lot of damage, but...
Might not check.
will get overran. Will they clear Frozen, who steals himself away? They've jump checked this, but not deep enough. Frozen fires off, and now they know they've got him in a box. Frozen's been dealt with, and Elige moves back in with this orb. But every shot has to land. Every miss costs him dearly. As they're closing the net, they're already up on the ramp, and Elige is blindsided. Legacy back in the lead.
Not short of players on Legacy to have high-impact multi-kills in this series, and that's a huge difference maker, right? While players like Rain have gone cold, Carrigan, you know, not really here to pop off, although he does sometimes. Legacy, everyone's had their moment. Nissim with a big 3K right there. Dumao, first map. Sadin, consistent across both. And Lux was playing really, really well. Back on Mirage too. So FaZe, this map felt like a guarantee even after losing on Mirage in the way they did, but Legacy are storming for this victory right now. Shutting down pistols on long is no problem. And it's FaZe's gun round that decides their outcome. In a game that is, while not the end of the world for FaZe, also not a good sign.
No, I think, you know, the last thing you want if you're FaZe clan during this kind of tumultuous period for the squad is any type of setback. You know, you felt coming into this that the vibe was different. They stated themselves that Dallas was just one too many stand-ins, and that they were waiting to get Rain back in the squad. Well, in this series, sadly, they're still waiting to get Rain back in the squad.
Oh, it's done.
Double kill opener for Lux and Lato out at the long doors. Simple, feeling desperate, tries to throw himself into these fights, but anything shy of a huge multi-kill was never going to be enough.
Yeah, and if you missed it, Rain got 99 in 1 on the orb cross, jumping over mid at the start of the round, so he can't even play this round. He doesn't have a choice. He has to save. Legacy, get that bomb down and get that next step closer to stage 3. A team that were not even supposed to be here, not only upsetting in the first stage, but 3-0ing and taking down FaZe Clan to do it. Is that really the world we're living in? That's what they're fighting for. 11-8. Taking these guns would be horrendous for FaZe. You can risk one more man, can't you? One single bullet onto Rain. Now Dinked is held back. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're dead on though, right? This is so far and away from the expectations of what you thought for Legacy coming into this event. They had a limited turnaround time. As you say, they didn't even, you know, they didn't even qualify to get here. It's through that kind of golden ticket situation. They managed to make it into the major. They get through stage 1. That kind of felt like, you know, job done, height reached. You'd already gone further than anyone expected, but now one of the most picked 0-3 squads looking to go 3-0 and getting there by beating FaZe Clan convincingly, might I add, in this series.
And I think that needs to be talked about because it's not like, you know, FaZe have, yeah, sure, a couple players have struggled today, but Legacy have played a great game of CS and their T-sides have looked rock solid. They've managed a huge 7-round streak in this map.
I think the scoreline is almost disingenuous to how one-sided this has felt.
Yeah, I mean,
sure, like FaZe, they have a huge blanket of rounds, all thanks to these pistols and the conversions. Yeah. And the rounds that Legacy are winning so often are like 4-5 players alive. These are as dominant as you can get.
Well, you want a horrible stat? FaZe have won 1 gun round in this map. And it's not going to get better by the looks of things. 1-for-1 in middle, but long control taken by Lux. Little does he know it, he could move all the way up right now. Even his util is putting the fear in FaZe, keeping eyes on this side of the map. And if I'm Legacy and I look at that scoreboard, I see Rain 4 and 14, I say go B. That's where they're heading. 1 man in this site, 1 flash, one opportunity to keep FaZe in this game. Rain has to stand tall. One might not be enough.
Start scrambling around now, bringing everyone over. This does mean Legacy of one player just sat back on the extremities, so they're going to take the pace out of this. And they're waiting right now. Elijah's coming their way in through the tunnels. He's fed them this kill. Do they try and go back? Because Simple still stands down in the lower tunnels. And it's on his shoulders that FaZe's fate in this series is now resting. This has to be Simple's moment. One kill comes through. There's a reaction in the backline. Lux is starting to close the distance, but Lato's going to beat him to the punch. Simple flushed out. It's Frozen or it's nothing. Nearly 20 kills deep for Frozen. The one guy who's felt switched on, who's felt up to the task. Well, this is where he's got to show it.
He doesn't know where Lux is. There's no guarantees here. Lux has this one laid up. He's just going to knock it down. 12 rounds to Legacy. And a 2-0 looming over FaZe. As Legacy sit to go flawless in stage 2. The last team you would have expected. Against the most impressive on day 1. And this is all FaZe have to stop it.
Looking like the B play. They're going to run right into the struggling Rain. A shower of bullets for the first kill. FaZe will get out with a 5-on-3. Rain's provided that much.
That's a bit of a crazy call. I mean, you know you've got wind in your sails, but they run through the molly halfway through. Burns them alive. So don't get ahead of yourself, Legacy. Three on 5, and it slows down as they look for a mistake from FaZe.
I mean, at the first 2 majors in CS2, we've seen, you know, this kind of green wall. That's what we were calling it all the way back in Copenhagen. These Brazilian squads showing up and surprising, but failing to truly go deep. FaZe on the other side, they've been in both finals of the CS2 majors. And on their journey to get there, they've often had to get through some of these Brazilian squads. That was the case back in Copenhagen and Shanghai. And so for Legacy to be the ones to kind of get the big picture revenge for that, it was just so unexpected. You wouldn't have been able to call this ahead of time.
Yeah, you talk about that major run in Copenhagen for all those Brazilian teams. It was Nissim and Lux in that Pain squad who were only a game away from playoffs. They lost to Na'Vi in the 2-2 game, a major that Na'Vi went on to win. So close. Three more chances for Legacy. Plenty of money to get it done. Unfortunately for FaZe, not a lot of reason to believe.
Run back to the
play again. This time more committed. Again, not even smoking the molly, just going through it. Maybe something that's worked in Prac, but FaZe are having no problem. They're not getting caught off guard by this very audacious move. Rushing the Molotov last second. I mean, if you get the entry, you win the round, but 2 times out of 2, FaZe have held down.
Rain's also doubled his kill count in these last few rounds. Legacy might have had a lot of chances to get this one over the line, but FaZe aren't a team you can squander them against. Well, Sharp, that's nice for Sadzin. That's a wild shot to send them in. Lux's AWP also up next. Elige feeling pressure. They're starting to run at him up through the ramp. Has to do this with the pistol. Pulls it out in time, and Lux is a dead man. It's just Sadzin. Goes searching, goes looking. 1 versus 3 rolled out in front of him. 40 seconds, so time not a problem yet for Sadzin. He has a moment here to make a play, make a move. How does he want to dissect this? He hears them falling back into the spawn. Nothing being offered to Sadzin. No chance to make this clutch a little easier. It will be a 3v1 retake. They wait for that tap. He's hoping that draws a reaction. It has not. FaZe do not move a muscle, only going now. And so Sadzin has to fight all three heads of the FaZe clan beast at once. Steadies the aim, but Elijah's quick. Up through the ramp, he gets pincered. FaZe clan, double digits secured as they chain together 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, those are the moments that you are feeling very confident in for FaZe clan to make the right decision, to not overplay an anti-clutch. They pull all the way back. They put the pressure on him to make the next move. And Elijah, big 3K, alone in the bomb site when a 5-on-3 is crumbling around him to put it together. Legacy try back-to-back B plays through a Molotov. They need to show some more depth. This T side, they've got a bunch of rounds, 5 in a row earlier off the rifles.
Yeah, the thing I'm getting a bit nervous about here is, you know, for Legacy, this all feels like one big pipe dream, and I don't think they can believe how much success they've found, but up until now they play with a real confidence, a real looseness. It's when you hit 12, when you're on match and series point with that chance to go 3-0, they've stripped back the calling, they've tried to go as simple, as bare bones as possible, eager to get this game finished. And it might be in that eagerness, in that back-to-back set of B plays, that they've given FaZe clan a lifeline.
Yeah, this is
if they fall down in this round, they are broke, and FaZe are eyeing up OT.
Need a plant at worst case, but really need the round win. Really need to end this series here and now. Lux in middle. Does Elige clear this corner? Doesn't look like it. Free kill, and the A site is weakened. It's only Simple.
Well, you've been waiting for Simple to have his moment. This has to be it, but the first shot misses. Orb gets on the line. Simple gets out with a double kill. Hold on a second. Simple rip-roaring and ready to go. He's logging this in for FaZe clan. The one-man army. He hit that. Simple just hit that. And now the rest of FaZe start to arrive. Legacy can feel this is getting away from them. Their hopes resting on the shoulders of Lato. As Simple tears this win from Legacy's grasp. It's now left floating on the breeze. Simple shows up in round 23.
And that
FaZe clan 1 away from overtime.
Your best opportunity squandered now, Legacy. Your money now gone. No plant, no chance here. Plenty of rounds to make this happen. But into the eye of the storm. And it's the Simple show that might give us overtime. Legacy, look at that buy. Pales in comparison. Are they going to pick up the pace? Are they going to risk it again on this B bomb site?
I mean, look, it's a poetic way for it to end. This time it's coming out of necessity. This is for overtime. Or the win, the 3-0 finish in stage 2 for Legacy. They go back to the B hit. This is where they started losing this streak of rounds to put them in this position. Rain's been the guy struggling all game long, and he can't withstand it. The pistols will break through. FaZe left a man down on the retake. These next few moments, the calm before the storm, because in a second, FaZe will have to commit to this. Smoke's down, they'll respect it for now. They lose Simple in the back line. Carrigan stuck fighting a losing battle, worried about the flank. Elige is focused on what lies ahead, and he can't break through. Legacy on pistols at the 11th hour. Look to close this out unless Carrigan can do it. And there's no beating back Legacy now. 3-0 finish in stage 2. The full 24 rounds, they're metal tested, and they come out swinging.
Oh, this run from Legacy is legendary. They go all the way into the top 16 of the major, a major debut for Sadzin, the deepest that the duo and Lato of Dumao have ever made in a major. And not only do they do it when they were never meant to be here, they do it over FaZe, they do it clean, they do it 3-0, 2-0 in the series. An undeniable victory for Legacy against a red-hot FaZe on that opening day.
Yeah.
Where is the limit for Legacy? Only time will tell.
That's the question. I mean, we are in uncharted waters with this squad now. That's the highest ranked team they've ever beaten, the most important game of their lives. That's the one that sends them into stage 3 with a flawless track record. This is a huge win for Legacy, and now the question becomes, where is the limit for this plucky Brazilian squad?
We need to find out where that limit is. This man took over the leadership of the team at the beginning of the year. You didn't make the major, then you come through these stages, and now you 3-0'd here in stage 2 to make it to stage 3. What does this feel like to you, mate?
Man, right now I can't say anything because like we gave everything to be here to show our potential. And yeah, after that day 1, we were, come on, man, we were practicing a lot. We're practicing really good. Can we show the CS that we play? And now we are showing the CS and the passion that we have for this game, you know? So yeah.
What is the change up though? Because it looked like at one point you could have been down and out, but then you've been on this streak, right? You go into the best of 3s, you start to have some success at the end of the first stage, and now you've just 3-0'd and taken down FaZe. Like, that's a lot of improvement in such a short amount of time.
I think like the change was trusting more in ourselves, you know, and in showing more the passion, as I said, you know, for the game, like shouting and screaming, you know. I think this gave us the energy and made us feel more comfortable, you know, because we're not, we don't play a lot of LANs, you know. So yeah, this feels like home right now.
And for you as a new IGL, right, is this team believing in your cause? Is this team just following your lead exactly? And how does this whole situation feel for you when they're able to just follow you and believe in you like that?
Since the first day, they always believe in me. This helped me a lot to improve, you know, but they helped me a lot too along the game, like saying like, can I pick here? And then I create something with this pick, with this start, you know. So yeah, I think these combinations is working very well.
And in terms of it working very well, I want to ask just what's your schedule been like here? You said you've been putting some practice in, but like, have you just been practicing non-stop as soon as you finished the whole time? Is that how you guys have been doing things?
Yeah, I think since we didn't make the major, we had like only 5 days, and then we came back like playing Arbol, and they were like, come on, man, like we didn't make the major, and now we're gonna play bad in Dallas. That was our last tournament in this season. And then after we got the message that we could be here, we practiced like a lot. We gave our blood to this game, and now we are finally showing this off.
Well, it was definitely worth giving your blood to it. Anything you want to say to all the Brazilian fans out there?
I want to send some kisses to my family, some love to all the friends and all the ones who are supporting us. Yeah, that's it. See you in the next stage.
And we will see them in the next stage. Don't stop believing, I think, is the key word here.
I think a lot more people are going to be fans and believing in them now after the performance here in stage 2. 3-0, speed running this stage, making it through, and now they got plenty of time to practice moving forward into stage 3. Maui, this is a crazy result.
Oh my. And you can't even say that it's because of BO1s. I mean, they took down FaZe, a 3-0 favorite, fair and square. The repeated B hits, you know, it came back to bite them, but then they went back to the well for the final one. I loved it.
Felt like they were the underdog team that tried to end it too soon.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, they did. They absolutely did. It almost really came back to end their run here, to kill all their momentum, but gotta hand it to them, man. Legacy, again, they weren't even supposed to be here. They didn't even really have a good season. This was a team that was losing 3rd place in North American ESL Challenger League, and now they've made it to stage 3 of the
That's why I like this team so much right now, because like whether you're a fan of Chinese Counter-Strike, North American Counter-Strike, Australian Counter-Strike, European Counter-Strike, you have to love this story, because Dumao and Lado, over the 4 years, have not reached the potential that we thought they had. They've had plenty of offers from other teams, better teams, teams with more money. They've turned them all down to stay within this roster, still stuck through all the struggles. Lux makes a huge sacrifice to become IGL. Apparently he's thriving in the role, but now they busted their ass for so long amongst all those failures that once the opportunity just falls into their lap, they're ready to pick it up and run with it. And it's crazy watching how far they're going.
And I think one thing I want to touch on there is what you said about Lux, right, taking over the IGL and starting to thrive in it. I think that time and pain where he was like the second voice has helped him so much.
Oh,
sure. His way into here, getting kicked to the curb and then having a chance for a bit of a resurgence. But this game was so crazy, so we need to look back at the last 2 rounds as well, just to see. It looked like it was going to be another FaZe comeback into an overtime, but...
You got a little GOAT simple resurgence here at the end as well.
This was the quickest from we're so back to it's so over. Round to round. Like, simple, just rolling it all back. Like, look at the shot right here to tag, I think it's Lado right there.
Oh my God.
What is that? Like, it's screen shattering, earthquake in the building, but that wasn't enough.
And the 2 rounds prior had been them trying that B hit into the end of the Molotov that got stuffed both times. So now finally they come right back to it. They obviously felt a weakness at the B bomb site, obviously felt a weakness perhaps specifically in Rain, who'd been having some rough rounds and rough performances up to this point, and they finally break through. And we all know, if you take the B bomb site that clean, I don't care what weapons you have, that bomb site's not getting retaken.
It was a sad way for them to go down the end. Karrigan tries his might, wasn't able to get it done. It goes end 13-11 for Legacy, but I want to say, you pointed out Rain in that as well, but Simple was a bit of a slow start. He had that round. It's amazing to get hyped about that, but where was that in all the other key parts before? You've got to hold the GOAT to that standard.
I mean, I feel like you got to look on the other side that Nissim, you take his name backwards, it's missing. And who was missing in the beginning of that game? It was a lot of the FaZe players, unfortunately. They had to battle from behind.
I wonder where you were going with that, but that was a good recovery.
I mean, he was doing some great work in terms of the lurks. Very last round, he's the one that takes out Simple. And I feel like it's so easy in those kinds of moments, if you're someone like him, to just get over eager. But he picked his spots really nicely in this game. Wasn't like highlight multi-frags consistently, just getting the one, playing off of teammates really nicely. Almost never a losing condition for the team.
Dude, I think, he's someone who gets to be like kind of a role player and play off the rest of the guys who are all obviously delivering at the moment. I think one of the guys that needs a shout out that had a huge game for Legacy was Lux. I thought he was a monster, especially on the CT side. He was such a nuisance and so disruptive, peeking off Catwalk. Got like 4 or 5 kills to open up rounds for him, peeking off Catwalk. What a pain in the ass to deal with if you're FaZe.
It was a big pain in the ass to deal with, and that's one they're going to have nightmares about for quite some time. Might need some cream for it at the same time as well. But look at the bracket.
Oh, you really took that over the finish line, didn't you, James?
Okay.
Hey, I've had these experiences myself, but I don't think anyone had this on their bingo card.
Nah.
Legacy going 3-0. I didn't have them 0-3, but I didn't have them going through either. So this right now is a big win for Brazilian CS, and then these are the rest of the results you've got. There's 2 more games than this lower bracket side of things. I think there's one they're a bit more excited for, right?
I mean, come on. Who's not going to be tuning in for Falcons versus OG? To see Falcons crash out in this sort of way, I mean, it would just be fantastic. I mean, in a way, it would ruin the major, but it would also be so glorious at the same time. Like, it's going to be fireworks.
Nah. It wouldn't ruin the major. We got enough good teams to make the bounce back happen, but it would certainly be an incredible thing. It would be exciting to watch, wouldn't it? And that'd be devastating for a Falcons team that made a ton of moves and spent a ton of money to get here.
Well, let's get ourselves closer to that game. We're done with me, Maui, and Moses.
Maui,
that's good.
Mosey Snake.
Maui can work. We can make that and workshop it across the rest of these days. But Freya, Pimp, and Dupree are going to be taking over. We'll see you in a sec. Maui's good.
Unfortunately for OG, you do find yourselves in that 0-2 bracket. Can you first of all tell me your reaction when you also saw that Falcons were 0-2 as well?
I mean, obviously it's a bit surprising, but I think we don't really care too much about who we play, right? We're at the major. We want to play against the best teams in the world. That's the reason we're here. So I think playing Falcons now is even nicer than in a 2-2 game or even a 2-0 game, because now they have a lot of pressure on them. I would say way more than us. So I think we have an advantage going into this map.
Really love that attitude. We heard from Lynn Vision just yesterday, or the coach of Lynn Vision rather, that only took him 2 hours to prep some counter strats for Falcons. Can you tell me about OG's preparation coming up against one of the, as you said, heavy favorites in this stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's basically the same for us. We just prepare 1 map, 2 maps, the maps we expect. So I think we use maybe like 35, 40 minutes for this map we're going to go into now. So I think we're ready anyways.
And in terms of regaining the form that we saw of you guys back in stage 1, what is going to be key for having that rebound happen today from the OG side?
I think mainly for us it's about communication. I think we struggled a bit in the first 2 games in stage 2. So we have talked a lot about it. We've even watched the games back together as a team, and now we're just ready to show what we can do.
Magisk, when I spoke to Zonic yesterday after you lost in that best of 1, he said you had a long talk that was going to be happening last night. Can you tell me what happened in that conversation?
I prefer to keep those conversations in between the team. I think that's that's part of being a team. We keep the conversations for ourselves and we handle the issues in between the players and the staff and all these type of things. So yeah, obviously we had a good talk, but that's the way it is sometimes. You need to figure out what is happening and find out why you are 0-2. So yeah, we have to talk about it and we have to find the solutions, and it starts with today.
Totally fair enough. From your perspective, initially coming off of those games yesterday, what did you feel like was going wrong for Falcons?
I think honestly in the first game, I felt like we lost all the crucial rounds. We never really got 2 rounds in a row, so we never had to actually have more buy rounds in a row. Fair enough, they played some good Counter-Strike. I think the second game, that's kind of where we, the pressure started to get to us a little bit, being 0-1 and, potentially being 0-2. So I think, it was more mental for us. I think, playing best of ones can be very difficult. It's obviously not an excuse. Everyone is in the same position and, everyone is in the same, boat as we are. But it can be difficult for the heavy dog team to close out those games, because it doesn't take many rounds to fuck up or do stuff like that, where all of a sudden you're gonna lose a best of one. So I think obviously it's gonna help us today having best of threes to have this like backup in the sense that we can play our way into the games and maybe trying to find our footing into the tournament. So it starts with today, but obviously we need to do better today than we did yesterday if we want to win.
You spoke about the pressure, and you're a player that's, of course, been on some of the biggest of stages, been on some of the most high-pressure situations. How much pressure are you feeling coming into today?
I mean, obviously, there's always going to be pressure, even if you are, 0-0, if you're 0-2. Now we have the back against the wall. There's no more space for any arrows. We can't afford to lose any more games, so we need to be there 100%. That can both be a blessing, that can also be a curse. It can also be the reason why you wake up into a tournament. So I see it as the thing that we have it in our own hands. It's up to us. We decide ourselves if we're going to make it through this stage or not. It comes down to how we react to the hard periods or how we react to losing stupid rounds and stuff like this. So I'm just happy that it's still in our own hands. I think that is the most important thing, that we can sit and say that if we focus on ourselves and we focus on playing good CS, we have a chance to make it through. So yeah, I think right now it's about taking it one game at a time and focusing on ourselves and going back to the basics of what we know works and also how we play. Make sure that we play the protocols properly and all these type of things. So yeah, it's up to ourselves. Let's see how it goes.
Obviously, without diving into the minutiae, the details of what you talked about yesterday, how much of a shift up has that given the mentality? You mentioned that maybe that was a little bit on the ropes for the team. How much of a change do you feel like that's brought coming into today?
I think it's hard to know. I mean, if I knew here and right now, I would obviously say it's going to be a perfect day, That's not how it works. I don't know how people react to these things. It's very individual, but I know for sure that I'm going to do my absolutely best, to be the best version of myself, be a good teammate, bring good communication, all these type of things that the team usually can rely on. So I think that's, I think it's more importantly how people, they look at themselves. What can I do? What can I do to be doing my role the best possible way? What is expected from me in this type of rounds and all these type of things. So I think it's, kind of, as I said, going back to the basics and focusing on yourself, and that is kind of the key to get kick-started as a team, I think. So yeah, I think it's about focusing on everyone focus a bit on themselves to figure out what they need to do and what they need to bring to the table. And as it's a team, then we need to collect all the pieces and make sure it goes into this flow state.
Elimination stations already here at the Blast TV Austin Major. If either OG or Falcons want to make it to stage 3 or even consider moving on towards the playoffs in the Moody Arena, they need to be coming alive now. My name is Fresh Spears, joined by Dupree and Pimp for one of the more surprising 0-2 matchups that we have seen. I'm not really talking about OG. I'm, of course, talking about the side of Falcons. I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card, that they'd be losing both of their best of ones yesterday.
Nah, honestly, if you weren't awake yesterday, or if you weren't watching Counter-Strike, you wake up today and you see Falcons is 0-2 and is one game away from being eliminated at stage 2 of the major, you'd be like, no way, absolutely no way. However, with the way they played yesterday, to those of you who didn't watch it, they weren't great. They didn't play good Counter-Strike, and I think it's fair to say that it's fully deserving there in the 0-2 game, because yesterday was abysmal, Peter.
There's only one thing that Falcons could do now, and that is to look forward. Like, they cannot dwell in the past. They need to just move on, and that is also where they've put their eggs in the basket, that they know that the job yesterday was just not good enough. They didn't show up whatsoever. They couldn't handle the pressure. They seemed to get off to multiple bad starts, and it was just like looking not like the Falcons that we've seen so far. And for Falcons to be in this situation is, and we heard Matt as he touched on the whole thing, that they now have their backs against the wall. Maybe that will be the one thing that can maybe get them back into it. And they have a long road ahead of them and I'm very interested to see if they can actually turn things around.
Yeah, for Magis, he was also touching upon, the first game he felt like their economy was a little bit in the bin. Second game, he said that was inexcusable. That was just them playing poor Counter-Strike, uncharacteristic of the Falcons we've seen as of, ever since they added Monacy to the roster, right?
Yeah, because there was completely a game where they got off to a rough start. They lost the pistol, lost the conversion. Then they were leading 5-3, and we think, okay, slowly but surely they're warming up into the game. They played the CT side of Nuke. Niku had a couple of great moments, and you think to yourself, at some point, Monacy's going to come alive. Yeah, I think you and I, we spoke about it in the green room. We said, okay, Lynn Vision, you're getting maybe 5 or 6 rounds from this point and onwards. But when the game got into this middle portion of it, where we had to figure out who's actually the better team, who got control over the other team, it turned out that Lynn Vision were just miles ahead of the Falcons, and that was the biggest surprise, the fashion they lost in yesterday.
And I think it stood out so much out to me when I looked at Falcons that they looked so hesitant. Like in the retakes, it was super slow in the retakes. The communication seemed to be just completely off. They did have good ideas what to do, but they didn't just execute them properly. And they had multiple situations where they were like in a leading position that you just couldn't capitalize on.
Understandably, so many frustrated images coming out of the Falcons just yesterday after finding themselves in what is ultimately just a dire situation. You even noticed Dupree, Lars put up a tweet last night to talk about, resetting the team. Doesn't have an awful lot of time to be working with though, right?
No, it's like when you know that you have a game tomorrow where you face elimination, there's only one thing you can do, and that is just to leave the things in the past and focus on what you can actually control. It's one thing that Lars has said in many times that I've been working with him, that we cannot, the things that we can control is the one that we focus on, and this is where they can control things. They know that, and Matt has said that they're still in a position where things are up for themselves, and they can actually have an impact on what's going to happen for them.
Well, I did have a chance to check in with him to see exactly what that tweet was all about, so let's hear what he had to say. Thank you so much for taking the time to have a quick catch up with me, Lars. I'm sure a lot of people saw the tweet that you put out last night, but just to preface it, we have some serious resetting to do within the next 20 hours. Greenheart, what did you mean by that tweet?
I think it obviously it didn't go the first yesterday. It didn't go as we expected, or had hoped for. So, I mean, it would be unreliable of me to say that it didn't affect the team. Of course it did, So there was some resetting to do. I mean, trying to get back on track. We can't change. We talked about it. We can't change what happened, but we can fix something moving forward,
Cheeky of me to ask a second question, just to follow up. What do you do in that situation? Because obviously you don't have the luxury of time as well, right? How do you actually reset a team?
I think it's very much about getting the focus into the things that we can control. And we used a metaphor last night, talking about an ambush. Whenever you go into an ambush, I mean, it's always unpredicted. You can't tell when you're hitting an ambush. And an ambush is characterized by, in the initial phase, it's about chaos, and then starting to find a way out of the ambush. And it is done by focus completely on what we're in right now, and then taking it step by step by step, shoulder by shoulder by shoulder, until you see you're out of the ambush.
Full focus going forward. Thank you so much, Lars, and good luck. Yeah, just want to extend a shout out for Lars for doing that. It was kind of a last minute request, and I'm sure he has a hell of a lot on his plate right now. Dupree is somebody that had the pleasure of being alongside him in the team. Did you hear that ambush analogy before?
Multiple times. The whole ambush thing is mainly just to digest what he's saying, is that the ambush is that when you're getting close to something, like in this case it could be that they're getting close to the major and they know they have to go out and perform. That is where you start maybe losing your focus. It's more easy to find focus when you are further away from it, but the closer you get to goal, also being close, winning a tournament or closing out a game, the closer you get, the more maybe relaxed or realization of you actually, okay, the major starts today, or we're so close to winning this one. You start slipping out of that focus zone, and that is where you see the chaos, as you talked about, and also the mid-six piling up.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but if we're looking at a situation, where maybe Falcons, they lose the first map, potentially they could be out of the major right here, right now. Sure. What extra context does that add to the whole situation around Falcons?
I mean, everything we talk about, obviously, in regards to Falcons, is a potential roster change coming up after this major into the summer break. It could be the last time we see Magis play in a Falcons jersey. Hell, maybe even be the last time we see Magis play at a major. Who knows what's going to happen to him if he were to get booted from Falcons, because that's additional pressure in that regard. I do want to say, though, just to set the expectations clear, yes, yesterday was horrible for Falcons. 2 best of ones didn't go their way, but all of us had them to go 3-0, even with the 2 best of one scenarios, right? So what's to stop them from going 3-0 from this point onwards into the tournament? I still expect them to be part of the next stage, but I expect it to start here today. And OG, we haven't talked about them. They are a decent Counter-Strike team. Also a bit surprising, they're 0-2, so it doesn't get much easier for Falcons, especially considering who they lost to yesterday, because if that's the level they show up with today, OG will win.
Nikodor said when I posed the question to him, what did you think? What went through your head when you saw Falcons were also 0-2? And he said, this is honestly one of the most perfect situations for us because we want to be here to beat the best teams, play the best teams, and the pressure is on Falcons.
Yeah, the pressure has the pressure has been on Falcons ever since they got here, and it's just gotten bigger ever since they've lost. And for OG to find themselves in that situation, they know that they don't have any pressure. No one expects them to win. Everyone expects Falcons to do better. And for OG to be in that situation must be feeling good for them.
I think it sucks for OG because I think they've shown in stage 1 that they can play Counter-Strike at a relatively high level and they could have aspirations of maybe making it into stage 3. So for them to go 0-2 and then realize that on day 2 you face Falcons, it's copium from Nikodor. There's no one you'd rather want to not face than Falcons.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the pressure is certainly on the Falcons coming into this matchup. So let's kick it off with Connor and Mo.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, this is right. Falcons in an elimination game. Unexpected outing here in Austin to kick it all off. A season that's just been leading them further and further to the top of the world of Counter-Strike, where they were designed to end up. And now suddenly, 24 hours, suddenly just takes all the wind out of their sails. I like the Lars analogy in terms of an ambush, because that's what yesterday was. Surely your head is left spinning after those 2 best of ones. The big question will be, does recognizing that stop it from getting worse?
Yeah, there's a certain point at which, he's got to let the players take over. And, the mental part of the game, we've talked about this before, but that's the golden 50% of being able to qualify through to the next stage. 0-2 means there's the most amount of pressure, but in terms of the draw here, you still got to feel pretty good if you're Falcons. You're going to take this one game at a time, and now you have a chance to run into FaZe as well, but that's not what you've got to think about. You've got to just think about playing better than you did yesterday. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if you even qualify through to the next stage. You're not going to be making it to playoffs. Given enough time, I think we all understand that Falcons will get there. It just comes down to how much time they've actually got. So they're clasping their hands, praying that Nikodor doesn't go 3.06 on this game.
Yeah. Any more records set?
And that m0NESY, for himself, just like this would be his whole major if he goes, 0-3 today. He had a very poor performance yesterday. And, well, we mentioned it. m0NESY doesn't play badly 2 days in a row historically.
Time to wake up. If they're going to play it match by match, it'll also go down map by map. The Dust 2 mid push, classic. Fiku flash out from the window, and it's Crizin with first blood. Spooky in with a kill as well, pushing out towards tunnels. Fiku holds it. Oh god, not one kill comes out from Falcons. A mid split that looked like it had momentum, and then it just gets utterly smashed. Barring Magisk bringing this 1v5 into reality.
He's good with a Glock.
45 seconds remain in this one. Everybody ready to swing off the next contact. He gets 3 kills in the attempt, but that's indeed an OG pistol round win. And the name of the game today has been energy. That is what Legacy, weaponized versus FaZe Clan, getting loud and rowdy step by step. I expect OG to throw the same thing in Falcon's face.
Agreed, and we've seen that from OG as well. But Legacy just showed us and then told us in the interview how important it was, citing that as the main reason that they've been able to pick up such big wins. And OG, yeah, they've been having fun, getting loud as well. The quality of gameplay was there for Legacy, for OG. They're here in 0-2, right? So they haven't actually impressed much this stage in terms of what they brought. We haven't got that standout performance from Nikodor. But the mood was counting against Falcons in their game versus Lynn Vision yesterday. And today, with the pressure on them as well, I don't think they're going to be smiling unless they have an enormous lead at this point. But I think if I was Lars talking to them, I'd be like, try to enjoy your wins. Take your opponent seriously and really, as he said, take it shoulder by shoulder to get to the point that you win. But don't pretend that, you're upset when in reality you're relieved.
It's a team that's become accustomed to beating everybody barring Vitality and Mouse.
Uh-oh. This is actually a round-winning Deagle shot. Spooky's up here on A side with an MP9.
Remember that AK is still out on the field as well. We hear it rattle off down towards long. Second rifle picked up, and the M4 for Kixan, but the MP9 and pistol rebound back. Nikodor has opted to come in with vanilla pistol. That is confidence. And will it come back to cost him? Because he's still just swinging with the P2K. He goes for the boost onto Buzz. Ends up getting tagged down to 2 points of health. He'll pick up the gun, but they'll walk away from this. Falcons get that Deagle going on long, and they just slice through this A defense.
Yeah, such an important shot here from Magic.
Hold on. Okay.
On the flank gets caught. It looks like it was heard, reacted to here from Modesty, and everyone dies. So nice round for Falcons, specifically though Magisk, because if he doesn't get his first kill, whole split just gets shut down entirely. Like Spooky is no longer alone on the A site, and it's a different round.
All right, so let's talk weird silver linings. Nikodos comes into that round without buying anything. Comes in P2000, gets a headshot in the middle of it. Now because of that extra money, when they go into this force buy that they're trying to bounce back with in round 3, he is also playing with an M4. It's the near mirrored buy to what Falcons just upset OG with.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna go toe-to-toe with the best, then you gotta go tit for tat when it comes to these one-offs.
There might be some new viewers, so for them, I just want to say an opper buying or not buying any gun is not totally uncommon. Depends on the money. If he's going to be saving for himself and you expect to win the anti-eco, then you just go for it. But you can see a situation here where it could have been the reason he lost.
Still gets a kill, of course.
It's the only reason he has an M4, actually.
And it's here. Oh, it's here, all right. It's sitting right there, pretty on Goose. A 5-7 or a deagle kill here from OG sets up the M4 wonderfully, trying to find sanctuary behind the flames. Nikodos reveals himself, but the gun hits the ground. 5-7 still trying to get in with damage, but it's covered here from Nico off the shelf, and he's gonna make sure the CTs aren't able to get out from that spawn. Krizen in the corner, low health on a couple of these Falcons members, but they press their luck out through Catwalk, and Nico gets blindsided by a sneaky Krizen corner hold.
Yeah, looking to see if he can upgrade a gun, but that one runs away from him. Honestly, on 11 HP, don't think he'll be doing any hunting right here. And I don't know if they'll be able to dip in, excuse me, and get that.
They're gonna
ambush him, is what I meant to say.
Yes.
Did they get it? Yeah, it looks like they actually did.
Scooped it up, got gone. Krizen unable to find anything. Maybe the bomb throws him something. Nope, no gifts, so he'll end that 5-7. I think that's what you're talking about. That's the excitement Nico's got to wear.
Yeah, you just can't pretend like, oh, we're the best. We're supposed to win every round, and then after you just lost to Lynn Vision.
Right.
It's
like
make everything a victory.
Under different circumstances, I wouldn't anticipate Falcons clapping their hands and cheering for beating OG in a round where they had one rifle. But today you have to.
Never seen Nico clap, actually, now that you mention it. Seen his eyes roll back to his head.
Seen him nearly punch a wall.
Yeah. Caress a wall. Put his hand through a table. Clapping, I don't know.
No.
So, haven't seen that.
And that's what going 0-2 will do to a man. Get you feeling some kind of way.
0-2 will get you clapping.
Molly right ahead of the CT stack up. Very little for OG, so have less belief this round than he did in the last. Hold on. Krizen 5-7 kill makes it somewhat interesting towards Cat's side, but then Buzz gets a little frisky through the mid door.
That's I mean, it might not matter, but that's a little bit of a bad move here for Buzz. Obviously, there was so much action inside of middle, and it was 5v4 for just a moment. So now they lose the ability to really run down the clock, and it looks like Falcons are ready for that second layer re-aggression in mid.
Yeah, so many players here for both teams, but sees an ankle. Gets killed for it. And Krizen's flank from top middle gets found out. Perfect Molotov placement here to unravel the little that's left, all while Nico goes on this expedition through the B site. So this one goes down real smooth. Maybe if Buzz is still alive, they can hope they get another kill. But it did feel like Falcons were ready from start to finish on that one.
And the real scary part about yesterday for Falcons is like, it felt like if that just went on, if it was a best of 3 or even further, that they still might not have won. Like, they didn't really get better even towards the end of the game and then almost, pull out the victory. And Lynn Vision, I don't even think we're playing at 100% yesterday. They got better even today versus TYLOO, right?
Did you by chance hear the Gum interview? after that Lynn Vision win when he said that I've only had 5 hours of sleep over the last 2 days in terms of preparation.
Wow.
Banks brings up the game versus Falcons. And he went, oh no, that one only took me 2 hours. It was the game versus TYLOO that he said meant so much more and that they really had to focus on all the details. And
that takes the pressure off.
And he just delivered it like it was a nonchalant answer.
That's wicked.
But like, you know, Zonic's head spinning.
Oh, I love that.
No, Falcons? No, that was pretty easy.
Who'd you say, Gum?
Gum, yeah, the coach of Lynn Vision.
Okay, 2 hours.
Walk out through mid here from Nico. A couple times now, Nico's already kind of going for that bit more of extra space. I like that OG are ahead of this Molotov and that they're playing with the timing. While it still burns, they'll definitely catch Kixan off. Nico tries to pop up, but Spooky's got that double headshot real quick, and m0NESY never given anything to shoot at as of yet. So nice 5v3 here for OG. Obviously would have loved to convert pistol, but you win this first gun round, and the rebound's begun.
Coming back for the re-aggression on long, and Magisk is already out, so...
Great flash.
Oh, not covered. Magisk will go wide enough. Doesn't take that fight, and then dies actually because of it too. So nice one from Fiku, and Spooky from his 2 kills and his flashbang there. MVP of the round for sure.
Dawes leaning back here, keeping TeSeS at bay. TeSeS, who's still got that full belt of util, doesn't have bomb though. That's over behind blue at 25, so we have to accept the reality. Very little for him to get done. He's just fighting for the save, or maybe just damage. Good frag to Buzz. Will keep OG on their toes. But guns back in the hands of the challengers. And OG definitely didn't look afraid to make a move there. And a 5 versus 5 felt comfortable, as if they did have the better of the timing, that element of surprise. Just what Falcons need, another ambush.
Uh-oh.
After time?
Oh, that's after time.
Ouch.
Yikes. Was that about an ambush?
I want to long fight now. I can give you the big good money plus for you.
That's actually pretty brutal. Did he have enough money left over for armor?
He rebought Kevlar AK full nades, so he's still fine.
Okay.
Just would have been the extra cash.
All eyes on middle here from both teams. This is where the problems began here for Falcons. Nico's going, okay, I'm going to make sure no one's pushing this time.
That's a incendiary and a half. Very committed position from Spooky. Had to hit the shot or you're never getting out of there. And that's going to serve as a good staging ground here for Falcons on Catwalk. Whether they keep it or not, OG don't know. Having to lean back, bank on Nikodaz' op getting something going, and we can see it. This Falcons tunnels hit very much starting to target that B site.
Yeah, this is a great call, right? You can see that OG are starting to come back out of the tunnels, but maybe they meet them in the doorway. Fresh Smoke, however, bought them time, so they weren't looking to take a risk. However, they come through it.
Yeah, sudden burst out. Buzz trying his damnedest to hang on. Oh, almost even gets that Tech 9 down. Kixan creates a ton of space at the end of this one. And they were going through that smoke blind, for sure. Based on that timing, they just popped out. Kixan willing to run the risk, hoping to get traded.
That's quite a crazy call, but actually, if you see it, they...
You know, I kind of like that sort of Kixan crazy. He's got a good flavor of crazy.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, if they waited for it, then it would have been 2 CTs back on the site with their nades out or whatever. So they wanted to come out right at the end when they were going to refresh the smoke, and they were right about it. I like that they kind of directly dealt with the 2 issues that they had last round, just getting killed on Cat, having a weaker A attack. They just got their first kill there and went back to B. Now, there might be a bit of a search of playground. It's going to be nice for Fiku here, actually.
Costly.
Only 1 Falcon left.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, really expensive. That takes the odds of it seeing an op this next round out. And to be honest, of all the T-side operators in this game, m0NESY's on Dust 2 is one of the most important for Falcons. He can regularly get hits on the cross on T-side like I don't know anyone else that can.
You are right about the limited funds, though. Monacy AK in this round. So a slight limitation for Falcons.
I often don't like seeing the head-to-head op graphics just because a lot of the times oppers are not looking to fight other oppers. That's the most random hard fight that you can take on the map. You're trying to take out riflers while the other opper takes out riflers as well. So in this situation, Nikodas has the ability to control mid. You won't be able to read the money 100%, but I think you have a good idea.
He's floating around it, but they don't play off the fastest of timings. Just gonna give the flashes a chance to set up. That's Spooky and Fiku on the corner, deciding to bail out as Fiku gets tagged for half. And much like last round, we said staging grounds for Falcons, set up on Cat early. They do it with Long this time around. Magic's just gonna beat his chest a little, try to feel bigger than he is, when in reality, we've got OG taking back map control, not a very timid B site. And I would say just throughout these gun rounds, pretty proactive OG play.
This would be a good test for Falcons because this is a very natural move from OG. It's 5 long, which you just don't see as often anymore except for on anti-ecos. And they're coming around through tunnels. OG have already made a mistake. They pushed 2 through, they didn't leave anyone there, and they're actually just gearing up for a long hold. Oops.
Oh, wow, yeah, look how committed they are.
Yeah, that's just biting way too hard on not enough info. If they played this correctly, they would
Here's the scramble.
Yeah.
Right, that last second thought
smoke in tunnel.
Oh God, have we made a mistake? Is this gonna be a critical error? And you're right, it should be. TSS is already past that incendiary. You could try to fight through the doors if you want. A little bit sketchy to take that big swing, and Nico just lines up the bodies, so you can see that one coming from a mile away.
Yeah, if they had the double push in tunnels, they could have done 2 things. They could have had one go lower and then one go playground. If one goes playground by himself and he goes up the half wall, he can get a really good fight for himself, right? Falcons are going to be the ones who get caught off guard a little bit by it, and then they just know nice and early that it could be tunnels, could be B. But instead, they just went all in on this mid play and just to assume Falcons would not fake. And it's kind of surprising because Fiku was shooting back at long, but he didn't even confirm how many people were there.
Yeah, true. Yeah, right. They rotate 5A without seeing a single body.
Yeah.
Other than Magis getting the half damage and then some AK shots. Call that one hook, line, and sinker.
I also agree with Pimp when he says that, you know, they can say they're happy to play Falcons because they want to play the best team and the pressure's on them, but like OG are really thinking about winning this next game. They want to do it. Nikodas has set a map record at this major in major history, so I think they want to. I don't think they're hoping their opponents are scared. I think they just want to win.
Spooky's been found out. It's going to be tough to get him out of here. Nate trying to expose that back line, but the op just misses its chance to strike the second tee down.
Nikodas taking a big risk. He knows they can walk up Cat now.
Oh, but he really wants this.
Yeah.
Oh, and he had his chance. That's what he waited around for. Yeah. It's a could-have-been moment, considering we have to remember there's still 2 USPs on the ground, I think, or on the field. I think that's why you do go for something a little bit extra risky. What's the alternative? Fall back just to get smoked out CT spawn. He tries to find his. And they've just conceded this B side at this point. Krizen's USP, all that sticks between Falcons and a 6th. And so they will save 2 of the 3 guns that they were able to hold on to last round. OG watching that ticker grow round by round. It's a 6-2 comfortable lead for Falcons on this T side.
Yeah, just very good at this point. No heroes necessarily.
In the grand scheme of things with this matchup, you know, Lars kind of set the tone earlier with this analogy of it all being an ambush. Classic analogy in David versus Goliath. I couldn't think, and this is a low-hanging fruit when we talk about the amount of money that's gone into Falcons, and I usually wouldn't bring it back up every day, but I think I couldn't think of an organization in Counter-Strike that has probably spent less money on a roster over the amount of time they've been here than the likes of OG.
Yeah, Moneyball roster for sure.
Never have they had a huge signing. you know, they've allowed for players like FlameZ to get poached without even a buyout.
Yeah, they had like their biggest was like Alexi B when he was hot, but not that proven or anything like that. But they're a roster that just they're trying to figure out who's next, and they built up a lot of players who have actually gone on to achieve some big things. But it's kind of like what Heroic are doing to some degree,
right?
But spending even less, like you're saying.
Yeah, I'd say like it's a gamer legion in a way, but they don't even have like Ash, who's now really made a name for building people up immensely. So I just think if this one were to go south, and if Falcons were to face the elimination at the hands of OG, then that's a part of the conversation we've got to bring back up. Because it's the starkest of contrasts.
Uh-oh.
Enough about the greater context. We're back into the gun round. And so maybe a hope for OG. Again, they kind of lean out on this catwalk, willing to stand in the elbow. What started with some like proactive peeks around these deeper cat corners have now just led to these sorts of holds instead. And we've seen Falcons adapt to just happily looking for these early fights. We hit a minute. Spooky still lets Nico know he's not too far off. Spamming that smoke wasn't a bad idea. CT was right behind it.
Not seeing anything bad on the map here for OG, but we are seeing a lot of respect. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a sore spot, this mid-B position now. Like, they're committing up A, but there's been like 3 B rounds in a row. It looks like there might be a 4th now. OG haven't made that mid-move, and Spooky's really committed on A.
Yeah, they're finding their openings. Falcons.
Yeah, they don't even know about this. Way too late. Yeah. Oh, way too late. Oh my gosh.
Reading it and executing well. It's going to take some kind of heroic moment here from either of the defenders, both of which go down with nothing. Couldn't have asked for an easier round in the end, barring some kind of massive retake, but no, they take a look at it, they get 1 kill, and OG have to concede this again, watching the hopes of Dust 2 go up in smoke.
It was an A fake technically because they did the deep CT smoke, but they didn't even Freiburg drop in a CT spawn. They just went out, ran out mid, and just assumed nobody was in spawn, or they were trying to duel whoever it was. But either way, OG were kind of really stiff in this position. I mean, imagine it was an A play, right? You could see that the A side and B side are quite disconnected because the B players are not checking outside the window. They're not coming in to try to rotate. They're not trying to either push through tunnels or like get to A in some regard. So even if it was an A play, how come no one's really talking to each other? We can compare them to Legacy in terms of like trying to match that energy, but Legacy's mid rounds were a lot better. No one wants to make a bad rotation.
Yeah.
But sometimes nothing's worse than no rotation.
And it feels like, you know, you just said it, no one wants to make a bad rotation, but OG have already done that a few rounds prior where they go over on A. So it's like, not only do you not want to make a bad rotation, but I've already made a bad rotation. True. So now this time I'm not going to make a... And you can see how that slippery slope leads you into just letting Falcons run away with it as they please. It's that difficult Counter-Strike balance where you've got to make mistakes, stomach them, and still keep trying to, you know, adapt or die.
Don't want to be a deer in headlights here.
This is now 4 rounds in a row. It was a pistol and a one-off in round 5. That's what's got OG on the scoreboard, and that is it. Corner smoke on long. Matt just takes a ton of damage on the approach, but again, it's this basically all in on long. Falcons, no tunnel control. Curious to see if Buzz pushes through, but he's on his own, so you'd doubt it.
Well, Prison rotation might actually help out with Nikados, but he's just really holding the line. He has no smoke down in middle, so he has vision on top mid. Problem is, if he clears out these tunnels, they gotta start making another move. At the moment, it's info's good, but they've got one person on the A site.
Last time they over-rotated to A, and this was right about at the minute mark that Falcons left long.
Look, they genuinely don't want to fall for that play again. Right? They're staying in the tunnels.
Oh, this is the conditioning that could come back to haunt them, because this time it is all in on long. And so Falcons keep it fresh. OG chasing Ghost, expose the cross at least. But again, you can see this moment of scramble of an attempt to try to hold it back. Molotov deep onto the catwalk. That's going to keep Spooky out of it, but Fiku will find his one. That's TeSeS trying to take a peek over top of the ledge. It's not a comfortable position here for Falcons, but they do clip Fiku through smoke, and then m0NESY busts Spooky. 4v3. Everybody nearby for the retake. Nikadaw's critical shot to try to get this one going. Remember, low health on Magisk from that original corner fight, but he still continues to find his mark. That is Nikadaw's out of it. Nico locked in onto the ramp. Krizen gonna take the high rope. Okay, first kill to Nico's good. And Magisk's been low this entire time.
Oh,
Not a comfortable plan. Krizen's gonna stick behind this box. Magisk is desperate to find it, and that isn't pretty.
Oh, that's a very awkward place to plant. If you're planting long plat and you can just cross out wide, sure, but that does not set up Magisk at all to be able to defend it. He's just laughing maniacally here, like, are you crazy? What kind of plant is that?
Nice! Good job.
Well, that's 3. But they paid the price for it. All 5 OG players dead at the end of that round win. Spooky trying to catch timing. That's a whole lot of cat control for Falcons.
Early gamble here for OG. They lean B. Oh, so heavily. It's perfectly wrong here. Unfortunately, this is the whole round.
So perfectly wrong. Thought they had a read of the situation.
I only get ahead of it. I only say specifically perfectly wrong because it's also this walk up on cat. It wasn't even like cat control. You got time to readjust. It's just this great counterplay. There was a mistake here for OG.
Spooky also opened the mid smoke, didn't see anything. Just a collection of missed timings here for OG, coupled with an incorrect decision. Stacked the wrong side of the map, and poor Fiku, who was tucked into that long door out of the gate, gets a bit of action, but it's only in the 1v5, and so Falcons right back to their winning ways.
So why don't we call it a good call here for Falcons to make this move specifically? It's fair to say that they've been OG have been conditioned to the point where it feels like they're doubting themselves a lot. They're gambling incorrectly. They're just sort of like everything could go wrong at this point. They'd have to get lucky to get the correct stack because they don't know what Falcons want to try to do next.
Nice.
Falcons striking fear in the hearts of OG. Oh, okay. Well, there's the mid-fight.
And now we're going to sprinkle something like that into the action too, huh? Final round of the half, and you've got to stomach it. Gut-wrenching situation for Krizen. Gut-wrenching situation for OG.
So, look, that was some kind of pretty sick read. It wasn't even a cross. Once the mid doors got smoked, it felt like they were going to try to take top mid control off the cat players.
That was like pixel perfect.
Yeah.
Still a forward cat play from OG at least. They really are playing for this corner. Seeing as we've seen a certain bit of timidness, we'll see if they actually decide to swing it. Ooh, Magisk just gets into the corner. He's got plenty of teammates to work with. Right. Spooky's cutting through him like it's nothing. That's Fiku down, the third player in the back. m0NESY unable to kill all 3 himself, but a desperate run.
Oh,
1 health.
1 health, he gets away.
Whew. Lady luck on Nikadaw's side.
Nico's in such a good spot, isn't he?
Buzz gets aggressive. Nico. Yeah, we didn't get to see if Buzz made sound further back in tunnels.
No, that's nuts.
Nico walks into it, blasts Fiku into the second half of Dust 2, and leaves poor Nikadaw's 1 health running.
How's that a headshot, man?
I don't know.
That's only Nico could do that.
Just Nico things.
Ultimate pre-aim.
You know, we said
1 HP, man.
No real like star of the situation as of yet, but Nico quietly collecting these kills up to an excellent 12-6 half. You got Magisk sitting pretty on 12 kills too. And so Nikadaw's arrives to the B site with a bit more damage onto Nico, but TeSeS committed to this corner. Standing out in the open is going to end it. 9-3 for Falcons. Non-consecutive round wins for OG. We heard them hoot after the pistol win, but things got real quiet here in Austin. So a day can make a world of difference, and Falcons embracing that mantra because here they stand comfortably leading over top of OG in this opening map. Their map pick of this series, and if they were ambushed yesterday and caught off guard, they've at the very least got themselves standing up again. Time to dust off and finish off Dust 2 so that this series can be as quick and smooth as possible, because to me, Falcons can't just afford to get through this first best of 3 facing elimination with some, you know, nail-biter close affair.
No.
Dominate OG, remind the pack while you are going to run this back 3 days in a row.
Exactly. I mean, the confidence today was probably at a minimum before they got the eco in the second round. You know, they have to prove to themselves that they could play right now. That's not like some kind of match pressure that they're dealing with. So they got past that now. And I mean, OG just did not look close to their level in that first half.
OG probably just kind of left scratching their heads as to how they made so many missteps. No individual heroics either across the board for the OG camp, so they weren't even banking on that. TeSeS decides to come out through the smokes, and it gives man advantage over to OG. They're going to punish the CTs who decide to retake before bombs even planted. Similar scenes to the first pistol. We had a Magisk 1v5 attempt. Well, here's a 1v4. Cat player confirms him. He's going to go for the ramp control. He's keeping it clean enough to pull this off. Okay, how dare you? How dare you? You're talking about Magisk in a clutch in a pistol round.
Yeah.
He has made other teams look like fools.
I think they pushed it through their long smoke. There was also TeSeS' fallback smoke that made it, like, it sort of obfuscated their vision. Like, they didn't see anybody, and then they ended up just dying when they swung out so wide. So maybe a weird time to go for that push. And again, it's just Magisk at the end of the pistol round trying to win, but basically an unwinnable situation. On to the scout is m0NESY. And OG are not fooling around. They've got 2 AKs at Galil here.
Nico not allowed to get out of there alive, so they'll face the Magisk Desert Eagle.
It's been good.
It has been, but versus 3 and the jumping MAC-10, OG are going to skate through this one, so it won't happen 2 halves in a row. Falcons unable to successfully force buy after losing pistol. Falcons 9, OG 5.
And actually, oh, could have been a 5 alive round. At least m0NESY gets 1 kill at the end, but still very clean so far. Solid stuff, especially considering they didn't get the 2-3 MAC-10s on this round. Like, they really wanted to win, so they're not going to make as much money as they could have, but I understand why they're just prioritizing the round victory, because it is Falcons. They have to take them seriously now.
You know, we've seen comebacks in the past, so we always have to watch with a close eye, but the reality is that first half had so many flat moments for OG, and it's hard to believe in it. I wouldn't blame you if you've just assumed Falcons have already picked this up. But odds are, this is a 3-round game once they convert versus unupgraded pistols. This round done in a matter of seconds. Round 15 is OG's 6th win, doubling their rounds since the start of this second half.
They looked really uncomfortable on CT side, but it's a new half. They get to go on the attack, and so they'll get a chance to sort of reprove themselves. Touch bit of pressure here on Falcons.
My smoke is up.
Oz loses his angle, so it's not going to be the B hit. But you know damn well they want to get it going with all these bodies up inside the tunnels. m0NESY walking down through catwalk also sees nothing, and he was here earlier. Had a more aggressive angle even than this one. Step back, felt no threat. You got Nico right beside you, kicks in and the door is ready to go, but missed chance from m0NESY's off, keeps his head down. Nikodas trades out Kixan, who looks to get aggressive, and he even punishes Nico right with it. Now, you know m0NESY was still up here, so very much a 3-player mid-hold, unraveled. And Crizin able to just leak out through those mid doors, so the only B defense is Magisk here by scaffolds.
Yeah, it's kind of playing outside. It seems like a good idea because there's only one person out here. They can join up with his teammate CT and keep himself alive to the full B attack coming in.
Good amount of damage as they exit out through tunnels, but he's not able to stop it. Nikodas does everything he has to. A triple kill on the round, unravels mid-control single-handedly. As his teammates were sent forward in front of him, he just snipped them off. 2 kills towards that catwalk. And so, OG win versus the first buy of Falcons as well.
That's pretty huge. It's the first time really seeing the op difference here between Nikodas and m0NESY, and it's not like Nikodas had a stellar first half or anything, but this is a very critical 3K month. He did drop 1 shot. That would have been nice, and now he'll just hope to be able to save to have a second chance.
Oh, not allowed.
What a peek here from Fiku.
Okay, that's the kind of round that's going to get the confidence.
That's 3 straight.
Just a little bit more. 1 step forward, 1 foot in front of the other. It's the pistol, it's the full conversion, it's the first gun round as well, and Zonic uses his first timeout of the map.
That's where we go back, you know, we go back to just, if m0NESY's going to have 2 bad days or whatever, it's not terrible so far, but if like if he's going to get out off by Nikodas, then that's way below par for him. So, you know, I'm going to put some respect on Nikodas, obviously for his match versus complexity, but outside of that, there hasn't really been much.
He also had 0 op kills.
Yeah, it was also a rifle game. Yeah.
Just, you know.
Was it 0 op kills?
I believe right after the game, Freya said that. So if I'm wrong, it's because of Freya.
I watched it. It was definitely a whole lot of rifling. So.
Good job.
And yes, I am willing to throw Freya under the bus.
I love that.
Pistols and a scout here for Falcons. OG within touching distance of a team that once led 9-3. And now this is when, if you're Falcons, you're hoping that just like stampede of a first half has your confidence at such an untouchable state that yes, OG closed this distance, but you're still confident that you've got it. You got to think more about that first half than those 2 best of 1s yesterday. Hold tab, remind yourself who you are, who your teammates are, what all of you have achieved, and then ask why OG's got you feeling timid.
But they've got 0 TIs, so.
That's fair, sure. But we're clicking heads, man. We ain't playing MOBAs.
All right, well, 40 seconds, very quiet, not seeing a thing. 4 players on the A stack. This goes mid B. It's not going to be very fun for Falcons, but they're just stacking. Oh, wow. Well, that's the 1-bit info they get.
It's exactly
very hard call now for Fiku to make.
25 seconds, he calls them back. Magisk gonna lean forward.
Oh, it's going way too slow. Come on, you gotta get moving.
Just caught in the open. Tries to fall back here, throws a frag grenade on the fallback. Nikodas sticks around in middle. Can this 5-7 be the hero of the day? No second kill for Magisk. Fast scramble out of the Falcons, trying to get over to the B site to challenge those doors. If only you could somehow stop that bomb, but nobody's gonna get it. Be careful here, Nikodas. You've just given an op back over. And, you know, now m0NESY has to contemplate. Do we think we can retake? Do we save this free op?
Yeah, it's like when you get robbed and you have a fake wallet in your back pocket. You're like, just take this and go.
Yeah, get out of here.
Have this op.
Scramble.
Please, just save.
Little do they know I keep my cash in my underwear. And my gold watch on my ankle. I'm just flexible like that.
Yeah. All right.
Terrorists win.
Well, time to kick ass.
Yeah, Falcons hoping that they're flexible because they've bent and they hope they don't break. Suddenly a very long dry spell. And you said it, right? It's a tough call for Fiku to make, but they did, and they did it with conviction.
I think, yeah. I think the best version of that would have been going out mid, I want to say, but getting in through tunnels is fine. It just looked like they took a step back and then forward again, and Magis could have made that scary for sure, as he has been. Oh, Nico goes down. This is a rifle, man. This is one to tie up. m0NESY, his next target.
Up the up.
And m0NESY cannot miss these chances.
Well, he has been.
Okay.
He puts an end to that miss. M4 peeks around the smoke. That one unexpected. And so now Fiku with a chance to recover, but he's so worried about this press up from TeSeS. Now they know he's down in the pit, so he rocks his world. TeSeS gets popped. You've got that op still over towards Car. Another rifle here on long. That bomb could push into the B site and find it open.
Yeah, and this is really hard to approach. If Fiku's calling from inside the pit, and there's 3 guys here fighting them, but they've got an open plant, and they've got lots of utility to kill time as they do it. They can't even believe it. Time to get across, because to be honest, a plant now means this round could be won on time. Look how far away the CTs are.
Yeah, they're burning utility
Yeah,
as if the CTs were close, right?
They're a little worried about it.
Double Molotov as if somebody was standing right outside that window. Imagine a world where those mollies go down now, and Falcons would be stressed,
Oh, you're
sweating.
not seeing an active post plant either. You've got Crizin in the site.
Yeah, bit of doubt.
But they're going for the flank. It's just, honestly, it's not that early.
One player tucked in Car. m0NESY's off right on this angle. We said he can't afford to miss, but he does again. Crizin also not successful.
Again he missed.
He's setting up Fiku for this super long mid-flank. Excuse me, it's Buzz, and he comes in with it. So the element of surprise now gone. Player covers on the doorway. Magis gets both.
Wait, they don't get on it?
Oh, Kixan, I think, goes to grab the kit, comes back in, but if he didn't already have it, oh, they lose the round.
They don't have it.
He must have picked the kit up off m0NESY in the door. It's the only explanation.
Yeah, I mean, he went for it right away. So there was enough time, and let's be honest here, there was enough time because m0NESY just missed those 2 shots. That's the only reason he ended up dying in the first place. And yeah, he missed a shot on Nikodas and Pit, and he picked up the second one. But by that point, look what happens to this round. I just said as they were coming in, this is a round that can end to time. And it's one where OG actually could have even done it faster. They could have got the plant off faster. They could have used more delay utility. So this is extra sloppy out of Falcons, who have the material advantage here.
Falcons going to try to play this again off catwalk. Nico and m0NESY joining forces. Nico trying to go to the barrels for the fight. This forward cat setup between Nico, m0NESY, Kicksan's been employed before. But they did it at a later timing once OG were steps closer than this. All that sticking around. Falcons give it up before OG ever step forward. But the only thing that OG have going for them is this tunnel's control. Kixan allocated to backside. Magis going to play Humvee, just tucked in the corner. Nico will be the close rotate.
Full tax coming in. This is just going to come down to good utility. Kixan, what's the response here? He's only got 1 molly.
That's it. An incendiary.
It's too late. It's too late. He can't even throw it.
So he's just got to hope that he gets them, and Magis comes in from the corner with surprise. That's 3 kills from the 2 defenders. Solid. And Nico already challenging the doorway. Missed chance from Nikodas. Kixan given a chance, but it's Nico with the support through door instead. Very little util. Didn't even get a chance to use it, but they straight up best them with the element of the surprise.
I mean, there was a point in the last couple months where Magisk was like the sole perpetrator when it came to why they were losing games. There were some really bad moves out of him. His aim looked sloppy. It felt like his game sense was just totally off from the guy that we knew from a few years ago. But recently, man, he has stepped up huge. And these 2 kills from Humvee, especially in a situation where the 1 piece of utility on the site doesn't even get thrown. Both these kills were inextricably linked to the win. There's no way around it. And he delivered.
And this is it. This is the first CT round win for Falcons since the second half has started.
6-round streak is ended.
And that's Lambert calling his last pause to try and help OG.
I think it's pretty nice. Right after their streak of rounds gets ended, now they've just got to rethink about their strategy. Falcons, on the other hand, letting it flow. Still 2 timeouts left over.
Let's fucking go, boys. Let's juice.
Prison up on long. Oh!
The punish.
Sticks around just long enough.
That Danish connection, in tune with the timing.
5v4 OG. They set up the rebuttal, and they don't waste any time trying to get back to winning ways. Nikodas takes that back from Krizen, who just wanted to play spawn, and does it well. Krizen still floating on the door, though, versus Nico. Oof, gotta be careful. Cheap headshots for Nico.
He looks like he wants to raw dog this duel.
Yeah, why not? He's been a beacon of hope for Falcons mechanically. m0NESY trying to get his name into that kill feed in a good way.
1 bullet sends him back to the B site.
Look at this stack, though, dude. Just Nico on the corner of long, and everybody from OG starting to get up into the tunnels.
That's the power of Nico right there.
Sure.
All right. And we know OG are not going to, it doesn't seem like, search this out and make a different decision. The commitment's going to come in.
They're met by a smoke by the time they arrive. Kicksand peeled off of the site, at least. They're worried a little bit about some kind of a mid-walkout. Magisk, not this time. Nothing.
Oh, shot missed again for m0NESY.
He's at least into the cover. He'll drop with nothing. Nico's the only player to put a kill on the board here for Falcons.
Wow, they had it. 3 players looking the wrong way. 3 players from the CT side ready to defend.
It's a B defense that looks stronger than the 1 round prior, and then it gets so much less.
They had 3 players running out, clearing left side through that smoke. No one was there, and they still don't lose anybody on those entries.
The effect that Magisk hiding in that Humvee corner had on them. The flashes were great, though. Magisk, for a split second, had 3 targets to shoot at, loses his vision. They react faster.
I mean, Nico couldn't have done much more in terms of multiplying his presence on A site, making them scared of things that weren't even there, getting them to go back from long.
Oh, very true. He even naded him off Catwalk and just...
And then he killed Spooky.
Yep. Spooky takes a look at Cat. Doesn't even come around the corner. Just the moment he arrives, boom, 50 damage.
I mean, I know m0NESY's looking inward right now because he's just missing shots he normally doesn't. That's just it. Yeah, unfortunately, when we looked at the end of the year, last year, Shanghai was just such a bad way to end for him after an incredible year of wins. So the World Final, Dallas, what'd they pull off? It was mad. The carries that him and Nico put together. When Shanghai rolled around, the stats were good, but it wasn't really the m0NESY we had seen before.
m0NESY wouldn't be the first player in Counter-Strike history to learn that majors just hit different. In fact, he sits next to one that knows it all too well. Back into the tunnels go OG at the start of this. The thought of OG in a lead, something they haven't had since the first round of play.
Falcons seem to think they've scared them from the B hit with that last hold.
Yeah, but what was scary about it?
Nothing.
Just gonna repeat his position from the last round. Again, there's been this 3-person play out middle between Kicksand, Nico, and m0NESY off Cat and mid, but they've tried to change up the timings. So far to no avail. They're actually gonna throw TSS out at this time as well, so 2 rifles in front of m0NESY. A lot of attention here. to try and cull OG, but OG are happy to just go running through the door. Kristen takes the MAC-10.
Going up cat still?
Goes hyper-aggressive. Now he's going to take a look at the B site. He's going to figure out what the hell is here. What exactly holds them back? He just steps his way through the doors, gets bested by Badges. Nico's coming off catwalk. I mean, they know that this B site is only Magus, but Nikodas, you've got to stop the support, and he won't miss that up shot. It's TSS down, Magus caught, and the flick. m0NESY dead in an instant, and Nico on half health's got nothing to say about it. Ladies and gentlemen, OG are leading this game.
11 rounds now, unless Nico can pull off the retake. He's starting to wander into middle, but I don't think there's any real hope that he can attempt this. Looking to save, hiding in plain sight, and man, this round, like, there's so many mistakes that OG made on this attack.
How do they pull it out of the hat?
It's crazy that Falcons allowed them to get away with this one more time. This went from one person in B, what looked like a full B attack, which would have been just the easiest correct idea for OG, into them going back to A because they just started to doubt themselves, and then finding a way out through middle. MAC-10 gets into the B site by himself, and then and then he swings into the guy who's anchoring. I think Magus gets his kill on Prison afterwards, but by this point it's just so confusing. I think for Falcons, communication is probably just a mess. And Nikodas is this great shot.
Good fucking round, boys. Nice.
Nikodas peeking into the smoke as well. You can see m0NESY trying to swing out to clear him. Nikodas full control of that situation. 16 and 12. Oh, there's the answer. m0NESY gets the wallbang headshot on Nikodas. We get this long attempt as they press up against pistols. It's nade damage for Spooky to have to deal with. At the very least he trades, but it's still the recovery mission. Man disadvantage made that much worse. Falcons looking to answer back again, but the pressure remains.
That's a great find.
Spooky stays on top of the smoke to just keep it one person the difference.
Of all the shots that m0NESY's missed today, that one he hits. The Stewie shot through the door. Kristen and Spooky have to figure out how to recover this. Man, just got scared there by that Molly watching the flank. But time is not on OG's side. We get to a minute, they're still outside of long. They haven't been doing a good job of reading the CTs. Like, there's not been a situation of that. I mean, even in the first half, they haven't really been able to figure out what the best move is. But obviously, Falcons are not looking perfect either.
They may not know what their opponents are up to, but they're pulling it off with their plan. OG down to 35 seconds. Nico and m0NESY still just going to go back and try to clear out A site.
They're getting really spread, man. They're really believing that this is going to be
perfect.
A great nade, but to be honest, man, Magic's he's still got to get the other half of these kills.
He sets himself up wonderfully. That nade, it takes back the advantage that the rifles have over this MP9. He gets the first one in the second.
Okay.
Magic's able to lock this down alone.
Oh, he's the most reliable player on the server here for Falcons, and another 2K here on the hold.
Much needed.
Assisted by his own HE. And if he dies in the B site there, post a retake, 2v2 retake on the B site, we know who that favors.
That was the best chance OG had at getting that 12th round easy. There's an MP9, a 5.7 out there on the field. They run into the frag grenades on long. This scout shot, that right there sets the tone for the rest of this very important round to tie it up at 11.
It's flashy, it's beautiful here for Falcons. It gets them 11, but it also makes you realize a lot's been missing.
Nikodas continues to take his chances on long, but TSS tucked into the cover, lets the nades do their thing and force OG back. And now, oh, it's not the scout, but it's also not m0NESY to win it. He opens up that smoke, and his demon sitting on the other side. Nikodas gets the better of his counterpart, as he has throughout this map. And with it comes this deep presence from OG, and that affinity for the Kixan, Nico, m0NESY, three-player mid-play, it's not here with m0NESY dead already.
I mean, Nico's in CT spawn. There's not even anyone guarding A at all, and the speed-up is happening. OG do find the correct play to make. Defensive utility coming out from Nico from below.
But there's nobody from long that's taking this duel. TSS is just going to let them overwhelm that bomb site. Bomb down with just a nade at his feet. No second nade either to kill Krisen. It's damn close. but he survives it. And even then, it would have been too late to stop the plant. They're gonna try to chance this retake, thinking they've got enough, because they've got Nico standing. 2 kills in, Biku strikes, OG take 12!
They've done it, 12, and now they're getting loud. All 5 of them yelling about this. The best round so far here for OG.
Haven't made a peep since they won that first round, since picking up Pistol, because a 3-9 first half left them with nothing to be proud about.
I mean, there have been wins that are messy where I'm more pointing blame at Falcons than I am crediting OG, but here's a situation where they get the op duel over m0NESY, clean head-to-head. Then they take it up Cat when Nico's in CT spawn. It's the perfect call, followed by a better opper, having a better individual performance. You can't ask for much more here for OG. Falcons saved their timeouts for this reason. It's round 24.
Yeah, I had the same. Thing.
The last round Falcons won, it was a half buy. But if playing like that is what it takes to open up their aim and allow them to hit great shots, they need to channel that a little bit. So I'm not sure if they believe they're better than anyone in this stage right now.
m0NESY's looking like a shell of himself. That's not the face of somebody inspired by their play. It's 2 best of 1s, but he finished yesterday with a 0.7 rating. A horrendous start to the event as per his standards.
(9-3). I thought they were in the clear.
Hello? You have to just probably mic in TeamSpeak.
Dare I say it, I think they also thought they were in the clear. And that's a grueling realization that you go from 9-3 in the first half, laughing your way through it.
There was a point where Falcons were the betting odds favorite to be the next team to beat Vitality. Gone from that to 0-2 Group 2, potentially down a map versus OG. They need this next round to get into overtime. All's not lost here, obviously.
Let's fucking get it. No.
But look at OG. They're fired up. They're excited. They just made an enormous comeback, straight up.
Nikodov's got a head-to-head in that last round that is so damn needed. m0NESY slain in middle. 1 round prior, now sits on Cat. Here we go. Final round of regulation. OG looking to do the unthinkable. And I'm not referring to just beating Falcons. I'm referring to coming back from a 9-3 start.
There's the race this year between ZywOo and Donk, and m0NESY wants to make sure that we remember that he's a part of that competition.
His outing in Austin so far, not one to remember. And right now, that catwalk's looking prime for the taking. m0NESY is going to be in an integral part of this defense again, and he misses. Who are we watching? As he comes back to it, he'll find the headshot to Crizzen. It is not too late. Buzz still sits out towards middle. Man advantage here for Falcons. And as Buzz sits stoically, Nikodov comes back. Down goes Magisk, wallbang through the doorway. Nico's gonna try to get this retake going first, but it's just now back to the closer of the corners. And suddenly this post plant's gonna start to feel pinched. m0NESY's got TSS to push forward, to work ahead of him, but what happens if this catwalk gets held?
They don't have utility.
Nikodov sitting on the angle, Slays kicks in, Nico up next, double from Nikodov, and another double still yet to go! Oh! 3 kills in this clutch, and who else other than m0NESY for him to be up again?
He won't bite.
Bomb is ticking! Nikodov thrives, and Falcons in a tailspin throw a 9-3 lead!
from Falcons goes in the favor of OG. We're talking 9-3 in that first half, as Connor just aptly said, into a 13-11 victory for OG. We're going to be talking obviously about both sides of the equation. Let's start off with the high points. The fact that OG could battle back from such a deficit and make Falcons look like clowns ultimately in some of those rounds.
It's crazy. When the scoreline is 9-3, you think the game is over. You think Falcons came in and like, listen, okay, what happened yesterday, best of one, new mentality. They emptied the backpack together with Last Roble yesterday, and they looked like a proper team. They played some good Counter-Strike to begin with, and then slowly but surely OG is crawling their way back into the game. A couple of mistakes, a couple of rounds where where Falcons doesn't convert, and all of a sudden you see all the OG members get confidence. Nico does, great example, pulling off this clutch, pulling off this quad kill at this moment to close out the map pick of Falcons to now put them one map away from being eliminated at the major 0-3. It's crazy, and it's only fitting that he does it. The guy with the highest rating ever at a major is also stepping up against the big boys.
And the guy that said to me prior to this match, this is a perfect situation we find ourselves in. You called it cope, Jacob. What are you saying now?
What I'm saying is still cope, because to be completely honest, there's no one you would rather face than you'd not rather face than Falcons in this scenario. But that doesn't take away from OG. That is hella impressive. Mental resilience and the way they fight their back into the game, Peter. It's admirable in many senses.
I don't know what's going on. Honestly, I don't know what's going on. Like, Falcons looked so comfortable, and we know how good they can be on those two, and they looked like they were just cruising for second map, and they looked like a team that had got their things together. But now how things concluded, we just got straight back to how things were working out yesterday for them, and it did not work.
We've got to have a lot to be diving into. Let's move back to that first half, because as we were saying, OG, they got a couple of rounds under their belt. We got round 5 as an example, but this was, only one of a few actual shining moments for them.
One of the things that I've praised OG for also in the previous stage was their productivity. They just always go to reach for them. Now they get ahead of the Molotov in mid, they go search info for mid, they get a double kill of this, and what comes in next is that I actually think what they do here, most teams would just fall back having a 5-3, but they actually go back too long, and instead of just sitting back, they flash, because they know that is where the Falcons players are most likely going to be. So to see OG in this type of scenario, and this type of pressure match, to still play so well off their fundamentals and what they're actually good at, that's a really good sign for them. And that's also one of the reasons why I believe that they actually made it so competitive, actually won the first match.
And we often talk about, whenever you're OG, you're not the favorite in this matchup. Let's be honest. You're playing against Falcons, who on paper is a much better team. At the very least, you want to lose on your own terms. You want to play your own brand of Counter-Strike. You want to do what you normally would do against maybe a different opposition as well. And if it's not good enough, it's not good enough. But this time around, as you showed, that was OG's mentality in this game. Yes, in the first half, it maybe didn't pan out in too many rounds, but the game was somewhat competitive. The scoreline was 9-3, but I think a lot of the rounds were closer. And I think we saw in the second half that them playing their own brand of Counter-Strike is good enough right now to take it to Falcons.
Let's dive into round number 18, because there's a lot of unfortunate things going on in this situation, not least quite a big missed shot coming out from m0NESY, right?
Yeah, and I think that's something we're going to hone in on later as well. The m0NESY is having a tough time at this tournament, but you see it right here, 3v2 retake. In essence, it's a 50-50 scenario. Right now, Kristen is left by himself as Boss is making a massive flank. m0NESY missing that shot. It can happen, but it doesn't happen often, right? And it ends up being m0NESY actually going down. Boss coming in from behind. Kristen stays alive for as long as possible. There's no kit on the first player. Boss is staying alive just long enough for Kixon to run out, get the kit, and we're talking not even half a second right here. That's the difference between Falcons winning this map and them losing it.
And the whole idea that Boss decided to go for such a big flank was like super crucial. I mean, like, it's actually super risky. And when I saw it, I was like, where is your teammate? But what Kristen does here, sure, he talks for a long time, but m0NESY misses, like, he missed twice. Yeah. If he would just have gotten that first kill on either on the first or the second shot, they would have won the round. And that's just not the case. And this was not the first time that we saw m0NESY miss extremely crucial shots.
Let's dive into a couple of rounds, ahead of that moment. Round 20, which we were in the green room. I think it was you, Dupree, who said, okay, Falcons have a great lead on this situation. Should we play a game of what happens next?
I mean, we saw Falcons being in a very uncomfortable situation, so they decided to just go for stacks. And for them, stacking the B bomb site here is just like a pure gamble. We have Nico running around on the A bomb side, doing as much now as they can to mask that there are more players. But they actually have a pretty good setup. We have matches close to tunnels. We have m0NESY with the AWP. But the way that the OG just pops out, matches obviously misses a lot of his shots. m0NESY goes down as well. They only get one kill off having a 3-guy stack on B. And no, it's simply not just good enough. Like, they should have won this round. And if they would have won it, I think they would have taken the game as well.
I would like to see that round again, the minimap once more, because I just noticed something I didn't see the first time around. Look at Magisk, right, where he's looking, and look at m0NESY. Kixen and m0NESY are both looking towards middle. Now, Kixen is moving away from the B stack, but m0NESY is still looking towards middle. So Magisk right now is basically by himself. You see it right here. Why on earth are they stacking towards B and having 2 players focused on towards middle? Even look at Nico's point of view. I know there's a smoke towards CT spawn, but he's also focused towards middle. So if you decide to go for a B stack, if you place 3 players towards that position on the map, then essentially it's just Magisk defending the bomb site. He's the first point of contact. He goes down without getting a kill. Then m0NESY comes in and dies. Either you go for that stack and you buy into that stack and you bait for Magisk. You have m0NESY being the first point of contact, Magisk hiding somewhere on the side, and maybe he can get a multi-kill. This is just half-assed stacking. You know, it's a gamble, but the way you execute that gamble is horrendous from Falcons.
And it was a little bit uncharacteristic. Like most of the times when they do a B stack, it's Nico hiding because he's the rotating player, so he would be the guy hiding somewhere, right? The thing is that sure, Magisk was left on his own defending tunnels, but they were so confident that they were going to come out mid first. And sure, I could have agreed with you that if m0NESY would have had his first contact going tunnels and Magisk maybe hiding somewhere, and then Kixen maybe hiding outside on scaffold, that would have put them in a better situation. Like the stack was there, the setup was probably not the best.
Now, I'm not calling this up because I'm, blaming m0NESY for the situation. It's more to recall something that you said yesterday, Jacob. You said, how often have you seen m0NESY had a bad day 2 days in a row? This is probably the first time in a hell of a long time where we see some really uncharacteristic missed shots.
That's the thing, right? Because he had a couple of rounds in this game where he hit some nice shots, but he's super inconsistent. And the output for m0NESY so far this tournament, you see it day 1, 20 kills, 31 death, not good enough, ADR 54. He's replicating that today. He's just not finding his groove right now. And I just quickly looked at his stats. He hasn't had 3 negative ratings in 2025 at any point. And I'm pretty sure, without being confirmed right now, we can dive into that. And there's someone out there watching right now that want to go deep into it as well. I didn't see anywhere in 2024 that happened either. So we're looking at a m0NESY right now that has 3 negative ratings, 3 negative performance for the first time in years. So we don't see it often. And this right now, right here, is probably the worst moment to do it.
And one thing is that it's scary for him as an individual to have such a bad pop-off, or not have a pop-off, obviously, but then the team as well, like, they know what he can bring to the table. He know how important he is to this team. And for him to have a really bad tournament as of right now, it's just not looking good for Falcons. They need m0NESY. They need to step up. And I'm not sure if he's like, okay, so he's still an experienced player, but he's also a young player. Like maybe he's never found himself in a situation like this before. How does he get out of that? And he have 15 minutes until next map to start.
If anyone had any doubt what kind of impact m0NESY has on Falcons, just look at this. When he replaced Dexter, they went from being a decent team into instantly the second best team in the world. A team that came so close taking down Vitality in a couple of grand finals. Should have done it in Melbourne. So now when m0NESY is missing, they go back to being the Falcons that we've been criticizing for years and years, where they look like a rather lackluster team. m0NESY is such a good Counter-Strike player. He's confirming it one more time that when he's not playing well, he's masking all the mistakes that Falcons probably have been doing all this time. But because of the individual skill level, we don't really see it. We don't talk about it. Now we do.
Now, when I was catching up with Madis just prior to this, he was saying, I'm not divulging too much about what happened in that team talk last night, but saying what he took away from it is individuals were going to be focusing on themselves. Of course, Madis was putting up some solid numbers throughout that, but that's not enough in isolation, right? You've obviously been with Zonic in plenty of times, these situations. What on earth do you think he is saying to the guys now when there's one map away from potentially Falcons exiting stage 2 of the major?
Like yesterday, I didn't want to hit the panic button. Now I'm going to press it. I think that there is literally panic inside the camp right now.
Yeah.
Like they're one map away from being eliminated. Sonic knows that it's still in their own hands, but they lost their own map pick. That's like the most comfortable map that they have in the map pool. And right now they go up against Nuke. It's a map that has been looking pretty bad for them for quite a while. And for them to find themselves in this situation, like this is not where they expect it to be. But this is also where they're going to start earning their money, like getting themselves out of this very dire situation, getting back into shape and figuring out what is going on. Because it feels like there's like, one thing is that they're not hitting the shots, but like fundamentally, Falcons just looks like completely out of it. Like they are making so many mistakes they didn't do 3 weeks ago.
I wonder what it is, I wonder what it is that quickly turns that around. Yesterday we gave not the excuses of best of ones. It could have been a bad day, but I can't help to think, and Peter, you probably have felt that yourself as well. When you're coming into a tournament, there's going to be rusty chances after the tournament as well. Are you really expecting all the players to give 100% in practice leading up to the tournament? If you're the player knowing you're getting replaced, are you really giving 100% to make sure that you go in and you die and you kill for your teammate? All I'm saying is that when we talk competitive Counter-Strike at this level, we're talking a couple of percentages that are kind of like differentiating the best teams from some of the teams that are just below them. So if you're Falcons, you're heading into the second major in a row now where you know you're making roster changes after the major. Is that really the perfect lead up heading into a tournament like this?
I don't think there's an excuse for you as a player to not give you like 110%. Sure, that there could like
there's no excuse, but
no, but like the noise around the team, sure, that makes a disturbance. But at the same time, you know that if you're the one that is being outed to be replaced, then you're also fighting for your next contract. Like, there's absolutely no business in you not coming here, not showing your best face. And whether or not who's going to be inside of Falcons, I like what Magic has shown so far this tournament. Yeah, he had a really bad showing in the first one, but yesterday in the second map, and also this one, he's the one stepping up. He's the one that actually sits out there and actually praises his teammates when they're doing something good. He's the one keeping up the mood, and that's what I like him for. That's what I also know him for, that he, regardless of the situation, will always try and bring 100%.
It also does open the door, just quickly want to say this, for the players to express themselves in a different way, because I think it was the same case for Dexter. We saw what happened in his last tournament for Falcons. MVP, there will be situations in the round or in the game where Magisk or someone else within Falcons, if he's on the cutting block, maybe he's a little bit more interested in eco-frags, in pushing the boundaries a little bit more, because that's going to look better on the stat sheet, because he's playing for a new contract. All I'm saying is, if you take just away 1 or 2 percentages here and there, then that could, be what we're witnessing right now with Falcons, where there's just not aligned in what they do right now.
It could potentially be. Of course, we're talking a hell of a lot about Falcons just because of the wider context of this matchup. Let's just give some flowers to OG. Of course, we talked a little bit about what they were really showing on that Dust 2. Now we move into Nuke. Their map pick, what is the expectations here, considering this was their choice into this best of 3?
I think we should give props first and foremost to Fico for having a great performance. I don't think we said his name at all on Dust 2 or throughout this tournament. He's the most experienced player within OG. He's been within that lineup. I think we talked about Peter for like 4 or 5 years. The OG of OG, so to speak. Doing one hell of a job here on Dust 2. Now heading into Nuke, we also just spoke about that, Peter. It's a map Falcons have been struggling on massively, and it's a map where the only player who showed up so far for Falcons at the major, which has been Nico, notoriously have been struggling the past couple of months. His CT side is nowhere where it used to be, so for OG right now, they must be smelling blood.
I think it's important that OG stay cool. I mean, they're up 1-0. And they know they're going to their own map pick. They cannot relax now. They need to keep their cool, and they did it so many times on Dust 2 when they were being so proactive, getting information, going, playing off each other. Sure, there were some fumbles here and there, but they still play better than Falcons, and they know they go into a map that Falcons do not like.
Just give me very quickly. Is it over for Falcons? Are you smelling a 2-0?
Fuck, I'm afraid so, yeah. I'm afraid so. No, Falcons they have to win this. I think we need Mirage, but I'm not confident they're going to win this matchup. I think OG are good enough, and Falcons, they're shaking.
I've already hit the panic button, but I'm at a state where I think it's going to go to a third map as well.
Well, I think it is time to be diving into this one. I can't quite believe that I'm saying these words, but potentially one more map separates Falcons from being eliminated. 0-3 at stage 2. Surely, Konomo, it's not happening, right?
There's a lot that would lead you to believe so, Freya, but slowly, we've kind of lost excuses one by one. At first it was, bad day, it won't happen twice. They'll recover in the next best of 1. Oh, they'll recover in the best of 3s. Oh, 9-3 half, they've got this. And yet we are standing now a map away from elimination on a Falcon. So I've run out of reasons as to why this can be happening other than they're failing in Austin.
Yeah, they've been ass, unfortunately. 9-3 in the first half. And honestly, if you paused right there, it felt like everything had changed. But the rounds we saw, to follow that, I don't know if it goes beyond the prep or whatever, but it was honestly pretty terrible. Even Nico in the first half on Nuke when they played Lynn Vision was great. Then it was just whatever. Magisk, I think, put up the best performance of anyone in the Falcons jersey in that last map. It was a real impact. And m0NESY, yeah, that's all anyone can talk about right now is just m0NESY is just missed half his shots, something like that. It's crazy. I don't know why exactly, but it's even worse than it looked in Shanghai for some reason. So I couldn't tell you, man. You never have me believe that he hasn't been practicing, that they've all not been boot camping or taking this event seriously or anything. I don't believe any of that.
Well, same to go.
They've been putting in work.
I understand what Pimp's bringing up he's looking for answers here, but when Pimp mentions the fact that they know there's roster changes on the other side of this, I mean, I'll let you know, they found out as a team at Rivals that they were not going to be going forward into the next season as this 5. They still finished 2nd at that event. They still finished 3rd, 4th in Dallas. I mean, I just can't chalk it up to anything other than m0NESY is...
What would that have to do, so he's missing? It doesn't make sense. Why would you suffer at a major that you're going to play for, twice a year, and because you're waiting for a better teammate to come in doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, no,
you don't
that's
just miss easy flicks.
Yeah, though that's the thing as well. It's like that conversation can't apply to m0NESY. You could say it could apply to Magisk. Magisk's not the problem. You can't take that logic and put it on m0NESY. m0NESY is just failing to deliver. 0.7 rating across 2 maps. The first day, 0.83 off this last one. In the final round of regulation on Dust 2, can't hold elbow on the first shot, recovers with the Crizin headshot, misses versus Nikadaz in a 1v1.
Gave Nikadaz a great clip.
Yeah, that he did.
And Nikadaz in the head-to-head in the earlier parts of some of those rounds just beat m0NESY, so that was great from him. That's someone who we've been looking to have some more success. So here comes Nuke. We had the pleasure of casting their game versus Lynn Vision. We know exactly what went wrong in that game, so we'll see if they make some of the same mistakes or not.
Yeah, it was a pleasure because of Lynn Vision, though.
Yeah.
We'll see what Falcons do versus OG.
Who's going to be your West Melon, OG?
You said it earlier, Nico was still solid in that outing versus Lynn Vision. Poor guy sitting on 15 health, though. Not going to be very comfortable to try to hold this back. Okay, right. Magisk jumping past a Crizin who had slipped out through that door, really wrote off the possibility of somebody crawling out. And while Buzz is on this A site, CT's take over lobby. They're going to come back and clear him from behind this. TSS dropping the ball has allowed Buzz to get a second kill, but luckily m0NESY holds off on main. Spooky's going to kill Nico. That 15 health left over towards spawn. Bomb is in main. Could be picked up by Spooky to try to join Buzz. Everybody split up at the moment.
It's interesting their vent isn't popped yet. This actually helps out the CTs a little bit. Bit of a warning. They want to come try to defend this, but they're going to crack it open, and they get by.
Yep, they close the door in m0NESY's face. They dip down to the B site. They'll plant with safety in the back of their mind. Yet to see if whether that ramp player can catch him in the transition from the plant into cover, but we've got 2 separate duels, and I know I wouldn't want to be m0NESY trying to climb down that ladder.
No.
And eventually Kicksan's going to have to push the issue, press into sight.
He's also losing time to get the secret. How's he going to get down here?
We've got no kit. m0NESY taken down. Very difficult for him to press in, and now Kicksan knows it's time limited. Eventually Buzz is going to come at this site to try to hold him back. He closes this distance. Door's still closed, now swung open. Kicksan stomping towards him. And he takes him down to 18 health.
The movement is perfect.
He gets back on that bomb with a 10-second stick needed. Kicksan gets the kill, but not with enough time. OG will pick up a 3rd pistol in this series.
That was very clutch by Buzz, hitting that vent. He's the guy who closed the door, got down the vent as well. Very smooth moves from just executing on some simple things, but just like in perfect order. Magisk pretty fortunate to get that 1 kill. This was nice from Spooky to take out Nico on a headshot angle. Honestly missed some more shots here.
Nice, Buzzy. Nice, Glowcheck.
The previous massive collapse, even before Shanghai, was Paris. Remember that Vertigo game on versus Fnatic? I think
yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
The guillotine dropped.
They mentally sometimes don't recover.
We saw Falcons pull off a force buy in round 2 of Dust 2. Critical turning point to that early 9-3 half. But right now, Spooky alone in secret. It's got to be a little nervous, knowing that Nico's usually not too far off. Shadow advantage, though, on the approach. 2 players swing into him. Nico trades out TSS and grabs the AK to try to barrel back towards B. And they're not shy about it. 5-7's going to go down with nothing. Sets up the AK for the multi. But Nico just barely can't finish off that frag.
Where's that bomb going?
I'm not quite sure. What? Crizin?
You have the whole site to yourself, sir.
And Crizin swings in?
Nobody was bothering you. Go plant.
Nikadaz trying to pick it up in the middle of the smoke while the USP spam. Confusing situation. Luckily, they've got that smoke down in front of it. They're going to double up on the single door here, Falcons, to try to finish this one off. Again, no kit on the retake. Door swing. You see him standing there. Still doesn't hit the shot. And Fiku gets that trade out from the ramp, but he's working with 5 points of health. Certainly not ideal. Couple flashbangs, but we hear that smoke pop on sight. Modesty looking for the bomb, still yet to start the defuse.
And yeah, didn't actually
Is he
go
not
wide
defusing?
peak. No, just not even going for it. No kid to work with. He's just out of there.
Did he not have 10 seconds?
Well, I have no. I don't know why he ended up backside, but I think he had a scout, got a AK, and maybe didn't have ammo.
Okay.
So it's possible he's reloading backside on the one chance he had to peek Fiku, and then realized he just had to leave. Either way, well played from Pete Fiku. He found this pickoff as soon as his teammate dies right here, and that just allows him to escape.
On the first map, you saw Nico clap for the first time. It may be the last.
Didn't work.
That saved AK-47 for Modesty is going to have to be the hero and hope of round 3. OG's T-side on their map pick, starting off strong. There's a couple of hands for Magisk. I believe that was a Zeus. Well, then the angle wouldn't make sense. Regardless of what it wasn't long for this world. And as the Deagles ring out on the A floor, they're gonna know pistols for most, but that AK's out there. Knowing Modesty prioritized save. Whew, Buzz slams the MAC-10 into Nico. Kicksan's just gonna tuck into the tiniest of corners. There's that AK up in heaven. Back turn Dover's great, but Fiku already killed Modesty, so the AK hits the ground. Tess, that's a chance to pick it up, but not for long. 3-0 start, real strong.
Oh, man. Yeah, like OG are no longer scared of Falcons. This game has it all in the worst ways right now, because it's just like yesterday in terms of Lynn Vision could have played even better and still won. And OG, they had so many issues on Dust 2 and still won. And that just makes everyone look bad, you know? I mean, they're the ones who are allowed to make mistakes. If they still win, it's incredible because it's OG. They're a team that we don't have the expectations for. Every win that they get, you know, it's obviously going to be messy. But at least they're out here showing some heart, playing to win and trying their best.
It's a team that's really fallen out of the LAN scene in 2025, no longer a part of partnered leagues where OG were the mainstays at the likes of all the Blast events. Funny, we've also kind of stopped watching Big for the same reasons. And so OG making it here through the major qualifier in convincing fashion off the back of a just powerful Nikodas performance.
Making it to this stage. It's great. They didn't have a LAN experience this year.
Good spam out of Nico. Does a ton of damage for Spooky to have to deal with. MAC-10 into main though. Kicksan can't hold it back.
Ooh, lots of damage, but it's OG with the kill.
Kristen's pulled off some nasty MAC-10 openings throughout these two maps. Easy pickup for the last 12 health of Spooky.
Nice.
Tess keeps the rifle work real clean. And all while Nico also got this duel versus Kriz in Outer. So those were the 3 players that gotten tagged up. They all get finished off. And the first gun round of Falcons is now a comfortable 4v2. 20 seconds, bomb in the full possession of the defense as well. Looks like OG's success has come to a halt in the 4th.
That's much more like it here. Those 2 kills from Tesses, very clean. OG have a really good gun to save though. And Nico is actually in danger of dying after time if he's not careful. Doesn't want anything to do with that duel. Kicksan's also been something of a non-factor. I gotta be honest, man, I haven't really seen him talk. It's hard to cherry pick that because you don't get to see him all the time in these rounds and the timeouts and everything, but when we do. double push. So lots committed to lobby. This might speed up outside. Look at Spooky. He's actually already made it in through mini.
Good trade for Kixan.
A little too fast, yep.
At least able to hold one back. You see them scrambling now, trying to take that path around red instead, using this wall of smokes. Yeesh, but they pay the price. More spam damage. Crizzen barely alive. That 1 point of health won't do much to get them down into the B site, and a very swift move from Kixan down ramp. Or vent, excuse me. Just puts him right here in the open, ready for the fights. And he holds. Very nicely done from Kixan. 3 kills on the round. He's the one that really put an end to the momentum of what could have been that main split. Now Crizzen just hoping he can hold on to Nikadaz's op, but 30 seconds. CT's nearby. There's no guarantee at this point. He takes a look at the site, and it's going to cost him. Nico to end this majority alive. The Falcons CT side. It converts.
Yeah, super solid. They read the push, and they saw 2 people in Squeaky, and I think Spooky thought, here's my golden opportunity. But when they fell back a little bit, I think the CT started to get a little bit uncomfortable on the push. Spooky, maybe it was heard as he ran into the site to try to fight Kixan, and that's why the flank got watched. Not sure exactly, but there's a moment where they could have just continued forward, taken a little bit of space, but not overdone it, started to work on wrapping hell or whatever the case may be, and then really scared Falcons, but it took a lot of awareness out of Kixan, and I like how he just played this nice open angle outside the vent and lower for his next 2 kills. Looks like he's got something to say now.
It's a $300 P250 and nothing else with it. Dire situation here in round 6. But things were also dire on Dust too.
Yeah, they already got their 3 rounds, huh?
Yep. Just let it go.
You're not supposed to be choking, man. Falcons are right here.
Excuse me. You know what scares me, though, as this map is going to go on, is that when I think about OG back on Dust 2, the weakest thing was just a lot of the rotates on CT side.
Yeah.
We're playing Nuke now. If that's going to end up being an issue on the defense when they inevitably get there, like setting the tempo on T side, just getting in on the attack, like that's where OG were able to thrive. And even then, they still stepped into a stack here and there. We're going to have to see this uptick in team play once the CT side starts. I don't give a damn if it's Nuke or not. Absolutely nothing to talk about here off that P250. So we're tied, 3 rounds each. But there will be no celebration from Falcons from now until the end of this series.
I dropped my money.
But honestly, again, there should be. They should be...
Agreed.
Yeah, they should be bringing up the energy every round they win.
Celebrate the small wins, because the small wins are all you have right now. Taking a look at this A site with the execute right behind it. Magis feeling uncomfortable. Utility pops inside of Hut, doesn't stop them from getting out. Magis will catch Fiku, and Nico slides down. Or excuse me, Nico gets the kill from up above, so support just all over this A site. OG thinking they were able to burst in. Ultimately, they get no entry, no success, not even a kill across the board here for OG's attempts.
Nice fast rotations, good trophy push here. They cover everything. Still 5 up for Falcons. OG, even though this round is pretty much dead, it would be very important for them to try to search out some pickoffs while the CTs are still in their default. But this raw duel will be lost by Crizzen. And now it becomes just Nikadaz once again. last man up, and he'll at least find kicks in.
Moss is going to deny this. Hits the closer and puts Falcons in the lead 4-3. So we get a test on that A site in terms of nades, but didn't feel like, even for a moment, that OG were going to get into that site.
Yeah.
I give you the bump towards
Yeah, I mean, Falcons look pretty solid when it comes to defending outside. Opening kills are looking good. They have their upper players rotating effectively. So OG down a round, and with not much investment here. Chance to stabilize for Falcons.
Again, though, running that risk of the outer cross. They're taking so much damage every time they go for it. Just working with the Tech 9s as well. You got Krisen tagged up by Nico. Buzz just ate the brunt of that grenade. They're still looking to just group up inside of lobby and maybe unannounced hit this upper site. Nico joins forces with Magis down beneath him, sliding all the way up above hut. And m0NESY's got a deep angle from ramp, so if they don't go A and instead take this one to ramp, he's got a clean duel. The jump across offsets him. 2 missed chances here for m0NESY. Tech 9 start to flood out. Now he's swapping over to the USP. He does more damage with his pistol than the AWP. Finally able to get one of these down, but they're still just gonna flood into him. He gets the bomb delivered to his feet. Last bullet remaining in this AWP hits the mark. It's not pretty, but he holds it. And if they had anything more than Tech 9s to get that going, then I think m0NESY's dead. But yeah, celebrate what you can. At least you recovered that one.
I mean, you know what they say, that a movie is just life without the boring parts. You cut out those misses, and that's a highlight.
Sure. Yeah, maybe. You're right, though. Actually, this highlight this proves it. Whoa! What a sick rappo! Yeah, m0NESY. And then we take a look at his score. Oh, he's 8-2. What a recovery. Got to keep it going. Tesses finds Fiku, who definitely had the chance at that kill. Gets the first bit of damage out. m0NESY just plucks Spooky off the round, and Spooky's just been getting bullied. No space given over to him. No entry allowed for OG, so they better hope that that pistol and the conversions could end up being the majority of this half now, if they are to add any more rounds to the score. But that result on Dust 2, Falcons have already abused my trust. I was,
yeah, it's hard. We criticize them for not getting excited about little wins, but even for us, it's kind of hard to praise them when you know that nothing matters except the second half. Nothing matters. No amazing lead, no big score line, no excellent rounds, no top fragging star player performances actually matter because all their problems are mental.
We'll have to wait patiently until we get there. The closing moments of this map could still be far off. But for now, Falcons should celebrate because they've looked comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, there is the other option that they just play badly to kick the game off. I mean, that's not better. So at least they are putting into place a solid CT performance. m0NESY 9-2.
TSS ramp 9-4. Nico's been uncontested outer. He's just shooting through smokes, hasn't ever really felt uncomfortable.
Every big idea OGF had hasn't really had any traction at all. There's been a lot of 5v2 situations, so.
They've tried to change it up.
Yeah. Kind of just getting fly swatted on every exec that they're putting together.
And so I want to trust that Falcons will win this map, but I still can't. I just can't. I can't trust them.
Yeah.
I want to. I really do. I prefer a world where stars of the likes of m0NESY and Nico are thriving at a major. I do.
With one more star player, man, they'll never lose.
Just one more. Just one more.
Let's fucking go, boys.
I really want to trust you, Falcons. But I can't. You give me another 9-3? Well, then maybe I can forgive you. Phew. I just get the depths of hell. This site is set ablaze. But it's a whole lot of nothing. Fire, bit of smoke, some bullets through the wall. It's no real threat, no real presence from OG.
Yeah, they used a little bit of utility to try to get back a lot. Like, I mean, that's one thing fundamentally here on T side. You throw one right molly, one right flash, you can elicit, you know, $1,000, $1,500 worth of utility in response from the CT side, and they just want to do that before they go back. It looks like an upper again, maybe not. They've actually rerouted to outside.
It's been a little while since Nico's been this forward, down in secret. And he's got m0NESY to work with in garage.
Now, even though he doesn't hit the shot there, he gets some pretty good info. It's not just smokes outside with no one crossing.
Yeah. Nico's gonna know he can sit and wait, and there, all of a sudden, that pop-up, damn well worth it. So much damage here from Nico.
Wow, smoked him.
He's given him a lot of space at times, just kind of sitting back passively, shooting through smoke on the cross. This time he is much more active, pops up at the perfect moment, and just owns OG in the 10th round of play.
Yeah, all these rounds, man, they're just like 5v2, now 5v1. Sneakadaw's alone in the last round. Barely any deaths here for Falcons. So much money. m0NESY on 16K.
Nice, let's go!
They're actually all almost maxed out on cash.
Nice, boys.
Why is it that you can only have $16,000 in your bank account in Counter-Strike? Are the devs Danish or something?
And governments take the rest, yeah. Here we go, charge towards ramp ahead of the util. Tech9 to try and test TESS. He drops fire behind him, falls back into the B site. They're not gonna let off the pedal here, storming down into B. You know OG are starting to hit that point of the game where the T side just gets desperate. But within that desperation, you can still force mistakes.
That was loud.
Nico opts to go pushing through the smoke. Kixan is in a very curious position, decides not to try to stop the plant because he doesn't want to give himself up, and that could end up costing OG. He's going to swing into Fiku, and now it's just Nikodaw's M4 in hand. He has picked up the gun given to him by that egregious Nico push. And so two players stuck up on the double doors. Nikodaws can't get it done. m0NESY's going to lay him out rifle versus rifle in the hands of Op versus Op. And now we're starting to see Falcons have a little bit of fun.
Close round, crazy play because it has to be fast and they just don't have much to make it a long drawn out situation. But it's this crafty moment from Kixan that seals it up, sticking in behind the door. It's a moment where if they cleared it properly, he would have been an easy target, to be honest. But he saw when they opened that door, they were going to forget about him. And it looked scary for a moment when Nico died here, but to save the day.
Nice! Let's go! Lautum flash always works.
Magisk having fun. Dodging these outer nades. Nico swinging into it. Clean with the headshot on Spooky. What's fun is that Nico, who played a lot of this half behind the smokes, ever since he's starting to prod beyond them, has been coming out with kills. But TESS is going to drop the ball over towards the ramp room. And OG, who flooded down to that B site a round ago with Tech9s, look to do it again. So Falcons think. The reality is it slows down as Krizen lurks out through the garage smoke. Nikodaws to lead a charge back into the A floor. What's the resistance? One player towards main, off in hand. m0NESY, clean kill to Fiku, gets blocked off. No vision at least. And this is OG looking for a plant. at a man disadvantage. 3 rounds started this half. Pistol, full conversions. Falcons have not looked in the rearview mirror since. And one final test of an otherwise flawless CT side. Smoke grenade denies Buzz most of his vision, and it's enough to get him to reposition here. Dude, Nikados is going for this wrap around heaven, but that kind of banks on Buzz, keeping them off of the bomb site long enough so that he doesn't have to make sound. Still, nobody's tapped that bomb. Nikados could be the guy that saves it all again. Quick execution, 2 kills deep, and they'll end it. A 4th round added to the tally, a sign of life for OG late.
My name is Jacob Winneke, and today I'll walk you through a little bit of a map analysis on Nuke. It's between Spirit and Eternal Fire, and what I want to showcase for you guys today is how you condition your opponents to feel uncomfortable and maybe deny them information in order to cause rotations and then losing your rounds. Now we have Spirit on the T side and we have Eternal Fire on the CT side, and I want to set the scene from the get-go. Donk over here towards Yard is being applied to, I guess, pressurize a little bit. According with Donk right here, there's also 2 smokes being put down. One here and one here, which is going to deny the vision for the player up here in CT spawn, so he no longer knows whether or not anyone can cross down towards Secret. So with those 2 smokes, you're conditioning the opponent and forcing them to make a calculated guess whether or not someone is going down Secret, which is why they have placed a player down towards Secret already here, so the CT defense have now been spread thin from the get-go. Now what's going to happen now is that Spirit is going to stay inside the lobby, and what they're hoping for is some sort of reaction for Eternal Fire. However, they're playing very defensively. As you can see the way it's set up right now as well, you have a player very defensively out here, you have a player down towards Secret who's super defensive, you have 2 players inside who at this point haven't made a move or haven't pushed or haven't done anything, and you have a player boosted on ramp as well in a very isolated position where he cannot rotate away. When you're in this position right here, you're fighting till you're dying. Now what's going to happen is that we have 3 Spirit players moving towards ramp right here later in the round, and they're going to go out and they're going to go out towards ramp and applying that pressure. Now before they do that, they have players out here in Donk, who's now rotated from Yard back towards lobby, in towards center with this boy. They're going to throw Molotovs towards inner. I believe they're Molotoving behind the second vent. They're Molotoving somewhere on this side as well. And they're also going to throw a smoke towards gate. Now what that does is that they're trying to sell the idea that they're going inside. Meanwhile, 3 players from Spirit are moving in towards ramp, and they're actually going out ramp right here. Now Jota, who's in the boosted position, he's getting a double kill, which in itself is very well handled by him and not according to plan by Team Spirit. But what happens subsequently as well is that they are reading this fake. So the Eternal Fire players have no information whether or not Spirit are faking inside and already are in Secret. They may think that, okay, they're going to go 3 guys towards ramp. They already have 2 guys Secret, so they're going to do a lower crunch, which means that these 2 players in Matcha and Wycadia, they feel the pressure to do something. They feel the pressure to get some sort of information. And while these 3 players are fighting on ramp, you have both Wycadia and Major, and they're pushing in towards Hot, they're pushing in towards Door, where these 2 players are waiting for them. So even though they're losing the trade towards ramp, even though Jota is getting a multi-kill and essentially potentially winning the round for Eternal Fire, because Wycadia and Major feels pressured to do the push because they have no information towards Secret, these 2 players are able to punish that, which means the 1 surviving player from ramp can then rotate back, and you have Spirit going inside and essentially winning the round. So at this point, this would not have happened had they not conditioned Eternal Fire from the beginning of the round. So even though nothing is transpiring for 50, 60 seconds, every single smoke, every single Molotov, every single point of pressure is conditioning your opponent to make a decision later on in the round, which you can take advantage of, which is exactly what Spirit did here.
Surely now the Falcons fans can take a sigh of relief. Mo, they may have gone down 2 best-of-1s yesterday. They may have had a 9-3 lead thrown back over on Dust 2, but now a comfortable CT side on Nuke, right? Should be enough to believe that the comeback when does the comeback start?
When does the comeback start?
And when I mean comeback, I mean from the 0-2 score line as they run towards playoffs.
This is literally the last chance for Falcons to save everything.
This is it.
This half.
Right now.
They're up 8-4. That looks good to some people, but they were up 9-3 on the last map. They've had many leads.
Right here, right now.
It's time to win.
Looking for their first pistol round win of the series. Fiku's got other ideas as he shuts TSS out of this one. Krizen and Nikados.
Oh,
that's a slaughter.
Listen,
So,
we don't need Falcons to win the series, but we do need them to win a map at this major.
yeah, do we?
Yeah. I'm going to be brave enough to say that we all want to at least see them win a map. Maybe they're thinking just too far in the future, you know? Let's start with a map. Uh-oh. Oh, this is going to be so annoying, you know? You're sitting on the other side of this.
Mm-hmm.
These guys, you know, they're having so much fun. They're going to be soaking this up. They're going to be dancing on your graves. Oh. And every time you let them win a round like this, they're only going to get more amped.
Yeah. Falcons were winning all sorts of rounds at the end of that first half. Yet to win a pistol, they go for the full save here, Falcons.
Yeah, no bomb plan.
It's crazy, though, that we were going from a world where people were saying, yeah, Falcons are going to win this major, to now, yeah, Falcons are going to win a map in Austin. Hoorah.
Potentially.
Maybe. As they are only 3 rounds in the lead on this map. A map picked by OG, and a map where OG have a CT side to play out. Now, there were some missed rotations on the CT side of Dust 2. It was one of the criticisms we had for OG. Definitely a part of their play that left something to be desired. It felt like Falcons were kind of outmaneuvering them.
It's just that CT side. Like, it's going to be a bit easier now.
Yeah.
Like, their T sides are, like, not good enough, but their CT sides, I think they're a little scarier. So on the merit of aim, we see them keep up.
Krizen going to make quick work of that top main Zeus drop. Classic. Nets them nothing. And as they run it down towards ramp, they will be given a swift reminder of what OG planned to do to them.
Here's the reality of the situation. If Nico and m0NESY play well and Kixen has great calls, they win this map. It's that simple.
Sure.
Everything else is supporting elements, and the supporting elements are doing just fine. When it comes to the responsibility, the reason you get all the glory when you win, if you're those guys, same reason you get a lot of the criticism if it all falls apart. We've also got some coach timeouts that could potentially help here. We say all that, and Falcons are in the lead. So let's kick off this T-side rifle and see if they can give us something to talk about.
Something positive.
And it starts with m0NESY having a great game now, and it starts with him beating out Nikados because Nikados got way too many kills versus him on Dust 2.
Well, down goes Nico, so...
Oh, that's a crazy first kill to get on a round like this. This is supposed to be a brand new day for Falcons. To get Nico. The guy they know is alone outside every round.
Yep.
First.
Always. Now this quick move towards ramp, shut down by Buzz and Nikados. That op is mobile.
They got mopped.
From garage to ramp in an instant. We said Nico and m0NESY have to play well, and Kixen needs to call well. And those 3 things will lead to a win. Well, m0NESY and Nico are playing well. Rotates were solid back on the CT side for Falcons. But Nico dies first in this round. Can't offer us anything in the face of that op. And that was a very clean angle for Nikados. Garage to bottom silo. Nothing obscuring his vision.
Nice one, Nikados.
Nothing holding them back. He is mobile. He is in the thick of it. From the Nico kill to the ramp hold, Nikados mobile. And don't you dare let him off his leash, because this is a record-setting Nikados in Austin.
That's right. Great spot here for Buzz. Nikados, great rotation. And that 5v4. Mentally, man, you're taking out Nico. He's a guy who's going to be calming throughout like the mid rounds as well. He's such a big find on. He's finding a ho-oh basically early on in the game. That's essentially what it's like in Viridian City or something on your way to the end. It's like you catch him outside, yeah, you're probably going to win the round.
It's easier said than done to keep doing it. Gonna need consecutive shutdowns. These pistols are getting uncomfortably close to the A site for OG. Fiku's gonna have to lock down Hut. Luckily, Krizen gets wind of it. There's still one player to test main. Good spray from Fiku. Spooky comes out with it. Not one player falters.
Don't tell me this game's tied already.
OG tie this up in convincing starts to the CT half. Versus the pistol round, it was nothing. The first gun round, no entries. And even these half buys out of the Falcons camp find no openings. dare I say it, there is nothing so far, early on, sure, there is nothing so far in this T side to be proud of.
Too much pressure right now. Falcons call a timeout here to talk about what they can do. One T-side call fails because Nico dies outside before a smoke plumes. Okay, you got to be able to move on swiftly from that. I couldn't even go ahead and tell you what they should do next because it's still right now blank canvas. They still haven't really shown anything that they want to try to do on T-side. They haven't brought rounds close here. They have all the options in the world. This could be an upper pop if it's a crazy kicksand call. It could be a outer play if they want to play it slower because they feel like they're the better team and they can draw it out. They have the utility to do it. They know OG have the money as well. Have at it, kicksand. Whatever you'd like.
Drop into the backside. We get the util out through Squeaky. Bit of pressure here, but doesn't feel like the CT's kind of jumped the gun in response. Crazy angle for Nikodas. He peels back.
It's going to be a good nade. 23. Tesses hops back from that.
Yeah, could have been worse. Tesses reeling away. Buzz, what's your move?
Yeah, Buzz looks a little undecided. Got to be careful of the noise you make as a ramp player.
Modesty and Magisk waiting out in Trophy.
We don't have the early sort of escort of Nico into secret on this round. Chris is just watching for a mini wrap.
Man, they plays,
what?
man.
They just push Squeaky?
Yep. I mean, when the map feels so quiet, some teams would turn into a shell of themselves. OG instead get active, and even though you shut down the one-player Squeaky, you still have Nikodas up here in the op.
And Krisen can actually come in to mini, so Nikodas can stand here.
Oh,
but he still dies.
Kicksan rips his head off. Finally a chance for Falcons to really then take it that much further because there's no defense inside A site. You've got a player up in heaven soon, but the fire keeps Buzz out of this. It was very much banking on Nikodas. He had a duel queued up, but Kicksan hits a killer headshot. Peeks into the well-prepared scoped op of Nikodas and blasts him.
Yeah, and Buzz will now start to walk away. That is so important out of Kicksan because, to be honest, that position was great for Nikodas.
Huge entry.
He just got outgunned straight up. Had to be an instant headshot, and it was for Kicksan. He delivered.
Could still be cost effective though. Krisen, how many are you gonna bring with you? There's one down. Then the other pitch from bottom silo. Oh God.
So expensive. 1v1 in the end.
Can he get the op? Where is it?
He can't find it.
Oh no. No.
Oh.
Can't find the op.
Wow. Okay, well that's a great save situation here for OG.
To hell with the guns though. At least it's a round win for Falcons. At least it's a round win.
That's true.
But by God, look at the limitations. I'm already looking at 3 Galils on the field.
I love to see a push like this from OG. I thought they were going to sit and wait for the exact to come in.
Oh, team kill.
I see.
Didn't notice that in the moment.
Kill feed's crazy.
Look at that, 3 Galils.
Hey, is this a must-win round now for Falcons?
It's starting to feel like one, just the nature of the money. And, you know,
I love the aggressive move here from OG. They're putting pressure on a team that doesn't have all the utility to clear everything out, but they did get a lot here. They still managed to.
They're going to drop a smoke as if Buzz isn't in front of it. In a round where we just had Falcons having 2 players postured inside Trophy.
They're going to go forward with this upper pop.
They're going to try to keep this one simple. What's it look like from the site? We've got a Heaven player ready to go. Spooky trying to climb boxes.
Chris is up in Heaven.
Big emphasis out of Hut. That Hut push works very well. Nobody actually had a line of sight on the Hut exit. They do activate the flank fast, though. Buzz is quicker than Modesty could have anticipated. Tesses stuck down in the corner, catches off the player above him, and the retake is very much inbound. Magisk is burned out of the play. How is he going to stop this defuse? They've got to get on the bomb now because soon that fire's going to fade. Now Magisk can come at this. Buzz down to 2 seconds. Magisk doesn't stop him though, and that's a 9th for OG.
Yeah, take that AK and get out of there because that's really important for the money. He would have come into this just under $4,000. OG win around here off a quick retake. A decent hold, but it's that trophy push early that allowed Krisen to get up in Heaven. They started through ramp, so really good move again for OG. And solid play from Buzz.
And even though Krizen doesn't hold Hut and Spooky ends up dying with just the one kill, if he even got the one, doesn't matter. The retake was there, and he at least, like you said, set up Buzz.
You're right, though. No one watching Hut for a second.
Scary.
Chance. So, again, teetering here. Falcons economy, and Nikodas hits that.
Not the first time Nico goes down with nothing.
Oh, Buzz can't fall back.
Buzz trying to draw them in. Here comes the support, but they clear it. 2 kills in from Falcons is much needed. And with fire in front of Nikodas, he can do nothing. Slide out from Spooky. How brazen.
Yeah, he wanted to cheat to the back of the site, but they went down quickly. 2v3 now.
Falcons follow forward. m0NESY on a quarter health. CT is making noise over towards Single. Did Vico just smoke himself off?
I'm not sure.
His smoke's the one in the doorway. So he smokes Single, then has to reroute around the vents. Meanwhile, Nikodas taking a glimpse at the site, hasn't actually found anything just yet. We've got Magisk sitting up in the Raptor, now found out. And so Nikodas has also been spotted.
It's perfect.
But doesn't kill him. 3 health he survives with. And so Falcons, even though they lose Nico in the opening outer bout, just go right into ramp with conviction. And we had 2 defenders inside that ramp room that both go down with nothing.
Little damage was cool. Buzz stayed alive for a little bit of time, but his first rotator coming in, not getting anything, and him, that's it. Oh, one more death. And just majority deaths, you know, makes things just permanently expensive here for Falcons, but ultimately, again, they win the round. That was such a great shot from Nikodas as well to make it a 5v4. Second time he's taken out Nico on a gun round here in the second half.
That was a naded Magisk down to 3 health that got the double door stopped. Zonic uses his second pause of play. A nice collection of proactive moves from OG, but if either of those ramp players can hold back Falcons, then this one looks better for them. Trying to keep that cost of all these round wins that Falcons have managed to pull out. Keep that money as low as possible. It's less than $2,000 surplus for the Falcons players. They come back in with that fully fleshed out buy. Frag to interrupt the cross. Good thing Nico decides not to jump it.
Yeah. No more mistakes out here, man. He's not had a good time in this second half.
They're still looking for him.
Find the safe. Cross is an early entrance into Secret. We've seen Nico, well, not really attempt it or just died a little earlier, so we didn't know if he would plan to get here, but this just opens the map up so much more. If they want to go for ramp now, then they have a secret connection. If they want to take it back to mini on a lurk, that's where Nico can really flex his IQ in terms of his solo lurks. They go for the squeaky push once again.
This time looking a little more tucked.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous here for Falcons if they're not careful about this, but they've seen the squeaky push before.
But also, Nikodas is covering it, right? Yeah, exactly. So Magisk comes around to clear that corner. Oh, okay, this is the same kind of thing that set up the Buzz flank.
If you smoke it behind you, it gives you there's just nothing else to clear is the thing.
Sure.
So it's a gimmick, but all right. Even though they're watching it, yeah.
Magisk loses the head-to-head. Luckily, TeSeS right there to trade it. That's half of TeSeS down, though. Nikodas playing with an op back A, and that secret push from Nico. Wait, the single door play.
He didn't see this?
Did neither of them notice? They're going to drop right down, and they catch him off. Krizen gets both. He's still cleared out as m0NESY's the third piece of Falcons to drop down beneath, and the Raptors player gets his. 5 health for m0NESY, who's going to need an act of God to pull this one out of the hat. 10 seconds in a 1v3.
No, that's
And with
it.
low money, he has to consider options. He has to concede this. OG stuffed them in the vents.
Okay, sanity check here. Krizen is the one who saw Nico peeking out from the vent first and didn't notice it.
Right.
Then he walked back into the vent. Nico hadn't seen him either and just ran back into him.
Yes.
That's the kind of situation that we're seeing in a lot of these rounds. This one comes up all OG because of Krizen in this very moment. Just a bit more clutch.
TeSeS has a knife out. That's how he gets the second one. TeSeS has a knife in hand.
I mean, Nico did not clear that side. He didn't. I'm not sure how, because we'd have to go back a couple seconds and see why was Crizin there on decon steps. Nico had no idea he could be there at all. If he was just waiting there for so long, he didn't think to clear it. I'm not sure. But either way, there was a big blind spot that got used against Falcons. They've got no more timeouts left. The score is 10-10.
Oh my God.
Then we need bombs.
It's 5 non-consecutive round wins back and forth. It's been slowly chipping away at the Falcons' money, and if OG put this 11th on the board, then it's a desperate state for Falcons.
They've kept them poor this whole half.
You could damn well be watching the beginning of the end of Falcons in Austin, folks. Crizin versus Nico again. Shadow advantage won't make the difference. Fire beneath Spooky. Oh, that's desperate.
But it assists the cross here. This opposite vent molly, that kill from Nico. They can really take speed.
Catching him with a nade out.
Nice.
Very comfortable state now for Falcons. Already multiple players down secret. Already Magisk on the brink of this B site. And it looks like OG are going to have to concede it.
Yeah, unless they're going to all triple up and try to get down the ramp now.
No way. Falcons, they've got to let it go. OG have to let it go.
Such a huge moment for Falcons because, well, Nico gets his kill clean. They have 5 alive. It's the first time their economy gets stabilized, and here it's one to take it at 11-10. 3 players saved for OG is a great sign, but at least now Falcons can't lose one round and then instantly lose the game. It's a great kill.
Much needed. Been a lot of shenanigans for OG going on around that squeaky door. Terrorists win. Falcons decide to take a chunk out of it early.
That's what we get out of Nico when he can advance outside. So they might need Nikodas to be the one to try to hunt him down. But for Falcons, it's going to be really important that Nico keeps finding new ways to get into the mix outside. The last timeout for OG will now be used. Looks like it was just a quick word.
I don't have Molly, Spooky. Can we double a Jihad actually, in case they do Gamer Legend? Let's fucking go.
Been very impressed with OG's ability to take these really slow moments in the middle round and still push. Not worried about it, ready to take a risk.
Just can't let that confidence fade out, or else Falcons will notice.
Let's see if the upper pop's going to come in again. Kicksand loves to call them late into a game when it seems unlikely.
You've already got Tesses up on top of main. Nikodas getting aggressive. Monis is on the ankle.
Perfect crosshair placement.
Just laser beams him, and he gets himself a second as well. But in the middle of that, Spooky pushes Lobby. It started to look like a recovery, but Monis is on a tear. Triple kill in round 22. The kid was absent in Austin, and all of a sudden, a critical juncture, he steps up again.
Oh, finally a good map here from Monacy. They've absolutely crushed.
Better late than never.
Yeah.
While this map isn't over, you have certainly kicked OG in the gut with this one. Already coming into this round with limitations in utility. Didn't have all the incendiaries they would have hoped for. Now they will have very little to work with, and Falcons the smallest sigh of relief. It's 12.
It's 12. 2 good rounds back to back. It's like just a kill and then the right follow through and just enough tempo and the right players getting kills. And here we are. Falcons get a 12th round. And it's also a round now OG are the ones who are in money trouble. Won't be seeing an op for Nikadaz next round. Maybe Falcons can beat OG.
Maybe. m0NESY felt like he had a read on this constant pressure in through lobby or ramp. How many times now have OG? It's something that we were singing their praises for, but they step up to the plate. m0NESY swings back. Very nice POV. Head on a swivel there from m0NESY, stepping up when he has to. Like you said, limitations. We get a couple MP9s. OG not done yet. Be a fool to write him off, but here we go over towards that ramp room. Big charge, and it's while they're boosting. Buzz from up above.
Only 1 kill between the 2 of them.
The fact Nikadaz goes down with nothing, he thought they'd have that extra second, but it is already a full force Falcons flooding into the B site. Spooky's gonna catch Kixan, trying to climb over the control panel.
They're scared, they want to fight him.
Bomb's getting planted, Spooky's serving up a distraction. Fiku's ready to go. Kristen swings the double doors, but he's met by smoke. And at that same moment, Falcons put another smoke down in front of the windowsill. It is half health on 2 of the 3 Falcons players. It is desperate acts of spray through smoke as OG just try to get some early damage in before the retake is needed. Just barely on the brink of spamming that player off top silo. Falcons absolutely pushed to their limits, but they will break through on a T side. A map win in Austin is all they've got so far.
First one to keep Falcons' heads just about above the water. They bend, but they don't break on this round of Nuke, which means we do need a third to decide who will be going home here in Austin. Thank God m0NESY comes alive on this map debris, because without him, might have been a different story.
They needed him on Dust too. He did not show up, but he definitely did on Nuke. I mean, he still wasn't the m0NESY that we know, but he definitely played way better, and that could just show, and that's also why Falcons got over the finish line this one.
It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that Falcons have lost 3 maps in a row. 3 maps in a row for the first time in forever, where m0NESY hasn't performed, and then the first time he steps up, the first time he finds impact, the first time he's looking like the old m0NESY is also the first time Falcons is winning. Now, what worries me a little bit, outside of the fact that Falcons obviously won, a lot of pressure as well, that it takes m0NESY to play that well. Falcons are supposed to be a much, much better team. They're supposed to be able to win almost with m0NESY having an average game, but that's not the case right now. It does feel like it comes down to this young man, that when he's showing up, when he's having moments like you're watching right now on your screen, Falcons can win, Falcons can play good Counter-Strike, but they rely a lot on m0NESY right now.
I'm way more confident watching m0NESY rifle right now than I am him AWPing. It seems like he just has lost a little bit of that confidence in his AWPing, and that is his like esque weapon. Like that's what we know him for. So for him to picking up the rifle maybe could also be a thing going forward, obviously in this series, because I would rather have m0NESY be on the rifle to maybe change a bit of your game plan to have him deliver instead of having him up the AWP and not delivering.
Yeah, would you agree with that sentiment?
I probably would, because he's so goddamn good with the rifle.
Yeah.
I think we've seen m0NESY involved the past year, I'd say so, to become a world-class rifler as well. He was always good with the rifle, but it was always clear that his AWPing was better and slightly more consistent. I think these days, we're almost at a point where, just like with ZywOo, we can have the case that if m0NESY were to play with, let's say, ZywOo or someone, he could pick up a rifle and be as efficient. He's so goddamn good, so I don't disagree with that point.
The pressure was on from the word go, undoubtedly, but it reached exponential levels when we got into the latter stages of this game. And round number 20, you branded this yourself, Japri, as one of the most pivotal moments in the entire map.
I think this just shows that Counter-Strike comes down to timings and it comes down to being lucky. We see that Nico has actually gone into vents and he's been snuck down from Secret one of the rounds where he actually was capable of doing it. And he actually gets to get a try and get some information, doesn't spot Kristen. I don't think Kristen sees it. He calls the team to dive down vents to just all of a sudden beat Kristen that no one was expecting. And that just showcases that, yeah, sure, you might have had the right idea, but the fact that Kristen was here unnoticed just completely fosses around.
It's a game of details. I don't think Kristen saw him either. You know, Kristen wouldn't push in towards the vents if he did, and maybe he did, to be fair. We had a slow-mo clip of it as well, where we can barely see it, you know, with the X-ray on. We're not quite sure if he saw him or not, but it's a game of details. And at that point, when it became 10-9, I thought OG was going to have it. They had money. You had Falcons being on low money as well, but seemingly the issue for OG, and let's be honest as well, they could not convert 2 rounds in a row. They could win 1 round, then they lose the next one. Then they win a round, then lose the next one. And CT side economy, when you do that, Peter, they were screwed.
Yeah. That's the thing you could just see with the round distribution at the bottom of our screen, right? OG starting off that first half with flying colours, and it goes a little bit back and forth, and finally Falcons manage to put 2 rounds back-to-back, which is round 22, which comes off the back of m0NESY opening it up. That was just the tail of the map, right? The fact that m0NESY could step up, so much impact for Falcons.
He needed to step up, and the fact that he gets double kill off the pushy and ramp, they were so aware that OG wanted to constantly try and push lobby. It was like OG wanted to finish the game in style. They wanted to finish on what we know that they're good at. But Falcons also expected it. So the way that he just gets this triple kill from turning a point where he has not been showing up to him to doing this, we need to see more of that going to map 3. But obviously, it's not just enough that m0NESY does it. Sure, he needs to be that guy that pulls through, but the rest of the team also has to do it.
Yeah, and that's a point I want to bring up here as well. m0NESY was only involved in 2 opening duels. 1 he lost, and in round 22 he got his first opening kill in the entire matchup. As much as we speak about m0NESY playing better here, I think he slowly but surely grew into the game. But that's not a m0NESY playing with confidence. m0NESY is not involved in only 1 opening duel up until round 22 if he's feeling it. Then he's out there seeking, he's out there poking, he's out there poaching. And that's not the m0NESY we see right now. And especially when you consider, FURIA, that we're heading into Mirage, which is a map where m0NESY normally is involved in everything.
And that's the thing, m0NESY without confidence, that's not 2 words, or 3 words rather, but we use in a sentence very often, right? This is an uncharacteristic miss from m0NESY. Great to see him, putting some numbers on the board as we moved into that second map.
I'm curious to see if this is just the thing that's gonna get him over that line, where he lost some confidence. Now he's regained it by actually being so pivotal in their victory on Nuke. Surely going forward to third map and Mirage, a map that requires you to also be very mobile, where you can go so many different ways. He can be like, taking control of B apartments. He can be floating around mid, but also having a really good performance on the A-bomb side. It's going to be very pivotal for them to moving forward. But then at the same time, I feel like OG went into the trap, a little bit of the ambush that Lars Robble talked about coming into this one, where they won the first map. Now they went into second map. They actually, now we can actually beat Falcons. We're up 1-0. Now I'm so curious to see if OG is going to be falling back into a role where they, again, don't feel like they're the favorite, or what's going to happen.
It's a good question. It's a very good question. I can't help to feel that OG really had a decent shot here on Nuke, and you kind of missed that opportunity. And mentally, it's hard for a team when you do such a good job winning the first map. You remain competitive in the second, but you're up against the overpowered Falcons. You're up against Nico. You're up against m0NESY. You're supposed to lose. So was that the one chance they had in this matchup to close it out, or can they pull it off on Mirage as well and make it competitive?
I don't know whether we can just run the winners' reactions just one more time, because it wasn't, elation like we're seeing on the side of some of these teams. It's more like you're breathing a sigh of relief, which is understandable, because it's like, holy hell, elimination was just right in front of us. We dodged that bullet, but we got to dodge it one more time.
They're aware of that. They have their backs against the wall. They know that they are facing elimination, and it's not over yet. Like, they still have 1 more map to go. But for me, right now with Falcons, it's not so much how they do it and how it looks. It's more about that need to get it done. Like, they need to get this victory out on the board. And if they can convert this one in going into the matches tomorrow, then I think we're going to see a Falcons that has now been like, okay, now we got a bit of the nerves out of the system. Now we're actually in a position where we got that first win that we've been looking so much for.
I totally agree with that. When you said that, I'm just thinking to myself, I kind of want to make a ballsy statement and say I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons is in a week and a half in a quarterfinal or in a semi-final at the major. I know we're dangerously close to them being pushed out right here, but we've seen that with FaZe before. We've seen that with other teams before. I think there was last time we were at a major here in America as well. Some team, Cloud9, also went 0-2 and ended up winning the entire thing. So I feel like there's been a precedent where we've seen it before, and I agree with you. If Falcons can survive this horrible start that it's been to their major, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them in a semi-final in a week and a half.
Let's talk a little bit about Mirage. That will be the decider between these 2 teams. And yeah, I mean, coming into this, you kind of put it perfectly, Jacob. Like, OG, they had it in the palm of their hands. They had the opportunity to close it out. Do you think that was it? That was a chance that you had, and now it's going to be swiped away from you?
Everything inside me tells me yes, I think so. I think m0NESY stepped up a little bit right here. Again, not a full confidence m0NESY, not being involved in a lot, but he will definitely show that on Mirage. It's his playground. Nico, usually a player as well that likes the freedom on Mirage, and I think overall Falcons is a strong team on the map on Mirage as well. So yes, as much as I've been impressed with OG in this matchup, and even in stage 1 where they played well, I feel like they had that one shot, they had that opportunity, and unfortunately for them, they weren't there to capitalize.
I just want m0NESY to just bring what he just did, and maybe even the morning. Maybe just let go of all the things and just play like a little bit more like puckish style. You know, it feels like they feel themselves a little bit too limited. Like they want to try and play so perfect that they kind of forget how good they are as Counter-Strike players. And if they can just like be unleashed in some sense and just be mobile like we know he is, and going for all the aggressiveness that he's so good at, then I'm in a position where I feel like that OG should be worried that m0NESY just had a good game coming into the third one.
All I saw leading up to this major for Falcons as well was m0NESY highlights on Mirage from Pucks, you know, when he was playing FaZe, when he was juking out. I've seen the most ridiculous rifle work. I've seen him have the most ridiculous sequence on the map of Mirage. So when you're saying play more like a Puck style, play more like you're feeling comfortable, then Mirage is the map for m0NESY to do that. So I fully agree with that, Peter, and I hope that right now Nico is telling it to him. I hope Kixen is giving him the freedom, and I hope Sonic is also allowing m0NESY to do whatever the hell he wants.
And what we're watching on the screen right now is that the assistant coach Max on the right hand side, he's actually having a conversation with m0NESY as of right now. He's probably informing him because Max has been preparing third map coming into the series, because you're not always certain what third map is going to be. So he's definitely going to tell him like, so what are the tendencies of Nico does? Like, where can he actually get openings? What can he do to go in and disrupt OG's game plan? You know, it's something that's often overlooked is how important the work behind like the staff is also coming into these type of games, that they can do the preparation and that they will inform their players. And m0NESY is in a position where he can be like, I don't need that because I just need to unleash myself, or he can actually go into a position where the information that he just gotten off will actually try and elevate my game.
That was a question I was going to pose to you, because Falcons, it's no secret that they have quite the staff around the team as well. Because we got to catch up with Lars beforehand, is there anything that he would typically do with the team if, you know, you find yourself in those high-pressure situations, you've just come off of a game where you had to pour everything into it and you've still got one more map? Is there anything that he typically does with the team to make sure they've got a good headspace, I guess, coming into things?
I think Lars usually doesn't have much of a saying when the game actually starts. He does more of the work before and after the game. So in the middle of the game, it will often be Sonic in this case, and also Max, and like, so the coaching team will be the one that has the bigger say, and also the in-game leader. So I think that Lars is obviously, if there's something to be touched upon, or maybe he's just going to go in and say like, guys, I told you we could do this, or whatever it could be, like to bring some kind of confidence. That is what his ideal role would be, other than just making sure that they are hydrated and have kind of a snack so they feel energized.
Credit to OG for pushing it to a third map. I believe Falcons' major run starts right here, right now, with a convincing Mirage win.
Are you sold on that snake all over there?
This was the first step in a very long run, but I'm confident that Falcons is going to take us 2-1.
Well, it's going to be Mirage to settle the score between OG and Falcons, one of which will be going home here at the Blast TV Austin Major.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final. And then at 15-14, Stewie2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to plant a bomb!
Thank you
That's
very
the
much.
bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs, America
is losing their minds in this moment. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, you know, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Last time we were in America for a Counter-Strike major, Cloud9 went 0-2 in their opening stage and went on to win. The miracle in Massachusetts, they call it. Well, here we are, Falcons 0-2, and Jacob said back on that desk that he thinks their major starts now. It's their first map win. They've gone ahead and done it. They've proved at the very least they can win a map in Austin. Mirage, do you anticipate, Mohan, Falcons following through and winning out this series?
If you look at Falcons Mirage, they play super elite teams consistently on this map. They play Vitality like 3 times in their head-to-head. Like, the only reason that even happens is because they go so deep in tournaments that they get to play against them in playoffs. These are real difficult matches that they win on. There's sort of an asymmetry when it comes to their TNCT side versus OG, but in terms of the level of competition here, it is apples to oranges. Not even close, but we've talked this into the ground. It doesn't seem like that seems to matter right now. The question is just whether or not Falcons will play well in general. So, yeah, they should win Mirage. Yeah, they are great on it. Yeah, they have wins versus all the best teams in the world on it. But this is a major. So that's the one asterisk that we've got going on here for the Falcons. And at least they turned a strong start into a win back on Nuke. They even ended with a couple of good I thought it was just going to be, I thought they were going to lose. Game got tied up, got close in the end. Too many crazy situations that OG ended up winning. But they didn't. And m0NESY had a great highlight, second to last round. Tons of X factor towards the end of the game. You know, that's the G2 way. And, well, they took the players out of G2. But they haven't taken the spirit.
Even had that Nico clean main entry as well, so he didn't numerically get as high up that board as m0NESY did in the end, but it felt like you got it. Those 2 round-winning moments from what should be tournament-winning superstars. It all ends here for someone. Mirage, the graveyard of either OG and Falcons. Get a strong utility set over top of the A site for the execute. No immediate follow through. TSS is the first death of map 3. We've got a lot of bodies here for the defense. No response back yet from the T's. Falcons, they're not finding it until Kixan gets his first. Magisk collects a kill as well. They know the triple player's low. They're going to try to force that fight while the other 2 CTs remain smoked off. How the hell has Spooky survived this? He comes out with the last 2 kills.
Oh, he's on 25 health.
And they have still yet to win a pistol in this series.
Yo, no kidding, man. They actually get crushed on these pistols, too. That was one of the closer pistols that we've seen.
How did Spooky not die here?
Because he's an aberration. It's in the name. He disappeared. They couldn't find him. He vanished.
They knew where he was. They just couldn't connect. No bomb plant, but a force buy regardless. Falcons come out with upgraded pistols. Healthy belt of util here for Kixan. Falcons still the betting odds favorite. Would have loved to have seen how skewed those odds were when Falcons were leading 9-3 map 1.
Yeah, this was like, it's like a 5-1 game, you know, on paper. It's just like, it'd be even worse if it wasn't for yesterday.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, I don't know how Falcons could lose this map. That's not even a joke. Like, this would be the craziest upset in their head-to-head, like, ever.
Yeah.
Just period. Just this map alone. They couldn't ask for better whetstones to practice against to prepare for this one matchup after 2 maps of warm-up.
Buzz burning out, gets smashed by the Desert Eagle. This is a sudden pop out onto the A side at 30 seconds. And for an OG that felt no test anywhere else on the map, they almost look like they got caught off guard by this. Smokes go down to just follow suit, making it very awkward. Everybody just kind of lost in these smokes. Such a choke point here inside jungle, but it's starting to get clawed back to the OG favor.
They gave him back.
Eventually, the ticket player's going to get active here. Modesty unable to get anything with his deagle. So much damage racking it up. I mean, that pistol had plenty of chances. Nico, that bomb, not quite for him, and so everybody gets killed on the Falcons side. The bomb plant, all they end up walking away with. For a second there, it got scary for OG. But they'll find the retake, 2 kills through the smoke. Sure, you get the plant, but OG then just choked him out.
It kind of looked like Nikadas said, all right, let's go back through the connector smoke when they came out at first, and that was actually the right call. They could give them the space there, but they got to let the smokes come up so that there's nowhere to hide. You don't want someone just walking out behind a connector smoke as the CT started to retake too early. So they made sure to like create a perimeter, then come back in, and it comes down to just a second or two, but they're close enough to know they can pull that off. So nice and organized. They have, I think if there's one good thing to say about OG, it's been some of the retakes. Oh, wow, that was crispy. That was crispy.
Modesty looking for a second victim. Nico's round made a little more difficult. There's not a single AK on the field here for Falcons. They've gone quad Galils, low nades. And luckily for them, they kick it off with that Modesty kill. But yeah, the Molly doesn't hit the opposite side of boxes. Just blame it on the new incendiary.
Nico didn't spot this bottom mid. It looks like he's going to take a peek, but Spooky's going to crawl up.
Oh, the timing on that is disastrous. Nico hits the 92 damage dink on the attempted climb up. Nico losing track of it all. He's got a teammate to come help. Kicksand trying to bail him out. Tess down from beneath this, and Falcons this time look to have saved the day. Very messy affair going down in middle for an OG that we were singing their praise back on Nuke for getting active as a CT side in the middle of those rounds, those lobby prods. And this time they sign up for a mid fight that just let Falcons draw it all back. That incendiary hadn't missed, and Nico got flushed out from behind boxes. You think they would have ever risked pushing to the top of mid?
Yeah, it's hard to say even what the adjustment would have been. It's almost more awkward, maybe that way. And Fico here at the MP9 into the M4. No, doesn't even grab it. Could have just picked that up. Well, gets naded towards him, actually. How much of a hunt down do you want to go for here, Falcons? Some of the saves have been expensive versus OG. But that's a very good round still out of Falcons. The only unlucky part was Modesty just switching to his bomb as he was turning around. But like, it's not like he was switched and standing out there the whole time and throwing a nade or anything like that. He was just on the way out, so it's like just a perfect timing. But that still only ends up being the 1 kill.
And it comes after this excellent opening scout shot. And we get this flood of a triple kill between the Falcons members.
Yeah, and they help out Nico quite well. I mean, they get out of underpass, they get out of top mid at the same time.
Yeah, no, that was never a comfortable round for Nico from start to finish. Enough teammates nearby to save him. Nico does up into the ladder room. Falcons walk it out top middle again.
They're coming for Chrism.
He's got that ladder support though. He tries to lean out. He'll win the duel versus Modesty first. Second servings made easy, and Nikadas position, almost caught him off. Kicksand, great recovery with this double kill.
Ducked underneath it.
Trying to join up with Magisk so that they can split into the B site. That's gonna lead Nico back towards Cat. A triple from Kicksand. Spooky trying to contend on the opposite side of the flames, and finally Kicksand dropped. Magisk trades out. We've got a Buzz 1v2 queued up at 35 seconds. Long journey for that bomb to come climb in.
Magisk is watching the smoke, but only on the corner of it. He jumps out Skadoodle here. Buzz with an MP9 has to get something crazy going.
Oh, tries to flood into the bench, but Magisk able to lock that down. Kicksand's got a reason to celebrate. Awesome 3K from his behalf.
No kidding, especially because of where Chrism was playing. It would be easy to forget that someone could be holding from the top of the ladder room, and he comes right underneath this spray to answer back to the 2 kills that Chrism got.
And a snap over to Fiku as well.
It's the most energetic we've seen him. Disturbed.
Falcons summoning demons, doing whatever they have to get this win over. But it's a freebie after the fact. USP's here. They're on the wrong bomb site. Who was that? Growling.
I think it was Zonic.
Oh, yeah?
He is a human bear. Is Monacy trying to go SSJ4? Mad just being a funny guy.
Wouldn't put it past him. Nico, yeah, that is just versus USPs, but it was very slick. A sign of what's to come, perhaps, if he's allowed to tear up OG on map 3.
Credit to OG for making it this far.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And this map isn't over, but I'm just saying it's not going to be easier than Nuke just because it's Mirage.
Talking about them like they're dead in the water, Launders.
Yeah. I am.
You look confident. No one else can see you, but you look confident.
Yeah. What about it?
3-2 the lead for Falcons. Guns back out of the OG squad. Been a lot of early mid plays out of Falcons so far. A testament to the confidence of taking those fights.
Oh, gee, they're no Lynn Vision, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was a point where Mirage felt like one of the 3 easier maps, but just because of the frequency of the play at the top level, it's just not. It's just not. And as common as the map is, it's just still so dynamic.
May have lost the first death inside that apartment, but Kristen is able to at least get out. Cost him a lot of utility to do it, but at least he's standing. We hit a minute. Window gets smoked out. TSS stays underpass. We'll see that late activation on him once Nico goes and joins everybody else. And I don't know about you, but that A defense isn't looking too tight. Buzz floating around in jungle has a lot to handle on his own.
No one in ticket means Buzz, well, he's got his work cut out for him.
Nico just chucked out that bottom con smoke.
It's a bit late to be at this position. 2 in B, 1 pushing top mid. And Buzz, here comes the peak. Good night. Lights out.
Insta headshot for Monacy, his second kill of the map. TSS is able to get out from underpass. So, I mean, in terms of the motion here, everything has gone very smoothly for Falcons. Nico puts down that con smoke. The smoke fades in Palace. They walk out to 0 resistance. Instant headshot. This round win, I feel like you could see it from a mile away.
Yeah, they're just 10 times better already. Double B push here. TSS on the exact same angle he started the round out in.
Gets another kill for his efforts.
That one up with a ruler, man. He knows exactly where to stand, where to look.
Spooky wants the AK, but didn't want to get swung on by Nico. Thing is, Nico's just going to hunt him down slowly. He's going to pop right up. Ooh, but he gets away from him, so they'll be afforded a 2-player save. Falcons go up to the 4-2 T-side lead. Jacob on the desk before this third map went live said he expects Falcons Major to start now with a convincing Mirage win. Convincing is the one word that we haven't had to use about Falcons so far in this series, nor this Major.
What do you want with the guns?
Yeah, because the only map they've won was really close.
That's the main menu music.
Yeah, but
again.
why can we hear it?
I don't know.
Is that the gray noise that they've got playing in everyone's headphones?
It's also the
Is that why
default music
Falcons
kit.
We're going crazy?
I can hear the music, man.
Oh. Peek gets stopped.
You know, we're going to sound crazy if everybody at home can't hear what we hear.
Yeah, for sure.
That's on top of the people who already think we're crazy.
Yeah. I need you to tell me they're wrong.
It's me and you against the world, Launders.
Oh, another push shut down.
OG feels like the world's against them as well, because everything they're trying to get going just gets denied. We'll see if m0NESY could get caught off guard. The timing of this push from Buzz. Looks like they're going to find him. Look in the wrong direction. Ooh,
Yeah,
careful
please,
now.
nice m0NESY. Oh, okay.
He lets him deliver that op right into his hands, so Buzz gets one. And Fiku's Desert Eagle, in an act of desperation to hold versus 3 players, gets the first kill fast enough. Gives himself a flash to try to work with here as that plant's going down. It's a blinded support piece up in the windowsill, but Fiku's now missed his chances. It's not going to get any easier from here. Buzz trying to backstab. He gets the kill to Nico. Now the retake's really on. There is indeed still enough time to pull this off. And this last piece in Match is coming over from the marketplace. He is far removed from this bomb. They're going to get on top of it. Op trying to give cover. Magisk. Oh,
they got him.
No way. They jump back on it. A 10-second stick. It's a Buzz flank from middle and a solo hold from Fiku.
Oh, they actually pulled it off. Fiku stayed alive on Get Right for that long. Taking shots with his deagle. That's a disaster. That's such a good position for Falcons to be in. Fiku's laughing about it. You know, when they get that bomb down, Fiku, it should be very, very hard for him to get anything else going, but every kill is just a real nice isolation fight for OG.
There's no way you give that up.
Yeah, that's a crazy round to give up.
Well, shame on us. We've been lulled into this false sense of confidence from Falcons. Felt like they couldn't make mistakes for a second.
Yeah.
And just as quickly as they regained that aura, they lose it. Doesn't mean they're not about to instantly rebound here, but just remind yourself that they can lose the unlosable. They can also win the follow-up with absolute conviction. So Falcons will do as they please for better or worse.
Yeah, that's kind of a dirt moment. You know, why'd that have to happen type of thing, but also here we are again.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Get to the damn train, CJ.
In this case, it's the Falcons hype train.
Buzz got to keep the op. Born to op.
Nico didn't let off that A key. Just comes a swinging. But no guarantee here for Buzz, unfortunately for him. That op's gonna hit the ground.
It didn't make sense, you know.
Falcons take a 5th, laugh amongst themselves, not willing to rub it in OG's faces just yet because of the sting of the 1 round prior.
It is still just a bunch of Danes laughing at each other, huh?
Yeah, it is. Feels like that's what Counter-Strike's been for the last half a decade.
Nice! Nice.
Nico running quick down middle this round. To hell with sticking behind those top mid boxes. He's got teammates right behind him to support all this. It's actually Kicksan with first vision, but heavy alien right now from OG. This is not the map Nikodas wants to go absent in, but that is the case right now. Just realized he's 1-6. Really haven't had to talk about him. Not too late to have that turnaround, but early precedent set, and it's not a positive one.
Map movements are very good, taking over ladder on this timing. I mean, Kixan knows that he's in a great position to orchestrate. I think even showing face is actually even better than hiding totally. They've now got this, you know, boogeyman here up in ladder room. They've got to send a player over to try to deal with them. Meanwhile, the B site getting attacked is a huge problem for Nikados, who's not in a position to stop this
at all.
So yeah, this is just
Oh man, they're so understaffed on this B site.
Look how they're trying to deal with Kixan, just surrounding him.
Yeah, they're not even dealing with him. Just keep an eye on him, but he doesn't make his move.
Keep an eye on him.
Just, you know, hold him honest. Here he goes, though. Nikados never too late. Just highlighted his shortcomings, and suddenly we're 4v2 OG. They had nobody in this site. They had no reason to make you believe they'd hold it. 10 seconds left. Modesty starts tearing him up. Bench player's dead. He's off the plant. No, he doesn't have time.
He did have time.
It's half a second at best.
Yeah, he could have pulled that bomb out right away, but I guess didn't even know where Spooky is, and now Spooky wants to try to find him. Somehow OG pulled this off with Nikados rotating in last second.
Bro, you had an entire OG team staring at Kixan. he's gonna peek. Yeah. He's gonna peek. Meanwhile, B site just understaffed. Poor Fiku on an MP9. They're like, yeah, hold him. He's in ladder room. Guys, I have 4 players behind me taking site.
Let's go! Woo!
Nikados comes through.
Good job.
Savior of that round, undeniably. Well, you know what? Time actually saves it in reality. Clock dries up on Monacy. Monacy got 3 kills from within that bomb site. But alas, it's an OG round win. And their CT side back on Dust 2 is trash. Get them on the offense. We'll see what happens. For now, they're just trying to keep this game tied.
Yeah, they do skew CT on this map specifically. Bomb left back as Falcons want to go into a full default. I think that's doctor's orders, you know. These slow played rounds have left OG in some pretty precarious positions.
OG already went for that deep ramp aggression, right? Buzz took a look around the corner. Smoke in hand at 50 seconds. Nikados to hold back Palace if Magis looks to make his move, but smoke down now.
Comes out a little earlier than they'd like, but that's just good on Falcons, essentially. But this very active defense that they've got going on, they're going to have to give this up or push in further.
Looking to avoid flashes is Buzz, letting Nikados take the angle. That's going to bank on Spooky holding Palace, I think, but he's over towards jungle, still concerned about Connector. Feels like they're 1 player short of a solid hold, OG. MP9 in the corner for Buzz, and he's not able to deliver his kill. Nikados gets popped by Kixan really on the jump up.
Not complimenting each other right there.
Not at all. Spooky's going to have to throw the Hail Mary, slides down into it, but there's just enough time for the plant. No actual spam to stop it. Just a second too late is Crizin.
Yeah, but there's a chance for this 1-on-3.
Clutch is on. Player from default cross is over, playing now behind triple. Feels like Crizin's figuring out the positions. There's no certainty behind it. But if he can just hit the headshots with the FAMAS, then the retake could still be on. Nico gonna fade back ever so slightly into middle. They hear these footsteps going to the top of stairs. He's gotta close this distance. He's feeling so exposed now, and Nico's gonna strike him down eventually. Unfortunately, there's no save on the cards here for Crizin and Falcons. There's their 6th.
Yeah, that's a spot where it felt like they just didn't know what the adjustment should be, and they didn't play it together. I mean, Nikados going off to Ninja here. This just is a little awkward because, yeah, Buzz can't be traded. They can't help each other out. We're now losing vision of Palace here. It really comes down to both of them get one, and then suddenly Spooky can maybe come in. But you see that we've got the right side smokes coming up. It's just a solid attack from OG. They draw out the last smoke grenade from the CT side nice and early, and they have lots of time to come into that site. That's a position where you could have maybe go sandwich and under Balk, but I don't think Nikitas had a smoke. I don't think they had utility to use.
Quick reminder, you can make picks and win money. Our sponsor for this event,
Real money?
Underdog. They've been with us for a while, Mo. Use code BLAST on your first sign up and you can get up to $1,000.
US dollars.
None of that Canadian funny money.
No, code BLAST.
Underdog.
You can blast your way through to the finals.
Just like Falcons will. m0NESY finds timing here. This whole pack of roaming pistols for the OG side. They were just looking for one stray Falcons member. They don't end up finding it. So instead, they're going to find themselves pelted by bullets. Nico gets active from bottom mid. All's good. Falcons on the recovery. Jacob was right. The Falcons major starts now.
Every time I see Nico breathe, it's like a guy who hasn't taken a breath for 1,000 years.
He may be holding his breath every round.
Yeah, you think he does it from beginning to end? It's just like a set on the bench press or something. That's every round for Nico. So it's like obviously a much better half in terms of the quality of play. Still some weird mistakes in there. Like you said, just to remind us that they're still in a bad place.
Thing is that they've barely lost any rounds since, so they recovered it fully. But again, you know, a little weird little team kill sprinkled in. Nothing can be too certain with Falcons. Just want to keep you on the edge of your seat. You gotta say, the entertainment value's there.
Yeah, it has been.
That has always been there, always will be there. Hate Watchers having a good time. And the newfound Falcons fans rooting for this star duo of m0NESY and Nico. Looks like you can breathe a sigh of relief because this is comfortable. 8-4 T-side on Mirage. That one weird round, but they really capitalized on it from there on forward. Nikitas, he's had kills in 2 rounds of play. Other than that, it has been absolutely empty-handed, and this close will be no different. Is this a chance at the most convincing win? Whew, your guess is as good as mine.
An iconic major needs an iconic trophy. And after the reaction to the last Blast Major trophy, we figured we might need to do some focus group testing. So we've got a little bit of a backstage peek that we're gonna be doing here. We're gonna be letting some of the players, some of the talent in to take a look at the trophy to let us know their honest thoughts. Let's go, let's get it started. We've got a little bit of a secret for you here. We got a little bit of a teaser. So we want to know your raw, unvarnished take here.
This bin is the trophy.
It's the bin. You figured it out.
Damn, Blast did it again. Wait.
Waiting.
3, 2, 1! What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
What the hell? Too small. Too small.
Wait. I think it's cool.
What do you think?
I don't think I like it.
No?
I'd love to see a player lift this up like this and then it just breaks.
By the horns?
Moo!
Yes.
And why is this? It's because of Texas or what?
The Longhorns.
I think it's cool. I think it's really different from what I have ever seen.
I don't know if you remember the reaction to the Paris trophy, but we're maybe looking to avoid some of that.
And then what, we got some like, what is that? Fire eyes on it? You know, it couldn't be worse than the Paris major one, so, you know, it's just a step in the right direction.
I don't know, but I think I want my idol Monasy get hit.
Whoa!
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it. It's like 6 out of 10.
It's very American.
Yeah?
It needs a cowboy hat.
Now, I do have a secret to tell you. This is not the trophy.
Okay, thank God.
This is a fake grenade.
So you just trolled me.
We are trolling you. We made it in Blender. Honestly, it came out better than we thought. There is a different one.
It's mine. It's mine.
You can't keep it yet, but maybe after the event we'll give it to you.
It's mine. I'm the Austin Major champion.
Is this like the city of Austin?
Yeah, it's the city of Austin skyline.
Ah, you got real creative with this. So what is the real trophy?
I don't know, we're gonna have to see. It's apparently massive.
You do know, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. I've just heard that it's huge. So stay tuned for the playoffs, because when we get to the arena, we're gonna be revealing the real thing, and I promise this one's going to be Titanic.
It's mine, bro. It's mine. It's mine. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Comfort zone. For the first time, Falcons here in Austin may have earned themselves a comfortable close. Maybe, because nothing can be predicted when it comes to Falcons so far. That first map, 9-3 lead, felt like everything was already wrapped up in this best of 3. Felt like OG was doomed. And so let's see if, for the first time in the final pistol of this series, Falcons can maybe win one.
No pistols, 9-3, 8-4, 8-4, and only one map win. That's what we've seen from Falcons so far. It's very hard to tell the future based on the rounds that we've seen before it. So we got to see how this one plays out. But it feels like something's different about Mirage.
Could be the fact that we haven't really seen m0NESY miss a shot. Could be the fact that all of the Falcons players have contributed to the kill count, that they've bailed themselves out of sticky spots. But pistols still remain a pain point. First kill is that of OG. They follow right up onto Tesses, and so 3v5 is what's demanded of the Falcons if they're going to win a single pistol in the series. Could still be done as Nico comes out through Market. Magis takes his place. And then Falcons just going to lean back a second because they actually just dropped the bomb. That bomb is down in the open. Nikodas recovers with the kill to m0NESY, and Magic's thinking about the flank, but one step ahead. In reality, they're both over here towards site. Just scoop it up. Go ahead, take that bomb, walk away, Nikodas. It's yours for the taking.
He's got to worry about the window cross back, though.
So worried that he's going to plant.
Safe.
And that means Fiku doesn't have vision, doesn't need it. Nikodas going to close. That is 6 for 6. OG win every pistol.
And honestly, man, sick pistols. They just have great calls. It's not like they trick Falcons here. Like they have a player on Cat listening to BF while Kickstand's back there. So they just do a good job of swinging and playing together on these entries. And they've just been solid. 6 for 6 on pistols. What a stat. And they actually haven't been, like, they only got ecoed the one time on Dust 2 as well, right?
Yeah, I mean,
they're pretty good at converting.
Yeah. Grouping up inside connector, bomb included.
Don't like how they don't have anyone anywhere else.
That's the thing, though. You know, sometimes
you're making this connectors play right now.
Yeah. If there is a criticism that could still be laid on OG, it's that sometimes they are just so adamant about something, but it's not informed. It's not because they know B's understaffed that they're heading up into connector, and m0NESY just hits that instant laser beam headshot onto Nikodas.
There is no palace pressure, A-ramp pressure. He's allowed to be on ticket spotting.
That's the thing. You skip steps, you pay the price. This is looking like Falcons with that deep ramp control. Oh, they could send OG a hell of a message. m0NESY still alive, gets glocked out of the round. AK's trying to cover off on ramp. Gotta be careful, there's 3 players here. TSS doubles back, his deagle connects, man advantage, taken over by Falcons. Bomb's gotta get picked up, and then even if you kill the second pistol, you still don't know about Magisk. So look at them turn their backs to him. It is no surprise, and they get cleared out. Falcons staff that site, and OG skip protocols.
Yeah, that's the worst way to go right there. They could have, this A ramp could have been flanked from the beginning if they had called this T round with the intention of going A. You don't need 5 players in mid. There's so much redundancy there. And your lurker is totally safe if they're playing back on Palace. They can also be listening, right? Do you really want to be in a spot where you're coming up connector, someone's pushed Palace, you don't even know if it's possible?
Fucking nice!
Yeah, it's kind of silly. Unfortunately, OG really need to work on their T sides. They are guessing a lot. And the rounds that they win, they do it because they've got some good entry players, but it's not usually because they've got the best information.
Gonna give them some space. Pistols push through. Nice shots from Magisk.
And he's out of there.
Great rifle control, great movement to get back around the CT corner. And he'll send m0NESY in on his behalf to just finish off the cleanup duty. Fiku can't even get the plant off. So it felt, but with a Desert Eagle headshot, now what more is possible here for Fiku? This would be the clutch of the century in a much needed situation as well, but you can see the confidence of Falcons starting to boil over. Magisk gets a quad kill in the round. Very good shooting from that first burst.
And even when it was bad, I mean, when it was really bad back on Dust 2, Magisk wasn't. He was great. He was actually so solid, so reliable, and this is an eco clip. But he's got plenty of rifle 2Ks, lots of good holds. His aim is looked super sharp, and also, even though they've lost all these pistols, he's like the one guy I've been like, okay, maybe they can win if Magisk is around.
He's only had a rough map in the first map versus Bait. Other than that, Magisk's been solid. So good on him to get back to the top of the board. That spray down surpasses Nico. And a pretty looking 16-5 for Magisk here as OG are just talking things through, spinning in circles. 5-round deficit.
They really stared death in the face today, Falcons. But now, unfortunately for OG, it'll be them. Got a pseudo attack pause here for this team. Again, getting up to this stage has been impressive. Nikita's opening map was a statement. I think we've seen great rounds from all these players, honestly. And just like with Heroic, you know, bringing up players that we might not have talked about otherwise, I think OG had done a very commendable job with that. Some nice finds. Second chance for Buzz. Lovely to see. Who was very close to staying on a straw as well.
Good tracking from Nico, and Magisk again off ticket, gets another triple. So rock solid defense here out of Falcons versus Pistols, as you'd expect. A 6-round deficit. And a Falcons that's so clearly firing on all cylinders now.
I do window.
Questionable T-side, struggles for OG. You may have an individual that set a record here in Austin in the very first map of play. But OG's success could have very well dried up. A gun round. Or Falcons take 12. They do love some of these walkouts, though. Just unexpected decisions. Already 2 players down in Sandwich. You've got backs turned to you from the con players. They're going to slide right into the setup. Tesses, nope, only the one. Holds it back, actually, excuse me, with the Fiku double kill. So it's the A players themselves that get nothing done. Overwhelmed by the sheer tenacity of OG, that element of surprise. Another ambush for Falcons to have to deal with.
Prison's got to be careful if he decides to go back a little bit. Oh. In fact, there's way more CTs than he's aware of.
Oh, trying to pounce on it. m0NESY does come out from the corner. 19 health or not. That is Crizin down. Nikita's.
m0NESY has a smoke. They've got 2 smokes, actually. Tessa's got a molly.
Oh, fire on Nikita. Oh! Double headshot, lines it up. Succulent shooting. And you've got only the 19 health of m0NESY left. He is gone. That small burst out of Nikodos is a big hope for OG.
It is. Just defends against 12. A retake that shouldn't have been able to take place. The call's solid here as they walk up out of the ramp. Again, there's no one spotting from Ticket. There's just this double jungle setup, which can be fine if that guy on stairs is totally ready about this. But Nico is thinking about bottom of connector. TeSeS hasn't peeked off the top of stairs. To be honest, it's very scary for TeSeS to do that. Could be someone holding him from the palace or a ramp. And that's correct. Nico does, gets pushed into an awkward spot, has to hit those 2 kills, does.
The hope still feels alive for OG in their reactions. It's a sketchy place to win the round from, but it's a round win nonetheless. And it's a very small margin of error. But for now, it still exists. A T side that's going to have to be damn near perfect.
Need to see better T sides from them. If they're gonna make a case for themselves, too many rounds to play to have 5 players up in connector, losing to Ecos.
Yeah.
It's just not gonna cut it anymore.
You know, it doesn't feel inspiring from our perspective. They have to continue to believe. Crizin, though, gets slapped out of this one. It is a very understaffed B site. m0NESY's going to stay mobile, moves that off into Marketplace.
Yeah, and they brought TeSeS back, actually, with this contact, but m0NESY's already there.
Good kill. It's his second in the round. Catwalk player tries to get into the window duel, and that's going to drop Spooky down out of the round. Nikodos disengages, trying to run over to B, but by the time he gets there, everything has been mopped up, and that with it is Falcons on 12.
They really try to bring simplicity into this. I mean, the walkout on A ramp was a great call last round. And here, it looked like they were maybe just a second away from being able to pull it off here, especially with that kill on mid for TeSeS' attention drawn back. But m0NESY, too sharp right now. And now we can say that it's 2 good maps so far for him here at the Major. There's such a stark contrast in the competition that Falcons have refined their Mirage play against, and OG, we take it on the day. They showed us some great rounds, then I'd say, okay, I can see how they'd pull this off, but it's not a matter of luck that the score is so in favor of Falcons at the moment.
Every piece comes together when it has to. Just the nature of this third map as well. I'd say it's the first thing Falcons can actually be proud about. Even having to claw that win on Nuke.
Yeah, can't be proud of Nuke.
Barely. Crizin into the connector action. OG having to fight elimination for the next 6 steps, but Crizin tries to remain active. Unfortunately, just missed what was a turned Nico, who is staring over towards the window instead. TeSeS has pressure from both sides. Stands the test, though, and now it is a slaughter. Absolutely empty-handed as this T-side's gone on. The Falcons believers have something to look at. A little bit of a message sent to the rest of the pack. A slow start in Austin, undeniable. But the likes of OG are not going to topple one of 2025's very best. A sign of life from Falcons.
So emotionally, obviously very difficult, and the pressure can't be ignored. The team that everybody's watching here, one of the 2 teams that has the best chance of taking down who will otherwise be the champion of this tournament in Vitality. Falcons nearly face defeat here. In fact, they were just 3 rounds away about 40 minutes ago. So coming through that is huge. Being able to play again tomorrow was huge. And for OG, well, they almost completed the embarrassment of Falcons, and still taking a map, I think, is already quite impressive. But getting close means this will hurt just a little bit more, unfortunately. And so we have to say goodbye to the team that tried.
Nature of the first two maps, though, with that Dust 2 loss after a 9-3 lead and the nuke that they barely got over the line. Yes, okay. Falcons enter Austin. It's a nosedive. This is them pulling back ever so slightly to get out of what otherwise looks like a lethal end in Austin. But their opposition tomorrow may not be any easier, and that opposition will be inspired by the thought that even the likes of OG's struggling T-sides could push this series the distance. Falcons fight again tomorrow, but how convinced are you that they can make this run truly happen?
It was a competitive series. Unfortunately, OG do fall to the Falcons at the final hurdle. Tell me about the emotions that you're experiencing right now, Fiku, because it came so damn close for you. What's going through your head?
Yeah, I think like everyone is basically, of us is sad. We are pretty much disappointed with how it went throughout the second stage. I think we had some good opportunities to, like, for example, finish the game against M80, stuff like this. Didn't happen. We kind of folded under the pressure that we made on ourselves, or maybe not pressure, but maybe we wanted to win too much, you know, and yeah.
Without getting too technical, obviously, you know, you take Dust 2 off the Falcons. We move to Nuke. It's so close. Was there a moment where you feel like it kind of, you know, it slipped away from you guys?
I think we didn't feel that it's one step like to win. We just focused like on every single round. Like we know that we had like some good opportunities to also finish the nuke, but Nico in one round hits insane shot on Chris, I think. Then we like fold also on the map. Yeah, there was like some good team-wise playing from us on nuke, but some individuals just show up better in some rounds, and that was the main case, I would say.
I know, I can only imagine how much it stings right now, but, you know, looking back on the entirety of the major, is there anything you can take away for OG, you know, going forward into the second half of 2025?
Yeah, of course. I think the experience here that we gained is really important. Also, there was like first major for three of us, you know. So I think it's really nice that we like experience this, and also we probably don't want to repeat the feeling again. So yeah.
And anything you want to say to some of the you know, new OG fans that you've probably garnered throughout this Austin run?
Yeah, thank you guys for support. We love you all, and sorry for doing 0-3, but yeah, it is what it is.
Thank you so much for taking the time to check in with me, Fiku. Unfortunately, that does mean OG are eliminated, but on the other side of the coin, that does mean Falcons are going to be going through at least one more day fighting here in Austin. I'm going to be catching up with m0NESY for a few words here. A roller coaster of a game, m0NESY. Can you put into words maybe what's going through your head right now that you've managed to survive the first best of 3 here?
I don't know, win is a win. Doesn't matter how we won, just the most important that we won. So I don't know what was going through my head, but after the first map, it was a bit rough, yeah. After the comeback they did from 9-3.
Was there anything that you particularly changed coming off of that Dust 2, right? Because, you know, you had a little bit of a shaky start to this series. You look way better on maps 2 and 3, though. Anything that you were kind of looking at when we came off that first map?
You just want to fight for the victory. It doesn't matter how you're going to win it. You just want to win it. You don't want to go back home. So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy that we won. Nothing else to say.
Has this reinstalled any kind of confidence in Falcons moving forward? Now you get your first win here in Austin?
Yeah, this game was very important to win for the confidence. But yeah, we will see tomorrow.
Very important for your survival. As always, m0NESY, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on this win. Falcons live to fight at least one more day here in Austin.
At least one more day, but I can't help to feel that I sense a little bit of shakiness coming out of m0NESY. It didn't strike me as the most confident version of the young lad that we've seen before, Peter. Would you agree with that sentiment?
100%. Like, it looked like when he was asked the question of how things went on and if he had done something different, you know, he was just like, I'm just here to fight for the victory, which is a good way of seeing it. And I like that he just tries to focus on the thing that they actually won the game, you know, like it doesn't matter. And I also said that in the segment before, that it doesn't really matter how Falcons get it done as long as they get it done. But of course, there's like a little bit of a worrying sign. It was not the m0NESY that we've seen before. Like, he was not like oozing out of confidence, and also the way that he saw the game, like it felt like the pressure kind of got to him. And I think the pressure is like, it's still there, And I think maybe it's one of the first time he gets to feel like, also because he's been playing so well coming into the tournament, both like by coming into Falcons, but also he just expects more of himself individually, and to maybe feel that kind of pressure also from within the team, letting his team down.
Yes.
Must have done something to
I feel like it was breathing more of a sigh of relief in that interview, right? I feel like there's probably a lot of stuff going through his head right now. First of all, thank God we didn't fumble the bag versus OG. I think you were totally onto something when you said, you know, OG had the opportunity, they had their chance on Nuke. We kind of saw how that unfolded on Mirage, right?
Unfortunately for them, you know, Mirage didn't become as competitive as we would have liked it to be. I think for OG, they probably felt it on the server as well. We spoke about m0NESY on Nuke. He was only involved in one opening duel or 2 opening duels in a span of 21 rounds. And here on Mirage, much more assertive. He was involved in 6 total. He won 5 of those, and it was a different outlook on m0NESY. And that's what we spoke about, Peter. When m0NESY is playing well, Falcons seemingly is a complete difference.
And on more like on a tactical base, I feel like this is also the strength where Falcons likes to play best of 3s more than best of 1s. Obviously, they have time to understand why they're losing. They have time to make adjustments. And I feel like throughout the series, on Dust 2, we saw OG playing very aggressive. They also did that on Nuke. They kept pushing lobby. The same thing happened on Mirage. Like, they kept going for aggressive plays. They wanted to go out and find the openings and trying to get info. And it felt like Falcons shifted into a position where they could just, like, they felt like they could just wait for them. Like, they would wait for them to make the mistake. Instead of always trying to go out and create the round, they would just wait for OG to come at them, get the opportunities and get the opening frags, and then turn something around.
That's the wonderful thing about this major. We just spoke about m0NESY, we spoke about the adjustments from Falcons as well. In a realistic world, right, you play tomorrow, you win that game, then you play the day after, you win that game, and all of a sudden they enter stage 3 and everything is reset. It's 0-0 again. It's completely back to where they were before, and expectations can be sky high again. So I think for m0NESY and the boys right now, it's about, you know, keeping a laser focus on one game at a time, because they know that if they win 2 more, then when you start stage 3, everyone is at 0-0 and it's completely open again.
And I think that is the perfect segue to head on over to Blast TV and check in with the simulator for the matches that will indeed be coming our way tomorrow. Now we move into Seoul, best of 3 territory. These are the matchups that we do see in front of us. Let's go top to bottom. Pain, Lynn, Vision. What are we thinking about that?
I think Pain have been great so far.
Yeah. But then I think Lynn Vision has surprised everyone.
I also agree with that.
I think there is a case. I mean, I don't know. They've grown on me. Like, I like Lynn Vision. I think what they have shown has been great.
Okay, convince me. I think Pain is going to win. Tell me why they're not.
I mean, I still think Pain is a better team looking on paper, but I feel like what the Chinese has going for them right now, they're just breaking expectations for themselves. So I'm gonna have to go with Lynn Vision. I think there's a case they could do it.
I think Pain. What about you, Freya?
I went against you yesterday, Peter, and I got burned.
Yeah, you got burned.
Screw it. Let's go Lynn Vision.
Nice.
Let's go Lynn Vision. Obviously, it's just a qualification game, not elimination. So whoever loses that will get one more chance in that final day. FaZe versus 3D Max. Any kind of different feelings from the FaZe we saw today versus their best of 1, slaughterhouse that they put on?
I feel like we're learning every time we see FaZe play, and today was disappointing. Make no mistake, losing to Legacy in the fashion that they did, 2-0, not good enough from FaZe. I do want to give credit to Legacy, though, for playing hella good Counter-Strike, so I'm not too worried. I think FaZe will win that game against 3D Max. I don't think it's going to be a landslide. I think 3D Max are good enough to make a game out of it, but I'd be surprised if FaZe is not winning.
I think, for me, FaZe Clan is still quite a question mark. I don't really know where to put them. I think they had a really great showing on the first day. Obviously, they played great as a team, but also their individuals popped off, and it was good to see Simple back. But I still think there's a case that, with what I saw today, I still have some kind of hope for 3D Max, but I'm still going to have to give it to FaZe.
Yeah, let's go with FaZe with that one. Final qualification matchup is going to be FURIA.
Now, Peter, try Sellers and Bait. You love them, don't you?
Yeah.
I don't know why I love Bait, but I've loved them ever since I got into the tournament. I loved them coming, even before we got to the tournament. I don't know. It just feels like whenever Bait is playing against a team that people are people probably expect Bait to lose in this one, because you go up against FURIA, they have Caterada, Yuri Fallen, all this experienced player. Yeah. But I think actually where Bait put in a lot of their good showings is against the teams that they feel like maybe they're like the lesser good opponent. And I just have a feeling that Bait can go out and pull up the upset.
You're going to go against your Blonde brothers here, Peter?
I mean, I have to. I mean, I don't think the Blonde buff have given something special for FURIA yet.
No?
No.
I think FURIA's gonna win, man.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I feel like I've been on an upward trajectory. I think Bait, I mean, the win against Heroic today, that's a good win. I in best of 3s against proper teams, I think they're gonna come short.
I feel like it's been dangerous to pick the like the upper dog, or like the favorites, the upper dog. I feel like it's been dangerous to pick the favorites in this tournament so far. So I'm gonna.
We're confusing, Martin. I say FURIA. What about you?
Okay, FURIA. Let's go. Lock it in. Sorry, Peter. Now we're talking about losers going home, elimination games. Namiga, MAT. I think MAT won this one. Am I crazy? Am I just breathing?
This is like a super open map. They can go both ways.
Yeah, I feel the same. I mean, I feel like every time I see Namiga play, I'm positively surprised. Losing to 3D Max 13-11 in a very close game as well. I mean, they could have been 2-1. I think Namiga is going to win as well.
Okay, well, you've outvoted me, let's go Namiga.
Yeah.
TYLOO, man like G versus Heroic.
That's an interesting matchup. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think I still think Heroic is going to take this one. I think Heroic has, despite being in the pool of being like close to being eliminated, I still think they have the greater chance here. I think we saw some impressive stuff for them in stage 1. So, yeah, Heroic.
Okay, let's look at Heroic. Yeah. Okay, final game of the day. That's going to be Falcons, MIBR. Surely Falcons win this one.
Yes, I haven't been impressed with MIBR. Obviously, they were in an 0-2 game as well. We saw them play against Bedboom. That got dangerously close on second map. Obviously, good for MIBR to finally win a game and stay alive, but let's be completely honest. I think Falcons, there's been an awful lot of pressure on them, and the pressure, going 0-3 is slightly bigger than going 1-2, and I think the more pressure that gets alleviated from Falcons, the better they're going to show up. Falcons are going to win that game, and it's not going to be close.
Can we just... Okay, Martin, can you click on Falcons? And then can we screw around in a scenario where maybe, FaZe and Falcons maybe have to play each other?
Try and make 3D Max.
So if 3D Max win, does that...
Ooh, brother, ew.
That's not nice. Nobody likes that.
What if we go... if Bait wins this one, so we still have three...
put Bait in.
Well.
And then...
Then you have FURIA.
Okay. We could be here all night doing this.
Yeah,
but essentially, if we're all right and then 3D Max win, we get FaZe versus Falcons.
That would be hilarious. Oh. That would be hilarious.
You think it will be hilarious, but it's just going to... Falcons is just going to win.
Probably.
Like, that's just how I think it is. It's an interesting matchup, but at this point, I just feel like Falcons is just going to take that win. Like, I don't even think it's going to be close.
So you think that was it? Like, the win here... As Jacob said, that's kickstarted their major. All Falcons from here on out.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I think Falcons have gotten like maybe a little bit hold of their nerves now, and now they got that win under their buckle that they just needed to unlock. It's all about also playing themselves into the tournament, and sure, it was not pretty today, but they got it over the finish line, and I think that's what's the most important thing.
Essentially, the question you're asking is, do you believe in m0NESY and NiKo, coming back to an individual level where they're going to carry Falcons into a potential grand final, semi-final at the major, or don't you? Because I feel like we've seen that here the first couple of days, that as much as we want to praise Falcons for maybe having slightly more structure, people also seem to forget that m0NESY has only been there for a month. It's quite limited how much they've been able to practice. They've been flying to Dallas, they've been flying to Melbourne, they've been traveling. It's been quite limited how much they could have progressed in that playbook. So I think it comes down to the individual. So if you believe in m0NESY and if you believe in NiKo stepping it up, Falcons are just going to go a long way into this tournament. However, if you think m0NESY is shaking and if you think m0NESY is not having a good time here at the major, then Falcons will be eliminated early. It sounds kind of harsh to cook it down to that, but I feel like that's where Falcons is differentiating right now. We've seen what they can do when m0NESY is not playing well, and we've seen what they can look like when he does.
And obviously, don't get me wrong, the pressure is still on Falcons. It's not like it just like completely vanished. It's not going to be there. It's still going to be there tomorrow. It's also going to be there in the elimination game coming if they make it to the 2-2 pool. It's also going to be there when they get to the potential next stage. Like, Falcon is meant to go to the grand final and contest Vitality for their major trophy. So for them to have a tournament where the pressure disappears is not going to happen. But they're by dealing with it and playing more and getting more comfortable inside a tournament where the individuals have time to step up, they have time to, I think, something that's overlooked now for Falcons as well, that they have best of threes, and they also maybe play some of the later games where they have plenty of time to prepare. Like, they are just way better when they get time for preparing.
Should we check in with what is on the cards as we head on into tomorrow, day 3 of Stage 2 of the Blast TV Austin Major? This is what is going to be going down on that A stream. We've got TYLOO Heroic to kick off the day, Falcons MIBR for the middle portion, and then FaZe versus 3D Max, the advancement game we have been talking about. I believe we're going to be covering the latter two, so we're in for a treat then.
Yeah, we get to talk more Falcons. We like that, no?
Yeah.
I like to
or FaZe for that matter as well.
FaZe versus 3D Max, I think that has potential to be a real banger. I don't think FaZe is good enough yet to just, completely run over them, and I think 3D Max is a competitive team. TYLOO Heroic is the big question mark to me. I mean, TYLOO didn't look great today. Heroic have had a rough start to stage 2 right here. I probably expected a bit more. The loss against Bait today was not on the bingo card of mine, so I think that could be a cool game as well.
B-Stream, we've also got that covered for you, rather. That's going to be Namiga taking on M80, Pain versus Lynn Vision, and then FURIA versus Bait in another qualification game to be rounding out the day. You ended on a bombshell yesterday, Pimp. You got any bombshells to drop for us today, Sabri? Falcons going to win the major? Right, I heard it.
There's a case. Well, Falcons is going to make semifinals at least.
Say, do you think Bait is going to make the playoff?
Yeah. I think they think they could.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think they could.
Legitimately, not just biased.
Everyone could make the playoff. Everyone could, but are they?
No, but I think there's a case Bait could do it. I think there's a bit. I don't know. I'm a Bait believer. I've said it again.
I think I could win a major someday.
Yeah?
No,
that wasn't the quote I was going for, but I think we'll leave it on that bombshell. One day, Pimp could win a major. It's not going to happen, but one of these teams will be winning the Blast TV Austin Major. We're going to have to wait a little bit to find out exactly how that is going to go down, but we'll see you tomorrow for day 3 of Stage 2.